In the year 2308 AD, Mars became the last line of defense for the people of Earth and the Moon after the alien invasion. 3 years later, everything was supposed to end, because it was precisely for this time that a general offensive against the aliens on the defensive line of Mars was planned. The stronghold of the Earth Federation was preparing for the decisive battle. So the last day arrived. All the people in the detachment took up their weapons, preparing for the fight. The commander of the Earth Federation's Bloodwolves squad, Colonel Mo Feng, stood at his post, peering into the horizon. There were fighters next to him, and one of them, Zhang Wulei, nicknamed Fatty, looked extremely surprised by what was happening. The enemy was advancing, aliens appeared on the horizon, and the tension reached its limit, forcing everyone to prepare for battle. Something incredible was happening in the sky, inspiring horror with its very appearance. There, above the horizon, hovered huge monsters, new waves of terrifying enemies. The squad acted in a coordinated manner and did not begin to do anything until they received an order. The sounds of explosions could be heard all around, accompanied by the terrible screams of monsters. Opening their fanged mouths, they pounced on the heroes, wanting to quickly cut them to pieces. Mo Feng gave the order to open fire. The commander's voice sounded decisive and firm, echoing across the battlefield. The fighters took up positions. One of them looked tense, the other concentratedly aimed at the enemy, understanding the full importance of the moment. The shootout continued, each shot bringing them closer to the inevitable. But no one was thinking of retreating. The situation escalated with each passing second. The soldiers realized that this battle could be their last. Mo Feng coordinated the squad's actions, not losing his composure even in the thick of things, setting an example for the others. Even after 3 years of war with these aliens, it became clear that the creatures had developed resistance even to delay bombs. Half of Mars's defensive line was already on alien maps. They developed the ability to counterattack by brutally killing people. One of the soldiers turned to the commander in panic, reporting terrible news. The aliens even developed the ability to counterattack, brutally killing people. The fighter continued to report, and his voice trembled with horror. But what was even more frightening was that 3 new species of mutated creatures had appeared. 3 new species emerged on the battlefield to completely eradicate humanity. The enemy continued to evolve, leaving humans no chance. The mutated species consisted of 2 B-class aliens and 1 C-class alien. The orange alert level made everyone shudder. Aliens evolved into mutants with extraordinary speed and strength. The fighter could not believe what was happening, exclaiming in despair, asking when Luna's squadron would arrive. Mo Feng ordered not to panic. He would take on these 3 mutants himself, demonstrating unwavering determination. The commander ordered Fatty to reorganize the front. He was leaving the defense of this place to him, trusting his most reliable fighter. Time passed, and there was still no reinforcement. The seconds dragged on like hours, each one bringing the inevitable closer. The enemy taunted, shouting in his incomprehensible language, but the meaning was clear without words. The protagonist looked at his enemies, not even thinking of showing weakness. He held his weapon tightly, firing point blank at the massive monster as it took his attacks with ease. The laughter of the creatures did not subside. They were confident that they would soon gain victory over ordinary people. Having gathered enough energy, one of them released a powerful wave at the main character. However, the guy was not simple. He quickly grouped himself and managed to dodge the poisonous column of force. Then, taking up the special weapon again, he continued to attack the monsters, trying to somehow delay them. Feng sneered, shouting that no matter how much they evolved, their attacks would be completely useless against him. Mo Feng didn't even think about retreating. He had to hold off the strangers and buy Fatty enough time, no matter the cost. The commander understood that the time had already come. But where was this damn Moon Sister squad? He clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that for now, he couldn't do anything else for the squad. A message came into the protagonist's earpiece. Everyone was panicking because time was running out. It was the fat man who spoke. He was almost crying as he told the commander that their people were already dying. The time for a general offensive had already arrived. Mo Feng didn't understand why not a single ship from the lunar squadron had appeared on the horizon yet. The seconds dragged on like hours, each one bringing the inevitable closer. However, why is the sky silent, which should have exploded with volleys of reinforcement guns? The hero contacted the command center, calling them again and again, hoping to hear at least something other than the rustle of static. His fingers trembled as he pressed the call buttons, and his throat was dry from the strain. Could it be that they had been intercepted by alien troops? A terrible thought flashed through my head, causing my heart to clench with icy horror. The local command center of the General Offensive, the Lunar Federation, had to respond, because the fate of all humanity depended on it. The Blood Wolves squad leader called the command center again and again, losing track of time, hope fading with each passing second. The connection was established. The screen cleared for a moment, but all that was heard in response was a heart-rending scream. Mo Feng couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't accept this thought. It was too monstrous. Realizing the inevitability of the end, I asked for forgiveness from everyone I had been dragging back all these years. From every fighter, from every friend, from my family. His lips whispered words he had never dared to speak out loud. Words of repentance and love. Unwilling to accept reality, his screams merged with the wail of sirens and the roar of explosions, creating an eerie symphony of the apocalypse. "Dear Mom and Dad, little sister," he thought, closing his eyes. Finally, I can be free from this pain, from this endless war. Mom, Dad, little sister, he whispered, ready to come to them. Because I felt the light getting closer, becoming brighter, warmer, and more inviting. The main character took out a bomb he had prepared in advance and simply held it in his hands for several minutes. Then he began to activate it, and a bright light poured out of it for several meters, after which a deafening sound was heard, an explosion that Feng caused, taking dozens of more monsters with him. It seemed that Mars itself suffered from this powerful blow, and the explosion began to spread even further. A couple of seconds passed, and the hero felt his soul leaving his body, flying away somewhere to another dimension. He enters and leaves this world forever, completely merging with the unknown infinity. Mo Feng now felt so languid, so calm, that he didn't want to get up, didn't want to open his eyes. However, a sharp, disgusting smell hit his nose, tearing him out of this blissful state, returning him to reality with rough, unceremonious force. A loud laugh rang out nearby, so familiar and so out of place, tearing at the fabric of reality with its life-affirming sound. The fat man joyfully exclaimed that his invincibility proved that they were just playing, that this was not serious, that it was just a stupid joke. Mo Feng stared at the speaker in bewilderment, not believing his eyes, trying to reconcile the image of his friend with the horror he had just experienced. "What's with that look?" he asked, grinning, clearly not understanding the depth of Mo Feng's shock, why he was so mad from the toe throw. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? Mo Feng was indignant, trying to collect his thoughts and separate reality from his crazy dream. He was alive. Of course he was alive. The realization had finally dawned on him, and the discovery was like a flash of light in pitch darkness. "What's wrong with Feng?" The interlocutor was surprised, looking at his confusion and empty eyes, which reflected an eternity of pain. Mo Feng felt fine, despite the wild pain in his head, despite the shock and disorientation. Frightened by this state of affairs, the other guy ran out of the room and told his brother not to look for him. Mo Feng couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed completely impossible to him, beyond any explanation. He returned 8 years ago to his 20-year-old body, to the walls of the school, to his friends, to the life that had already been lived. But why then was his head splitting with wild pain, he wondered, rubbing his temples in a futile attempt to calm this throbbing madness. Then he remembered how someone had advised his brother not to drink so much after he had been rejected. Mo Feng was surprised to realize that they were talking about him, about that very ridiculous confession that now seemed so distant and insignificant to him. Why did fate bring him back at this very moment? He wondered with both bitterness and hope. Suddenly it dawned on him, his heart pounding wildly with a stunning realization that took his breath away. If he really was transported back 8 years, then his sister and parents should be alive. They didn't die. Mo Feng tried his best to calm down, but his hands were trembling treacherously from incredible excitement, and his fingers refused to obey. He had to call them, hear their native voices, make sure that this was not a dream, that they were really alive and well. Having put too much effort into dialing the number, he suddenly realized that he was not yet used to this young body. "I'm not used to his excessive harshness and uncontrollable force, to the fact that every movement requires painful recalculation." He persuaded himself to calm down, even though something incredible and inexplicable had happened. A voice came through the receiver, so incredibly familiar, so long awaited, completely impossible in that nightmarish reality. "Sister," he realized, feeling the treacherous tears welling up in his eyes, and a huge lump rising in his throat, preventing him from breathing. It was indeed Xiaoxing's voice. Alive, real, not distorted by the terrible interference from the battlefield. But Xiaoxing, being a member of the Federation Genius Club along with her sister Zichen, always spoke directly, without any hints or omissions. His sister, with her characteristic frankness, said that his brother shouldn't be so upset about the refusal, and these words made Mo Feng smile involuntarily. His friend was looking nearby, noticing that his brother was so unhappy after his failure in love, and now his own sister was finishing him off. Mo Feng was incredibly happy to hear his sister's voice. Every word she said, even the most offensive and caustic, sounded like beautiful music to him. He replied that he would definitely return home this weekend, and Xiaoxing was finally glad that her brother understood how important it was to spend more time with his family. She explained that Fatso's appearance alone was ruining his entire reputation, scaring away all the decent girls with his behavior. In this remark, she remained true to her inimitable, straightforward character that Mo Feng loved so much in his sister. Mo Feng, deeply moved by this simple conversation, simply replied that her brother would always love her. The girl was clearly surprised that something needed to be explained, that this didn't sound too pretentious for their usual relationship. But then she froze, realizing that this was probably a real nervous breakdown, right in broad daylight. Little sister Xiaoxing couldn't believe her ears when she heard her brother say such words. She hadn't heard anything so stupid from him for a long time, and this seemed extremely suspicious to her. She was alarmed by his tone, which seemed strange and unusual to her. Unlike her brother's usual manner of communication, she mentally addressed Zhou Zichen, warning her that if anything happened to her brother, she would haunt her forever. Considering her brother's stupid nature, the worst that threatened him was to get completely drunk, she reassured herself. In her heart, She even thought that it would be nice if Sister Zeiken became her daughter-in-law. Everything might turn out differently. The protagonist thanked Xiaoxing for the fact that she would now definitely be able to call her parents. Mofeng dialed the number and heard his father's voice on the other end of the line, surprised by his son's sudden call. The father asked if there were any problems with his studies, since his son usually didn't call that often. Mofeng hastened to reassure him, saying that everything was perfectly fine. He just missed him and his mother, and this was the pure truth. Father warmly replied that since he was bored, he should come home for dinner this weekend and not forget to study, because education is the basis of everything. The mother, intervening in the conversation, said that there was no need to fill her head with just studying, and reminded that the school was full of girls. Father tried to put in his weighty word, declaring that real men should strive to accomplish great military deeds, but his mother cut him off abruptly, shouting at him to be quiet and for the retired commander of a small cooking detachment to go wash the floors. Mother kindly said that they would talk next time, told him to study hard and be sure to come home on weekends. After wishing him luck, she hung up, leaving Mofeng alone with his thoughts. Mofeng thought about how, when talking to his parents before, he always wanted to hang up as quickly as possible, considering their concern intrusive. But now he really wanted to continue talking to them endlessly, to hear their voices again and again, so familiar and alive. He looked at the fat man and found it hard to believe that this clumsy, perpetually chewing guy would one day become that same skilled shooter. Fate had brought them together for a reason, and now Mofeng knew exactly how reliable and loyal this friend would be, ready to cover his back. There must be some way to prevent that devastating disaster, Mofeng thought over and over again as he recalled the past. There must definitely be some way, since he was able to go back, which means it is possible to change the future. But first, he chuckled to himself. It would be a good idea to fill his stomach well, because a hungry soldier thinks much worse. As soon as it got dark, the fat man with a bag of food in his hands fell asleep on his bed. At this time, the main character still could not fall asleep. He kept thinking about what had happened. Mofeng felt great and thought about how hearing the voices of his loved ones made him feel so energetic. The night outside the window was quiet and calm, the kind of which there would be very few left in the future. Mofeng knew that in just 5 years, such a gentle and serene night would no longer exist. 5 years later, aliens disguised as comets attacked the Earth-Moon system, and this nightmare forever changed human history. Several important cities on Earth and the Moon suffered devastating blows, and millions of people died in the first hours of the invasion. People were too careless, Mofeng recalled, going over the events of the past in his mind. Although they fantasized about the existence of aliens and made films about them, they did not expect that aliens would actually appear. Humanity began to resist fiercely, desperately clinging to every inch of its native land. In the first days of the war, both sides exchanged pleasantries, and people even gained the upper hand, instilling hope in exhausted hearts. The Battle of Surtees Plateau was a turning point, a key moment in the battle for Mars, and one where the tide turned against the defenders. Due to human carelessness, the northern part of Mars was occupied by aliens, after which battles did not stop for 3 years. Over these 3 years, the aliens grew stronger and stronger, adapting to human weapons and tactics with alarming speed. Ultimately, after the crushing defeat at Sun Lake, humans lost control of Mars and went on a full-scale defense. Although Mofeng didn't know what the elite's plan was until the final battle, the situation was such that all of humanity was on the brink of destruction. Furthermore, the aliens seemed to have some miraculous ability to foresee how major battles would unfold. Scientists conducted research on the alien race and found that humans cannot communicate with them in any way. Mofeng wondered if it was possible that the aliens also had supernatural abilities like his sudden return. He remembered that terrible phrase about the people of the moon, and painfully wondered if they could have been traitors who had sold out humanity. Everything must have a reason, he reasoned. And if the moon people were truly traitors, what was their motive? After the complete victory of the aliens, people would at best become their food, and any alliance with the monsters is impossible by definition. Moreover, it turned out that aliens cannot communicate with people. But then how did they learn military secrets and the location of bases? However, the fact is that there is most likely some hidden problem within human society, and he may meet his death again. He needed to fight for EM, Mofeng firmly decided, realizing that this was the only path to the heights of power. What if he also becomes one of the top management members? During his military school training in the past, his grades were mediocre, so he missed a lot of opportunities that were now opening up before him again. However, this time things are different, and if everything works out, he will be able to join the top management and gain the right to influence decision-making. With his high position and access to memories from the future, perhaps he can find the key to solving the problem. Only the very best military schools attend the EM competitions, not to mention those who show excellent results there. One guy exclaimed to himself with annoyance, cursing the damn fat man, who was always getting into some kind of trouble. Next to Fatso, there was a girl, Lulu, who was excitedly addressing the guy, calling him Brother Lei. When it got dark outside, the two boys went into the room. Now there were only the two of them. The long-haired girl begged Lei not to do this, asked him to stop when his hand began to wander over her body. An angry pair of red eyes watched all this, clearly unhappy with this picture. The next moment, loud screams were heard. A huge monster broke the window and rushed inside. The girl desperately called for help, shouting out her brother Lei's name over and over again. However, the fat man seemed completely confused and did not know what to do. The situation was getting more and more tense with every second. Lulu kept calling for help, and Lei, crying out in surprise, asked where the werewolf came from. Without wasting a second, he rushed to help, shouting to the girl not to be afraid and promising to save her. Mo Feng rushed forward with the determination of a true soldier, ordering the monster not to even think about running and to immediately return Lulu. The girl, in despair, continued to call for her brother Lei, hoping that the fat man would defeat the werewolf. The fat man froze in place when he realized that it was just a water spirit. He breathed a sigh of relief as he woke up, escaping from his nightmare. The guy looked at Mo Feng in surprise and exclaimed that Brother Feng had become a water spirit. The fat man looked at Mo Feng in horror, not believing his eyes. He asked Brother Lei in shock if he had drowned, and now his ghost had appeared to him. He exclaimed bitterly why it was necessary to do this because of some woman. Mo Feng tried to calm his frightened friend, saying that he had just had a nightmare and that he himself had simply decided to study. The fat man still couldn't get over his surprise, looking at his friend and asking if he was sure everything was okay. The protagonist philosophically noted that failure in love really seems like something serious in youth, but it becomes a memory. Mo Feng thought about his body, realizing that although it was his own body, all aspects of it had changed greatly. The potential of this body is actually quite good, but it will take more time to adapt, and this had to be taken into account. If you compare the use of genetic power in the conditions of Mars and here, the difference is truly like between heaven and earth. Feng was amazed. To have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield, he firmly decided he needed to work harder in training. Only people who have survived in real hell can understand this, Mo Feng thought, recalling the horrors of war that he had gone through. Even if you have just a little more strength and skills, it can save your life at a critical moment. I knew from my own experience. In fact, Zhang Wulei was also very talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until the final battle, Mo Feng thought. But he didn't realize it yet. The fat man, noticing his friend's thoughtfulness, tried to cheer him up, saying that he shouldn't be too upset because everything was still ahead. He naively believed that Brother Feng had been rejected and was now trying to suppress his pain through grueling training. Well, it was time for a snack, he decided, and offered his friend a good meal, turning bitterness and indignation into a desire to fill his stomach. Mo Feng agreed, saying that he would take a shower, tidy himself up, and come back. He chuckled to himself. He could have guessed earlier that food must have sustained him in battle, giving him strength for new exploits. Matt Snow's 5 triathlons and the 10K cross-country race will be a piece of cake for him when he reaches peak form, Mo Feng thought. He was now about 40 to 50% recovered, and his body should be better and more resilient than before. It's just that genetic strength requires further training and willpower, and this mysterious feeling appeared in him during the war against the aliens. In this era, genetically modified soldiers and genetic engineering were not taboo, and no one was horrified by it. Initially, in order to colonize Mars and the Moon, scientists began conducting research into tweaking human genes, Feng recalled. Ultimately, these studies made such a huge breakthrough that they not only solved the problems of adaptation to an alien environment, but also significantly expanded the potential of humanity. He was amazed by science. Genetic technologies have truly moved human exploration of the Moon from plans to reality, laying the foundation for the rapid development of colonies. But at the same time, they also created discord between the Earth and the Moon, which in the future led to a tragedy that divided humanity. The Earth Federation had a somewhat conservative attitude towards genetic engineering and was more inclined towards the natural evolution of people. They believed that more time was needed to achieve the goal of fully adapting humans to interstellar travel, without forcing things. Genetic modification has brought benefits such as increased intelligence and adaptability. However, it also caused some physical and mental disabilities, which caused huge controversy in society. But the Moon people, by creating pairs of new people and ordinary people, took advantage of the superior ability of people. Having thus formed the currently living people of the Moon, Mo Feng thought about lunar eugenics. In essence, the goals of the Moon and the Earth were the same. Only the processes of achieving them were warm for some and hot for others. The protagonist's physical condition would be much better by the time of the war, he planned. The main thing was to let his body get used to the genetic strength. The muscles also needed to be toned, because for maximum effect they needed to match genetic strength, and this took time. The method for this is quite simple. Train until your pulse is lost. You become exhausted and over-expenditure. This is the easiest way for your body to adapt. Unlike before, he now had a good understanding of his potential, feeling every cell in his body, every muscle fiber. Both the Earth and Lunar Federations placed great emphasis on military academies, so living conditions there often surprised newcomers. The fat man joyfully shouted that it was time to go eat, interrupting his thoughts, and they headed to the dining room. Although Mo Feng remembered that the food at the military academy was quite varied, it was surprising that the fat man never said a word about the menu. For some reason, it seemed to him that the fat man was somehow different today, not like always, and this made him wary. Could it be that Zhang's skills were awakening prematurely, he wondered with excitement, because his intuition in war was amazing. What exactly is different from usual? Mo Feng asked himself with interest, watching his friend closely. The fat man exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Mo Feng's face. He said that this smile of his, damn it, couldn't exactly explain what had changed. Then, a little embarrassed, he continued, saying that he had become more handsome or something. Mo Feng chuckled to himself, thinking that such compliments didn't make him feel happy at all, and what was the point of calling another guy handsome? The cadets passing by whispered to each other, recognizing Mo Feng as the same guy who confessed to the most beautiful girl in the school. They confirmed to each other with a grin that it was he and the fat idiot next to him, and laughed at how stupid it was to admit it. There was also a lot of discussion on social media about this event, with posts claiming that this was the same guy who publicly confessed and failed. Everyone agreed that this guy's enthusiasm had probably completely disappeared after such a fiasco, and he would now be licking his wounds for a long time. The hero's friend lamented that young people these days have no respect for their elders, and this only evoked sad sighs from them. There was laughter and whispering all around, but Mo Feng didn't care at all. He had long outgrown this stupid gossip. The headman approached and reproachfully remarked to Mo Feng that he had really brought glory to their class, and rumors about him had already spread throughout the entire school. Mo Feng only responded calmly, wishing the village chief a good morning while gobbling up a bun. The fat man did the same, barely holding his breakfast in his hands out of fear. The head woman understood that great deeds awaited her, and not pathetic talk about the past, and she firmly knew that she had an important mission ahead of her. Sun Xiaorui was a close friend of Mo Feng and the fat man in the military school, and was also the class monitor for 4 years. After graduation, she quickly rose through the ranks of the military in the war against the aliens and became one of the youngest captains. In the first few years after graduation, Mo Feng and Brother Lei were at the very bottom of the army hierarchy. But this did not stop Sun Xiaorui from continuing to communicate with them, and she never forgot her old friends. It's a pity, but it seems the heavens themselves were jealous of her talent. Because in the battle at the Sunny Lake, the space fleet was almost completely destroyed. In the end, Sun Xiaorui also fell in that terrible battle, leaving behind a bright memory. The village chief looked at Mo Feng defiantly, asking if she was wrong and why he was staring at her like he had seen a ghost. She continued to reproach Mo Feng, wondering if he was really so eager to disgrace their class in front of the entire school with his ridiculous act. Mo Feng calmly admitted that the village chief was right and he had indeed distinguished himself, but there was not a trace of regret or shame in his voice. The headman asked ironically how well he had thought it all through and whether he was going to treat them to 3 full dinners. The fat man added that Mo Feng would have to wash his socks for a week, and that this was a fair punishment for his behavior. Mo Feng was indignant, asking if they were trying to console him or if they had come to finish him off completely, since he had already suffered enough. The head woman explained that she had initially really wanted to console him, but when she saw his smiling face, she decided that it was unnecessary. The fat man immediately asked for the password to his brother's bank card, promising to take care of it for him if necessary. Mo Feng thought that in the past, at this stage, he had indeed suffered a serious mental trauma, and it had caused a lot of trouble. Now, it seemed absurd to him that he had become depressed because of Zhou Zichen, and he felt fine. The food really did taste very good, Mo Feng noted to himself as he savored every bite. Only those who have been through a war know how pleasant it is to eat in peace and quiet, without expecting an alarm signal every second. Although there were no supply problems at the front, moments when they could eat were rare and a great joy for them. But later the quality of the food became worse and worse, and it was no comparison to the food in peacetime, reminding them of what they had lost. By the way, the head girl asked, shouldn't they focus on their studies instead of thinking about girls and all that nonsense? The fat man answered carelessly that it didn't matter. All graduates were the same, and a stamp on the certificate wouldn't change much. He also added that he actually admires Brother Feng very much, who doesn't care at all about the result and public opinion. The main character looked at his friend with disappointment and asked himself to simply forget his words. The headmistress noted that it would be better for them not to be so indifferent to their fate, since a lot would depend on the stamp on their certificate. Brother Lei thanked the village chief for his concern, saying that it was good that they had such a caring village chief who was concerned about their future. The fat man added that they were both probably hopeless, so they would depend on their big sister in the future, and it sounded more like a joke. The elder proudly declared that she was already aiming for the Iron Eagle fleet, an elite unit that many dream of. She explained that if they got there too, she would be able to take care of them for the rest of their lives. The headmistress asked how many points they had now and inquired whether it was more than 700, which would be a good start for further growth. If it's more, she said, then let them work hard these days. She has several tests passed with A rank. If they can qualify for the EM Elite competition, it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. It will still greatly improve their certificate. Mo Feng agreed with the headman, saying that although he was a little short of his goal, he would definitely try to get into the EM competition. The headman approved of this attitude and asked the fat man what about him, expecting the same responsible approach from him. The fat man mumbled indistinctly that he would try, but there was no particular confidence in his voice. He asked how much time was left before the competition, hoping that there was enough time. The head woman replied that it was still more than a month, and was surprised to notice that when she had just sat down at the table, Feng's plate was full. He took the largest portion for real gluttons. There were 5 whole wheat loaves of bread, 250 grams each. Mo Feng chuckled contentedly and went to get more, explaining that high-intensity training required a large amount of calories. After all, it's not enough to just eat your fill, you also need to fill your stomach with reserves for the future. Full and contented, he remarked how good it was that there was no war, and that he could calmly enjoy his food without thinking about death. The headman looked at him in bewilderment, asking why he was looking at her like that and whether he was going to continue eating. She admitted that she was already full just watching him eat, and was amazed at how much he had already eaten and how it was possible to eat so much. The fat man noticed with horror that Brother Feng had actually turned his emotions into a desire to eat and limited himself to just eating, and that he wanted to help. The fat man tried to support his friend, telling him to hang in there, that the best was yet to come, and that he shouldn't eat away his sorrows, but that he would give him strength. The headman added that sooner or later he would have a girlfriend, and most importantly, not to lose heart, men should be strong. Mo Feng thought sadly that they had misunderstood everything, and failure in love really did lead to an increase in appetite. However, this is only a small part of what is happening to him, and he really cannot explain to them the changes caused by his return. In the girls' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, Sun Xiaorui sighed with satisfaction, having finally decided on the subjects. Her roommate looked at her in surprise and asked if she had taken too many courses, as it might be too difficult. Sun Xiaorui chuckled in response and explained that she took everything related to the fleet because in the future, she would be able to accept her friend. The neighbor quickly refused such a tempting offer, saying that these courses would be too difficult and incomprehensible for her. She added that she preferred the navigator courses, where she had to think rather than just follow orders. Sun Xiaorui was delighted with this turn of events, noting that her friend's chosen discipline would also be very useful to her in teamwork. She wondered what courses Mo Feng and the fat man, those two slackers, had chosen, and decided that she would have to keep a close eye on them. In the boys' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, Mo Feng stared at his friend in shock, not believing his ears, because he had chosen to serve in the rear. Mo Feng became even more indignant, reminding him that his brother's passion should be as cool as that of his beloved goddess. He stated that he was repeating for the 100th time that they would participate in EM and that this was not up for discussion. The fat man doubted the reality of such plans, saying that Brother Feng must be joking since they were two hopeless losers. Mo Feng replied seriously that he and Fatty still had almost a whole month of time, and they could earn all the necessary points themselves. The fat man stubbornly insisted that he couldn't, and it was like a capricious child who was afraid to even try. Out loud, the hero said that he didn't care at all about the fat man's excuses, and would put all of his precious figurines on Taobao. The fat man exclaimed in horror, asking how long his brother had been yearning to get his beloved Lulu. He thought sadly that it seemed that the failures in love had hit Brother Feng hard, because before he had openly despised EM. The guy, looking at his own figurines, whispered that his love, it seemed, would never hear him read a smart book. There was just over a month left until the EM registration deadline, and Mo Feng was absolutely sure that this time would be enough for him. He knew for sure that genetic power is in the body of every person, but not everyone knows how to use it and reveal it correctly. The right way of control and training is the main key to unlocking this amazing potential hidden deep within. Knowing this and having the experience of the future, he will be able to become the strongest man of this era, leaving all his peers far behind. He must reach the peak state of his body before the aliens arrive, and he must surpass even the limits that were available to him. 5 days later, at the sports stadium of the Dragon Letter School, the fat man watched his friend with admiration and at the same time. He noticed that Mo Feng had become quite good at training and now seemed like a completely different person, as if he had been replaced. He felt so sorry for his brother, who he was convinced clearly had severe broken heart syndrome and was now trying to numb the pain. For several days now, all Mo Feng had done was train until he was exhausted, then eat and sleep again, devoting his time only to these activities. The fat man lamented that love had finally destroyed Brother Feng, because he had never been like this before and had never brought himself to such a state. The village chief, who was watching them from the side, noticed that Mo Feng had only become better and stronger, and this should have happened a long time ago. Seeing the fat man calmly chewing chips while watching his friend train, she ordered him to immediately stop this outrage. The fat man protested, indignantly saying that he already had more than 700 points in EM, and why did he need this training at all? The headman did not listen to any objections and literally drove him forward to the treadmill, ordering him to move faster. The fat man obediently ran after Mo Feng, begging him to wait and not run away so quickly because it was hard for him. The headman watched their energetic training with great satisfaction, noting that it was pleasant to see how hard they tried. That evening, in the training hall of the Dragon Letter School, Mo Feng reflected on the fat man's progress. Fatso himself, lying exhausted on the floor, muttered that he could no longer move and dreamed only of crawling to the dormitory. Mo Feng knew that they were both 20 years old now, and it was around that age that it was easiest to master genetic power and unlock one's potential. At this time, a person's vital forces are most prosperous and active, and cells have an amazing ability to regenerate. Only 5 days of intensive training had passed, and he already felt fully recovered and ready for new achievements. It's time to head to the special EM building for real practice, to finally test my strength in action. In the academic building of the Draconian Letter School, a loud announcement informed all students of the imminent start of training. The announcement also asked students to immediately proceed to their level-appropriate zones. Mo Feng confidently thought that tonight he would finally show everyone what he had truly achieved during these days of hard training. The system politely asked him to use heavenly information to register in the EM system, and Mo Feng completed all the steps. The registration was successful, and his data appeared on the screen, which was not at all encouraging. The result was much below average. At that very moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, which politely but persistently asked the elder to let her go and not interfere. He turned around abruptly and was extremely surprised to see Zhou Zichen, who had appeared here completely unexpectedly, in this place and at this time. The elder Li William was unwilling to let Zhou Zichen go, saying that she shouldn't be so cold and unapproachable towards him, because he had his heart set on her. The world really is a small place. Each of them thought as their eyes met in this unexpected place. Mo Feng immediately recognized Senior Li William, who was among the top 5 in EM and a true star of the school. He knew full well that his father was a member of parliament and that the family had enormous assets. Mo Feng decided that it would be better for him not to linger here and not interfere in other people's squabbles. But Zhou Zichen suddenly turned to the elder. She said that she had liked Mo Feng for a long time and apologized, adding that she did not want her boyfriend to misunderstand the whole situation. The elder Li William, completely perplexed, asked again if this pathetic fool was really her boyfriend and called it a stupid joke. He advised not to use it as a shield, because everyone already knows that he disgraced himself a few days ago with a public confession, and it is no secret. Zhou Zichen countered, saying that the elder didn't know everything about that situation, and that she hadn't rejected him at all that time. She explained that where had it ever been seen before that a guy would publicly confess instead of giving at least a modest bouquet of flowers. Mo Feng was surprised to see that Zhou Zichen actually blushed as she spoke, and he was amazed by this. He boldly addressed the elder William, firmly stating that beautiful girls do not like to be pushed too hard or be insistent. Senior Li William, noticing that there were too many unnecessary witnesses here, said with a clear threat in his voice that he would remember Mo Feng well. Then he quickly left, not wanting to continue this conversation. He only said afterward that he still believed that the girl would make the right choice. Passers-by began to disperse, with their unchanging optimism, joyfully declaring that it was time for dinner. Zhou Zichen hurriedly said that it was time to let her go, pressing her hands against the protagonist's chest. Zhou Zichen thoughtfully asked why such a talented and beautiful girl like Mo Xuqing had such a clueless older brother. Mo Feng, still under the strong impression of his incredible closeness to Zhou Zichen, inhaled the intoxicating scent of her hair. Zhou Zichen cleared her throat slightly and thanked him for helping her out of a difficult situation. Hoping that he had understood everything correctly, Mo Feng interrupted her, nonchalantly saying that there was no need for any thanks. He understood everything, and it was not at all difficult to play along. He added that, at the very least, he was able to stand so close to such an incredible beauty, and hastened to leave, citing urgent matters. Returning to his important thoughts, Mo Feng remembered that this evening he still had to find out what grade the EM system would give. When that terrible war began, the EM system ceased to be used. In order to change the terrible future and prevent a catastrophe, at this stage he could only one thing: increase his EM rating. He mentally greeted the 27th level EM system, happily announcing that he had returned, and decided to first watch the tests. The system offered him fights against other classmates. Mo Feng immediately thought that if he were to fight against his peers now, it would be no different from beating up children. He recalled that the so-called basic training was something, one might say, completely inhuman in its essence and complexity. Essentially, it tested the soldiers' actual abilities by simulating various brutal military conditions that closely resembled actual combat. In his past life, this type of competition seemed completely disgusting and pointless to him. Now, having experienced the true taste of war, he decided to choose this particular test. The system greeted military school student Mo Feng and announced in a stern voice that 10 points would be deducted from him. Mo Feng chuckled to himself, thinking ironically that the future formidable commander of the Dragon Teeth battle group was so careless. The control cabin completed initialization of the simulated battlefield, and the student could enter this dangerous virtual world. The EM response was confirmed by the system, and everything was ready to begin. The system was preparing to connect him to the simulated battlefield, and the hatch behind him was slowly closing, cutting off his escape route. A mechanical, emotionless voice asked if he was ready for the test, and Mo Feng mentally replied that it was time to begin. The copy's preparation dive began, and Mo Feng felt a familiar tingling sensation throughout his body. The usual evening bustle reigned in the men's dormitory of the journalism faculty of the Draconian Letters School. The students were rushing to finish their first-year homework. The professor was constantly rushing them and demanding that they submit their work on time. Someone was desperately looking for help with editing, complaining that this month's material was completely boring and ordinary, without any special features. One of the journalism students named Marco Polo sat at his desk and agonized over his creative failures. He won't be able to interview girls anymore, and his funny videos haven't been captivating viewers at all lately. Moreover, an important EM exam was coming up. Everyone was preparing diligently, which is why they looked too similar, and there was a lack of good material. He had been looking through the EM notice board for an hour now without any results. But even there, everything was too boring and predictable. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something completely unusual, standing out from the general background. The battlefield of Mars, a magnificent fireworks display. This legendary test was frozen by the system. EM basic training on the Mars battlefield, status in progress, and the most shocking thing is, an anonymous user passed this test. Marco Polo knew that this exercise was designed by the Lunar Federation using actual Martian conditions. Only the highest-ranking masters dared to try to pass it, but even such experts dropped out almost immediately, unable to withstand the stress. Meanwhile, on the battlefield itself, Mo Fung was taking a deep breath of the familiar native Martian air. The pain transfer coefficient was set to 100%, and the system launched a combat suit simulation. The suit completed its initialization, and soon Mo Fung found himself on the battlefield of Mars, in a legendary location. He missed a little the smell of blood that he had become accustomed to in the war. But these stones, this wind, and this unique smell were painfully familiar. This place, full of desolation and brutality, was exactly what he was looking for. The battlefield of Mars with which he was so familiar. Marco Polo continued to watch what was happening on the screen, not believing his eyes. Warning and danger were written everywhere on the map, and any wrong move could cost the virtual character his life. He understood perfectly well that the difficulty of this exercise was directly related to the level of pain he felt. 100% sensation of pain implied 100% difficulty, and Polo was sure that the exercise would end in failure. He thought that the part about this type of failure would also be funny, considering that at the beginning he had an aura of some kind of cool expert about him. It was time to start writing, Marco Polo decided, preparing to document the spectacular fiasco. Mo Fung began his rapid movement along the deadly ravine, and his every move was calculated down to the millimeter. His young body was a little short of what a guy should want in terms of physical parameters, but he still managed to jump into the blind spots of the photon cannons. He moved with the grace of a seasoned predator, using every fold in the terrain as cover. Time flowed inexorably, and Marco Polo watched what was happening with bated breath. He couldn't believe his eyes and could only mumble, realizing that something incredible was happening. The guy reflected on the actions of the main character, thinking to himself who this guy really was. Mo Fung cursed silently, but continued to move forward at incredible speed. 100 meters of this deadly passage could only be described as 100 meters of pure death, where every step could be the last. Covering such a distance at a difficulty level of 70% was already sufficient reason for pride for ordinary cadets. However, what was happening now exceeded all conceivable limits. But what amazed Marco Polo most of all was that, after all his movements, this man still had the strength to methodically destroy the guns. The photo is behind us, thought Marco Polo, watching as the unknown fighter overcomes yet another difficult section. Marco exhaled, not believing his eyes, saying that it was incredible. He had already gone more than half the way, and nothing foreshadowed the imminent failure. Marco Polo was overcome by the chilling feeling that there, in this virtual hell, it was not just one man fighting, but an entire mighty army. This fighter's movements were so coordinated and powerful. He couldn't shake the thought that there was only one person there. But the way he moved made it seem like a unit was working. Marco Polo spoke thoughtfully, realizing that he had witnessed something historical and incredible. Marco Polo looked at the screen in complete horror, not believing his eyes. "Damn it, what kind of perverted exercise is this?" he exclaimed to himself. What person in their right mind could possibly go through it? Even if elite fighters were eliminated in the first seconds, the system removed obstacles from the unknown fighter's path one by one. She marked them as successfully completed, and it was like some kind of incredible dream. He muttered in amazement that this guy was some kind of real monster, asking where he got such incredible jumping ability and agility, as if he was born and raised on this battlefield. Every movement of the unknown was measured down to the millimeter with surgical precision. It was as if he were reading the very structure of this deadly labyrinth, looking into the future. Another critical moment made Marco Polo shudder and clutch the edge of the table. Too bad. The shot weakened the force of the jump, and now the runner won't reach the saving shelter, he thought with horror. But Mo Fung, as if hearing his thoughts and reading his doubts, found some incredible solution. Impossible from the point of view of ordinary logic. There were still some 10 meters left before the finish line, and Mo Fung knew for sure that he would definitely break through this hellish section. He felt every cell of his young body, every muscle working with perfect synchronicity and efficiency, obeying an iron will. The minutes were inexorably approaching the end of this incredible race with death. At this most difficult stage, it was completely useless to rely only on speed. Mo Fung understood perfectly well as he dodged the explosion. Trying to get through here at human speed alone without proper training and experience would only be to one's own detriment. It took much more than just quick feet and reflexes. It took experience and instinct. Only by relying on instant, almost intuitive judgment and incredible flexibility could this stage be overcome. These were precisely the qualities that he had developed to perfection thanks to 3 long years of war. The long-awaited sign finally lit up on the board, and Marco Polo could not believe his eyes, rubbing them several times. This is definitely not a dream, he asked himself. Oh my god, he really completed the Mars battlefield at a difficulty level of 100%. This was previously considered absolutely impossible, but everything has changed. Who is this mysterious man? Who the hell is he? The student thought feverishly. He tried to make out any details on the screen, but the image was too blurry. That last look, that turn of the head, created a chilling sensation, as if death were staring intently at you. Marco Polo's whole body trembled, realizing that he had just witnessed something completely incredible. Who is he? He wondered again. But then he exclaimed in panic that the broadcast had ended, and he had not immediately noticed it. The recording appeared. Marco Polo breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had a real treasure in his hands. It seemed to him as if God himself, although no, not so much God as a real demon of war, walked across this battlefield. Judging by the loud voices, literally every student knew about this incredible event. Just 5 minutes after the test ended, the Earth's largest military schools were inundated with messages from students. They asked each other if they had seen this incredibly cool guy and admired his phenomenal skill. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was analyzing the game he had just completed, noting that he still had many problems in battle. He was well aware that he had most likely not received the highest grade due to 2 big and rather stupid mistakes. The library of the Dragon Letter School was in an unprecedented state of excitement and chaos. Someone actually managed to break this damn record, the students whispered excitedly. It's simply unbelievable. Some skeptical students loudly declared that this mysterious man was probably cheating. The official announcement from the EM competition appeared on all screens, confirming that an anonymous student from Earth had broken the record. Although the EM systems of the Lunar and Earth Federations are constantly linked through a single network, the evaluation of the tests is carried out separately. The gold content and difficulty level at EM 2000 on the Moon is significantly higher, which is especially pronounced at the higher levels. Zhou Zichen, who tried to pass the magnificent fireworks display by 80%, felt only one thing: utter despair. Now it's finally clear who's really the best, some said triumphantly. I'd like to see the faces of the assholes with my own eyes now. However, there was still no video, and everyone was wondering what kind of incredible person could have pulled this off on his own. Some continued to claim that this mysterious man was a common swindler and fraudster, since he decided to maintain his anonymity. The comrades quickly asked to stop this argument, noting that the video really didn't exist yet, and they needed to calmly think about how to get it. But the video could only be uploaded by the person taking the test or by the lucky viewer who recorded the process. Marco asked with surprise why they had decided to hold an emergency meeting in his room. He received a logical answer that it was he who was the first to shout loudly and joyfully, attracting everyone's attention. Another student asked if this news didn't seem too incomprehensible and fantastic to them all, and perhaps it did. The guy replied that he shuddered at these words. But if you think about it, this test really is impossible to pass. Then Marco Polo raised his hand guiltily and said he had a video. Everyone present froze in amazement and asked in unison what he had just said, whether they had misheard. Clearing his throat for effect, one of the students politely but insistently asked Marco to show the video he had just mentioned. Immediately, everyone pounced on him from all sides, indignantly asking what he was doing and unceremoniously demanding that he immediately show the priceless recording. Someone offered to exchange it for some treasure of theirs. Another simply insisted on letting them look at it to check if it was real. Marco Polo eventually gave in under the intense pressure and reluctantly agreed to show the video. But he took their word of honor that they would not interfere with him selling it profitably and making money from it. Everyone nodded in agreement, pushing each other aside to get a better look at the screen. Looking at the recording, the students were amazed. Could this really be a person demonstrating such incredible abilities? Such lightning-fast reactions? Marco Polo noted that even though he was watching the video for the second time, the feeling of power emanating from the fighter had not diminished in the least. It would be simply wonderful if he turned out to be an Earthling, the students dreamed, imagining the triumph of their planet. No, he is definitely an Earthling, someone firmly stated, at least a student at a military school on Earth, and this cannot be a coincidence. 20 minutes later, when emotions had calmed down a bit, the students were excitedly discussing their future plans. Whatever the case, with such a unique recording, they would definitely give these lunar upstarts a run for their money. They rejoiced in anticipation of their triumph. Marco Polo was indignant, what other kind, because he personally recorded this video, and all the laurels belong only to him. The corridors of the dormitories and academic buildings echoed with excited cries of students sharing the news with each other. A video of the Mars battlefield was released. They shouted joyfully, attracting the attention of everyone around. The spectators were amazed at how he could move so incredibly, watching every move of the mysterious fighter. In the girls' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, there was real madness and chaos. What is all this monstrous noise about? The headmistress was indignant. How is she supposed to take notes in such an unbearable environment? One of her friends calmed her down and promised to show her something really interesting and exciting. The headwoman responded skeptically that she and her friend had completely different interests. The headwoman stubbornly insisted that she would not watch anything and waste her precious time on it. Her friend persistently persuaded her, saying that she just needed to look and then she would see for herself what a motivating person this was. The headmistress replied that she knew about this notorious S-grade test, but its anonymity did not inspire confidence and made her doubt. My friend didn't let up and exclaimed that the S-rated walkthrough of the Mars battlefield was currently live and the most interesting part was about to begin. The incredible action continued on the screen, captivating the imagination of all viewers. They noted such incredible reactions, lightning speed, and phenomenal ability to control the surrounding space. In addition, they were amazed by their amazing endurance, despite the 100% sensation of pain. It was also noted that the fighter showed almost no hesitation when receiving serious injuries. Some speculated that he might simply have had his pain nerves amputated. Moreover, this is his last challenge, a gaze directed into the distance, full of heartless calm and at the same time enormous desire. The audience had the feeling that no matter who went against him, no one would be able to stop him on the way to his goal. One of the spectators shuddered and thought that she could only hope that she would not run into him at the very beginning of the EM competition. "What a handsome man, a real man," she said dreamily, looking at the screen. She felt as if every cell in her entire body was ready to submit to him, and he truly was the perfect man in every way. An incredible sensation was also noticed on the campus of the American college. There was a real crush in Marco's dorm room. His comrades running in joyfully informed him that this video had spread to all the major schools. The next day, the fat man was in a state of euphoria and slight absent-mindedness. Because of all the incredible noise with the mysterious expert, he was unable to calmly enjoy watching the space beauties. An anonymous expert, he thought dreamily. I wonder if he could have a figure as beautiful as Christina's. This is not good. He pulled himself up. He must immediately abstract himself from such thoughts and focus on what is important. After all, today is the fat man's great day, the day he has been waiting for 2 whole months. Mo Feng watched his friend thoughtfully, thinking that it had started again, and maybe he should invite him to dinner tonight. He remembered that the fat man used to love coming to his house for dinner and always happily agreed. Then Fatty began to follow Mo Feng relentlessly wherever he went, and this continued until he entered the army. Mo Feng asked again if he was busy that evening and wanted to go to a family dinner. The fat man was surprised and answered, "Does he look like a person who has any plans for the evening?" He firmly stated that today was the fat man's big day. He had been waiting for it for 2 whole months and would not miss it for anything. Mo Feng asked understandingly if he was going to meet his goddess again. He advised his friend that he should do as he did and finally confess. Even if he was rejected, at least it would be a useful experience. Mo Feng advised him as he was leaving. He was returning home for dinner. He needed to try to control himself and not drool in front of the goddess. Already near his house, the conversation he had with his friend no longer came into his head. Mo Feng could already smell the familiar aroma as soon as he stepped into the house. He thought how good it smelled. The aroma of stewed fish that he had loved so much since childhood, and his heart filled with warmth. His father greeted him with a smile and said that he had a good eye, and that this girl and his mother in their youth even looked alike in some ways. Mo Feng was surprised. Mom really put on makeup. What was so special that she decided to get pretty today? The father hurried to the kitchen, saying that he would go cook. Otherwise, his wife would be angry that he was lounging around there. Mo Feng looked around in surprise, noticing that they had guests. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. The sister pointed happily towards the living room, attracting her brother's attention. A familiar voice rang out, saying good evening to student Mo Feng, and Mo Feng froze in amazement. Mo Feng wondered why Zhou Zichen came to us, casting a questioning glance at his sister. Mo Xiuqing replied with a sly smile that this was obviously his doing, and he himself should know the reason. Mo Feng thought about the fact that Zhou Zichen had never been to their home in the past, which meant that his actions had already been able to change something. Although Mo Xiuqing and Zhou Zichen were in different years, they were both members of the Dragon Script School's Genius Club. Somehow, they had become good friends recently, and thanks to this friendship, Mo Feng was also able to get to know Zichen better. The mother immediately intervened in the conversation, ordering her son to stop acting frivolously and to wash his hands before starting to set the table. She watched her son in surprise, not understanding what exactly had changed in this boy, but sensing something completely alien in him. Mo Feng enthusiastically volunteered to help in the kitchen, offering his father the chance to show off his culinary skills. Mo Xiuqing immediately cut him off, sarcastically remarking that her brother shouldn't embarrass himself. His inept skill would only make Sister Zichen laugh. Mo Xiuqing, with a childish resentment, turned to her mother, complaining that her brother was constantly bullying her and wouldn't give her a break. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Mo Feng confidently declared that he would go into the kitchen and leave everything to him. The rest of them better not get in the way. The sister shook her head doubtfully, muttering that it was unlikely that her brother would succeed. Mo Feng began cooking with the confidence of an experienced chef, and soon offered his father a taste of the result of his labors. My father was surprised to note that it was very tasty, and in fact, even close to his own level of skill, which was the highest praise. It seemed that his training at the military school had not been in vain, and his son had finally become an independent and skilled person. The father rejoiced. Mo Feng noted to himself that the opportunity to cook for his family was a great rarity for him. Father suggested having a drink later during dinner, but for now, Mo Feng invited everyone to the table. He joyfully announced that all the dishes were ready and handed out chopsticks to those present, wishing everyone a bon appetit. The sister noted to herself that being polite and keeping her distance was a pretty clever communication technique. Has my brother really grown up and changed so much in just a few days? Mo Feng thoughtfully offered to take more, noting that one piece would clearly not be enough. The father proudly confirmed that his son had started to cook much better than before, and this could not but please. Zhou Zichen politely asked Mo Feng to teach her how to cook some dishes if possible, and he happily agreed. The main character offered the girls an apple. His sister replied that she needed to study, so she would go to her room. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was pondering his true feelings and goals. He understood very well that Zhou Zichen should not become his soulmate in this life, despite all her beauty. although she was so beautiful and was now so close, which made her seem even more outstanding and attractive. Now he had to concentrate on the main thing, to change the terrible future and prevent the alien invasion at any cost. Zhou Zichen thanked him for the treats and watched him with interest. She asked if it was okay that she had come so suddenly without an invitation. She was surprised to see how he behaved in front of her, confused and stupid. It felt like he was a completely different person now. Completely different from the previous Mo Feng, she thought to herself. Mo Feng reassured her, saying that everything was fine. She was Xu Qing's close friend after all, so it was perfectly normal for her to come visit them. Although it seems that the parents misunderstood something and are already making some plans, he will definitely explain everything to them later. Zhou Zichen smiled and noticed that her uncle and aunt were very nice people, and she liked them very much at first sight for their simplicity and kindness. Mo Feng laughed in response, noticing that she was not embarrassed by anything and felt like a fish in water. Zhou Zichen noticed his method of peeling the fruit, noting to herself that the thickness of the peeled skin was the same everywhere. This cannot be achieved with just ordinary skills. It requires constant practice and a steady hand. Mo Feng thought to himself that the taste was really good, and he nostalgically recalled the time he spent several years on Mars. Zhou Zichen finally decided to say that she actually came today to ask him for a favor. Mo Feng, with a sly smile, suggested that she might want him to take a part-time job as her shield from annoying admirers. Zhou Zichen was a little embarrassed, but she confirmed that she was Xu Xing's friend and they studied together. So, why not? Mo Feng, after some hesitation, then offered to hire him permanently in this capacity. The girl exclaimed in surprise, What? And looked at him in surprise, not believing her ears. Zhou Zichen replied to Mo Feng with a slight smile that she couldn't promise such a thing. But who knew what would happen in the future? She noticed that she had slipped up a bit in her conversation today, and it felt as if she was completely out of step with the rhythm of their conversation. Mo Feng laughed in response, saying that for him it was a trivial matter, and in the future he would only be happy to do something noble and useful. Zhou Zichen happily agreed to these conditions, shaking hands, and suddenly felt like having a little fun. Mo Feng thought about how, after experiencing all the ups and downs in his previous life, he was able to see Zhou Zichen again. He had long since lost the youthful stupidity and impulsiveness that were characteristic of his age. Meanwhile, Mo Xuqing listened anxiously to what was happening in the living room, noting that it was too quiet. She knew this was such a rare opportunity, and if he ruined it with his awkwardness, there might not be another chance. Deciding not to delay, she quietly left her room to at least take a peek at what was happening. Peeking around the corner, she was surprised to find her brother and Zhou Zichen seriously discussing some strategic analysis of their club's affairs. She froze in shock, not believing her eyes, and thought that it was all over, because their course of study was much more difficult than her brother's. She even wanted to turn away so as not to see this shame, but something made her continue watching. To her great surprise, contrary to all her expectations, her brother actually understood the curriculum of their genius club. He identified key points and found clues to solve the entire strategic matter so quickly that it seemed incredible. Zhou Zichen thought that since her younger sister had such talent, he too must not be deprived by nature. What's the matter? Is he wrong, or is the girl thinking about something else, something more important? The guy asked. That's right, she finally realized. That is, no, she wasn't thinking about anything else, and everything he said was absolutely correct. She answered his questions with embarrassment. Zhou Zichen decided to change the subject and asked if Mo Feng had heard about the recording of the Mars battlefield. Zhou Zichen noted with admiration that his actions on the Mars battlefield alone could be used as a real textbook. Someone from the journalism department filmed this video and posted it on the forum so he can find it himself and watch it carefully. Zhou Zichen advised him to pay close attention to the reaction, habits, and way of thinking of this mysterious expert. She added that human genes have a dominant heredity, and he too should not be much inferior. Mo Feng asked in surprise, didn't she just praise him, and it was so unexpected? Zhou Zichen responded with a question, and whether it offended or embarrassed him, and if not, then he should take it as a compliment. She said that it was already late and she had to go home, and Mo Feng offered to walk her to the exit. After seeing her guest off, her mother cordially invited her to come again when she had free time, and Zhou Zichen nodded gratefully. Mo Xuqing looked at her brother reproachfully and whispered that his greatest sister had worked so hard to create such an opportunity for him. After Zhou Zichen left, his sister asked him if he really didn't understand anything about such things and why he didn't at least walk her home. Mo Feng calmly replied that time on the weekend was very precious, and he still wanted to play a game or two of Senki with his dad, which was much more important. The sister was indignant. What did Senki have to do with it at all? And reminded him that he didn't look so calm when he got drunk in Tianshun a few days ago. The sister attacked Feng, but she agreed to let him be her boyfriend. This is a huge success. Mo Feng chuckled and replied that what kind of boyfriend would he be? He would just act as a shield from time to time and would never be more than a friend. By the way, he noted, changing the subject, it looks like she's lost weight again. Her ribs will soon be visible, but she is still losing weight and not sparing herself, he said with concern. Mo Xuqing angrily demanded that they not change the topic and stop smiling so mischievously because it was irritating her. Does her brother understand his situation? She asked. The coastal tower is the first to meet the moon. Such is common sense and your unique chance. She arranged all this specifically to help him gain her favor and to make her his daughter-in-law in the future. Mo Feng hurried away, saying that he needed to go to class, and said goodbye to his parents. His father looked after him thoughtfully, reflecting on the changes that had taken place. Usually he could deal him a crushing defeat blindly. This boy's chess maneuvers suddenly became so astonishing and dreamlike that she lost 3 games in a row. Usually he would freeze as soon as his mother started talking and couldn't utter a word. But now he listened to all her grumbling with a smile. Previously, 2 or 3 spoken words were enough to frighten my brother so that he could not answer anything. But today, it was as if he was possessed by the god of war. Now he destroys the source even before the war begins with just a couple of unsalted, insipid phrases, forcing her to shut up first. This sudden change in him was definitely due to love, the parents decided. But weren't these changes too great for a simple feeling? During a lecture on observation at a military school, Professor Cabrillo showed students an image of a badly damaged destroyer. One of the students exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as the destroyer Iron Eagle, one of the newest models in the Navy. Professor Cabrillo confirmed the student's guess and explained that this was indeed the Iron Eagle, which had taken off on its first flight. Seeing the bewilderment on the students' faces regarding the severe damage to the ship, he continued his story. The destroyer was one of those sent 6 months ago to explore the surroundings of Pluto. This event caused a real stir in the Federation, and all media outlets vied with each other to cover this story. And then this battleship appeared as a ghost ship and was clearly captured on camera in a random shoot. The professor announced that this is exactly what they would talk about today and showed new photographs. Mo Feng, who had been listening attentively to the lecture, was suddenly startled by a sudden realization. The traces of this decay seemed painfully familiar to him. They strongly reminded him of something from his terrible past. He frantically thought that they couldn't have appeared through wormholes, let alone a time tunnel. He remembered well that in war, any technology or equipment would also corrode and fail after some time. It looked like they were the ones causing the destruction in the photographs. But he couldn't be sure without seeing the ship with his own eyes. There were still 5 years left before the alien attack. But could it be considered that they had already discovered the existence of humans and were now trying to study them? Professor Cabrillo quipped that the student's expression indicated he had something to say and demanded he share his thoughts. The fat man whispered to his friend in horror that he knew he was a thorn in the professor's side, and even if he was distracted, he could at least pretend. The students around them began to whisper, recognizing Mo Feng as the same guy who had recently shamefully confessed to Zhou Zichen. Mo Feng stood up calmly and firmly told the professor that he considered all 3 proposed theories to be complete nonsense. An explosion of laughter and surprised exclamations erupted in the audience. The students couldn't believe their ears. Could he really be doubting the professor's own words, they whispered? Had he lost his mind after his failure? Professor Cabrillo was furious at such impudence and exclaimed that he really wanted to interfere with the lecture. The headmistress shook her head sadly, realizing that her friend was completely unable to stay out of trouble. Mo Feng began his speech by saying that although the primitive wormhole was destructive, the photograph showed signs of corrosion in the form. As for time tunnels, this is something from the realm of science fiction, and if this were the case, the degree of destruction of the hull would be greater. As you can see in picture number 6, the case even still has some performance and structural integrity, which contradicts the time-based theory. As for the mirage theory, it is more probable, but it is also incorrect, although it looks plausible at first glance. Professor Cabrillo noted with surprise that, based on various situations, the mirage theory actually appears to be the most plausible. He asked how Mo Feng himself explained this phenomenon. Mo Feng continued, pointing out important details that no one usually notices. Although it is impossible to say for sure, at least 99% of negative factors are present in this case. The professor listened to Mo Feng with admiration, noting to himself that his words seemed simple, but accurately pointed to the very essence of the problem. The students sarcastically remarked that Mo Feng shouldn't make people laugh. How could he know the complex theory of Regis's projection? The professor announced that he would return to this issue later, but now there is little time left, so it is time to move on to the next topic of the lecture. After the lecture, Professor Cabrillo approached Mo Feng and asked where he heard what he had just said in front of the entire audience. Mo Feng, in turn, asked the professor if he thought that some unknown creature lived on this ship. The professor responded irritably that the boy had only just begun to show his abilities and was again returning to empty fantasies. Mo Feng replied seriously that perhaps that was exactly how it was, but the professor advised him not to bother his head with these thoughts. Mo Feng looked thoughtfully after the professor, thinking that it was quite difficult for people to imagine an alien invasion. It is unknown where exactly the aliens came from in his timeline. Perhaps they created wormholes leading directly to the solar system. Is it possible that a greeting sent by humans to the universe once helped aliens determine the exact coordinates of the Earth and begin an invasion? The headman distracted him from his thoughts, telling him to calm down and not bother the professor with his theories. In the student dining hall of the Dragon Letter School, Fatso watched in amazement as his friend devoured enormous portions of food. He asked if his brother was still eating away his sorrows and warned that he could go broke on food. The village headman, who was sitting nearby, watched Mo Feng with interest and was surprised at how much he could fit in, since he ate 3 times as much. Mo Feng calmly explained that his training volume had simply tripled recently, and his body required a lot of calories. Mo Feng's gaze fell on Zhou Zichen, and he thoughtfully said her name to himself. Zikin, so it's her, he thought, watching the girl. Although she is only a third-year student, her authority at the School of Dragon Letters is very high among the students and teachers. She is said to be in the top 10 of the EM rankings in the entire Earth Federation and has over 2,000 points. Zhou Zichen politely asked if she could sit there, addressing Mo Feng and his friend. The students around them began to whisper, anticipating an interesting development, when Zhou Zichen headed straight for Mo Feng's table. Mo Feng calmly asked Fatty to give up his seat to the younger one, and he, albeit reluctantly. Everyone sat and ate their lunch in silence until Zhou Zichen decided to start a conversation first, simply asking how the boys were doing. Elder Sun Xiaorui asked Zhou Zichen what exactly they had discussed, and she explained that she would need the cooperation of the groups. The fat man, wanting to prove himself, intervened in the conversation, declaring that it would be better for him to tell since something similar had happened just recently. He started to tell his story, but Zhou Zichen abruptly cut him off, saying that all these theories were not worth discussing, and she objected. Sun Xiaorui called for silence, threatening that if they did not substantiate their words, they would be removed immediately. She scolded Zhang Wuli to stop making up stories and remarked that men could even forget a woman's last name when they saw her. Zhou Zichen suddenly stood up for the fat man, saying that she thought the elder's words made perfect sense. She explained that over the years, many Earth and Moon ships have crashed under mysterious circumstances. It's just that the benefits of traveling through the stars excite the minds too much, so there will always be someone who will rush into the attack, regardless of the risks. She expressed surprise that the elder was studying such specialized and complex teachings. This was worthy of respect. The fat man stared at her in shock, exclaiming, "Younger, what an actress, to change position so suddenly." Zhou Zichen and the headman asked each other if they had already seen the video of the walkthrough and made some guesses. The fat man approached Zhou Zichen, knowing of her many connections in high circles, and asked if she by any chance knew who this genius was. This guy is definitely some kind of pervert since he treats himself so cruelly, putting a 100% sense of pain. Zhou Zichen apologized politely, but firmly stated that she could not answer their questions. She explained that it was possible, but unlikely, since she had dealt with people in the top 20 and knew their style well. The style of this mysterious man is completely different from the style of any of them. It is unique and inimitable. However, trials and real pain are very different from each other and cannot be compared directly. The fat man looked reproachfully at his friend and kicked him under the table. He noticed that there was such a beautiful girl sitting next to them, and how appropriate was it for him to be eating food so carefree. Zhou Zichen made a proposal to Mo Feng, saying that if the elder was not busy during the day, they could train together. She added, suggesting that since this was mutual training, why don't the elder Mo Feng and the fat man go with them together? The hero hesitated and wanted to say that he had things to do during the day and that he needed to earn points in the afternoon. However, his friend did not let him do this, saying that no problem, then they would get together at 2 o'clock, as agreed. The fat man looked at his brother with hope and asked if he would go with him and could surely spare some of his precious time. He didn't understand why he was reluctant to go to training with such a beautiful girl. Mo Feng firmly replied that he had his own important plans after dinner, so let them go without him, and in any case, he did not agree. The fat man exclaimed that this would not do. His brother could not put off his affairs forever when such an important acquaintance was at stake. After all, the younger one knows him, and if he doesn't go with him, he won't be able to go either, and everything will fall through. Mo Feng remained adamant and replied that he couldn't help in any way. He had his own training, and it was more important. Then the guy resorted to extreme measures, threatening that if he didn't go, he would put his underwear on his head and go out into the corridor like that. The fat man added that he would post on the campus's local network that they were two homosexuals. He also noted to himself that he only needed to get to know Zhou Zichen better. Who knows? Maybe by the end of the semester, he'll already be dating some undergrad if everything goes well. The fat man, realizing that things were getting serious, began to plead with Brother Feng. Mo Feng gave in to his friend's pressure and said that he was taken, but he should just stop this nonsense. The fat man joyfully exclaimed that he knew his friend would not abandon him, to which Mo Feng ordered him to leave him alone and keep at least a meter away. Mo Feng noted that if this change allowed the muscles to run more muscularly and those who were born learned, that would also be worthy of attention. On the landing, Sun Xiaorui greeted the latecomers with reproach, exclaiming that Mo Feng and Fatty Lei were late. The fat man replied carelessly that the headman would never find a boyfriend if he was constantly grumbling and picking on little things. Zhou Zichen smiled and suggested that Senior Mo Feng and Senior Pan fire a few warm-up shots to get their muscles moving. The fat man was embarrassed and said that he couldn't, but Zhou Zichen encouraged him, telling him not to be shy and to show what he could do. The girls were surprised and asked who this Lulu was. The hero sheepishly explained that it was a mantra, something like self-hypnosis. The fat man was noticeably nervous, but he gathered his courage and fired several shots. Sun Xiaorui approvingly remarked that Senior Pan was indeed good at this. He was a good fellow. Zhou Zichen repeated, "Fatty Lei, keep it up," and told him to keep it up. Zhou Zichen suggested that they should also show off their skills, and Mo Feng nodded in agreement, accepting the challenge. It was Mo Feng's turn, and Zhou Zichen watched him with interest, waiting for his actions. She thought about the fact that he was a close combat fighter, and even if he fought in close combat, he should have the technique of fighting at a distance. This isn't the age of bladed weapons, she thought, and wondered if he was going to chop with his sword instead of shooting. Elder Zhuang looked at Mo Feng with disdain and sarcastically remarked that not being able to even shoot a pistol was simply a disgrace. Mo Feng calmly replied that Senior Zhuang was right, and in the future he would definitely make more efforts to correct this shortcoming. Elder Zhuang exclaimed in irritation that he was boring and turned to Mo Feng to ask whether he was a man or not to endure insults like that. Sun Xiaorui intervened, asking if Elder Zhuang was asking for trouble with his behavior. The elder tried to justify himself by saying that she was his friend, but Sun Xiaorui abruptly cut him off, demanding that he address her by her first name. Elder Zhuang tried to soften the situation and turned to Sun Xiaorui, telling her not to be angry. That was not what he meant at all. Li William disdainfully remarked that Mo Feng was just a shield that Zhou Zichen was using as cover. He made a proposal to Zhou Zichen, saying that he was completely free this afternoon and could practice. Mo Feng thought with annoyance that he knew he shouldn't have come here. He didn't have time to bother with all this. Li William approached the fat man, advising him to lose weight, looking at him with a smile. Because if he ends up in the army with a body like that, he'll only be a cook there, not a fighter. Mo Feng turned to Senior Li, saying that he was trying for his own good, and even he was not competent enough to be a partner for Zichen. He explained that there was no need to force her, because if he was not at least on the same level as her, he would only drag her down, preventing her from developing. Li William was indignant, asking if Mo Feng wanted to say that he was not good enough, and since when did he become so boastful? The surrounding students whispered disapprovingly, discussing Mo Feng's behavior. They said that he was a real show-off, and that he had forgotten all about it, since the elder William had scored 1,900 points. Mo Feng will be able to collect at least half of this to have the right to vote. Sun Xiaorui exclaimed anxiously that this test was the most difficult one here and warned him to be careful. The observers looked at the frozen Mo Feng in bewilderment, wondering why he had frozen and not fired. They urged him to hurry and not waste time. Li William watched the proceedings with disdain and smirked, telling him to relax. The main character himself did not listen to anyone. He was confident in his own strength. Closing his eyes, he asked himself to calm down, assuring himself that this would be enough. The people around looked at each other in surprise, asking what was going on, because this was level A, the most difficult shooting exercise. When Mo Feng finished shooting, everyone was shocked. He hit all the targets, and every one of them was in the top 10, which seemed simply unbelievable. Mo Feng modestly remarked that he was not yet very skilled in this and needed more time to observe. Li William, hiding his irritation, muttered through his teeth that he was an accurate shooter and that he should continue to try. He turned to Zichen, saying that he had some business to attend to and needed to return, promising to contact her later, and then hastily retreated. Mo Feng thanked everyone for their support with a slight smile, saying that he would remember this praise for the rest of his life, no matter what it took. The village headman looked at Zichen with confusion, who smiled at everything the protagonist said. The fat man exclaimed with delight that now he would be his real brother, to which Mo Feng asked ironically, who was he before? The fat man honestly admitted that before he was just a man older than him, at whose expense one could treat oneself in the canteen. The fat man turned to his friend with hope, asking him if he didn't think he was completely stupid to teach him to shoot as well as he did. Mo Feng philosophically remarked that even if he was stupid, there would be very few people in this world who could be considered smart. He explained that this pinpoint shooting from an incorrect position and special effects was originally invented by the fat man himself. In the girls' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, Zhou Zichen reflected on what had happened. At first, Mo Feng seemed like a frivolous and constantly worried person to her, especially in front of her, which caused irritation. But lately he has become so reserved and self-confident that it could not help but surprise. Mo Xiaoxing had previously complained to her about her brother's incompetence, but today's shooting showed something completely different. It was really because of his great hidden talent, she wondered. Although according to Mo Xiaoxing, he shouldn't be that good. His pistol shooting style today was unusually beautiful and elegant, as if he had been doing this all his life. Perhaps he really could join Zhou Zichen and become a worthy training partner, the headmistress admitted. Mo Feng approached Sun Xiaorui with an unusual request. Well, he had to come up with such a stupid reason, he chuckled to himself. The main character asked for a vacation because he had a stomach ache. Sun Xiaorui asked ironically if he had the same problem every month as the girl. Mo Feng remembered how at the Battle of Sun Lake, Sun Xiaorui's battleship was responsible for supporting the troops, but it was lost. Mo Feng bitterly realized that Sun Xiaorui had died in that terrible battle because of him. If the past him had not been so lazy, untalented, and willful, wasting time on trifles instead of training, everything could have turned out differently. He felt that he did not deserve her sacrifice, and this feeling of guilt lay like a heavy burden on his heart, giving him no peace day or night. Suddenly, Mo Feng screamed as a sharp pain pierced his entire body and clutched his chest. Mo Feng looked at the strange mark that appeared on his body in surprise, not understanding what it was or where it came from. He tried to understand when this sign appeared and why he had not noticed it before, because he clearly remembered that nothing like this had happened. It looked like a tattoo, but felt like some kind of soft metal, shimmering strangely as it moved. This is not a hallucination, but something completely inexplicable from the point of view of common sense, Mo Feng thought. Aren't there too many unexplained phenomena happening lately, starting with his return and ending with this sign? The fat man called out to his friend with alarm, asking if he had fallen, and was about to call an ambulance at 120. Mo Feng quickly stopped him, saying that everything was fine and that he couldn't let the fat man know about this sign, lest he raise questions. He changed the subject and asked if the fat man was sure he wanted to learn shooting for real. The fat man enthusiastically confirmed that of course he wanted to, and Mo Feng nodded approvingly, agreeing to help. The next day, on the sports ground, the fat man was falling off his feet from fatigue and begged his brother to give him a rest. Mo Feng was adamant and ordered him to continue running, threatening that if he complained, he would add 10 more laps on top. The fat man pleaded in despair, saying that he was already beginning to regret his decision, and it would be better if he continued to watch Space Beauties. Mo Feng encouraged the fat man, shouting at him to push harder, because this was all to stimulate his genetic strength, which was necessary for survival. It would be safer in the future if he became stronger and more resilient now, Mo Feng reasoned. Now, after returning to the past, he must find a way to prevent the impending disaster. 3 hours later, the fat man lay on the ground, barely breathing, and complained that he really couldn't take it anymore. His whole body was in unbearable pain. Mo Feng told Fatty to rest while he ran another 30 laps and then returned to him. These two are pulling the tires again, and this has been going on for several days. Students passing by whispered. Not bad, he's gotten pretty good at it these past few days, Mo Feng encouraged the fat man. Mo Feng enthusiastically promised Wu Lei that if he maintained this motivation, then 10 more laps and they would go eat meat. In the dining hall in the northern district of the Dragon Letter School, the cook asked what exactly the two of them would be eating. Meat, they answered in chorus. Mo Feng ordered chops and added that he would take everything they had, including pork, beef, lamb, and chicken, looking forward to a hearty dinner. Imagine the disappointment of the other students when they discovered that there was almost no meat left. The fat man watched his friend with satisfaction and thought to himself that Brother Feng seemed to have truly returned to the righteous path. However, he noted to himself that Mo Feng spent almost all of his time training and watching current news. Meanwhile, Mo Feng analyzed the available information and made important conclusions. If we were to generalize everything that is known about aliens and people, we could only make 2 assumptions, he thought to himself. Firstly, the aliens and the people of the moon are not connected in any way, and this can be proven by the fact that they also suffered huge losses during the war. The alien attacks were chaotic and random, so it is possible that the aliens have some kind of precognitive ability. That is, there is a possibility that there are more advanced aliens whose existence had not yet been discovered by humans at that time. In these circumstances, he must get as close to the leadership as possible so that his words carry weight. In that case, the moon must have had a way to make the service easier, but the Earth did not provide the lunar troops with the necessary information. The Earth will be left without the support of the Lunar Air Force. Its army will be quickly destroyed by superior enemy forces. As for how they would diminish the affairs of the service, it was beyond his imagination. In this case, the moon and its troops will have access to information, and not to information received by the Earth's leadership. The situation is quite complex, and both of these assumptions have their own shortcomings and limitations that need to be taken into account. Mo Feng took a deep breath and thought that he needed to somehow let off all the steam and relieve the tension that had accumulated over the past few days. The fat man, noticing his friend's condition, with a sly smile offered to lend him his hard drive with photos or to search for something on the internet. Mo Feng was indignant, exclaiming what he was thinking about, and ordered him to finish eating quickly, because after eating they would be lifting weights. Mo Feng said that he would go to the EM building, and the guy could lie down and rest for now. The fat man groaned that he really couldn't take it anymore. He already had 458 points, Mo Feng thought as he headed towards the building. But he still needed to work hard to reach his goal. It was a voluntarily lively evening, he noted to himself as he entered the EM building and looked at his smartphone. In the EM battle simulator, a thrilling duel took place on the virtual battlefield in the city of Zhou Zichen. She was up against Andrew from the Pacific Military Academy, who was ranked 9th. The system announced the start of the EM total battle, and the fighters prepared for the fight. The shootout in the city was escalating with renewed vigor, and both participants were acknowledged gun experts. Zhou Zichen was strong in her sniping, and her surprise attacks could catch the enemy off guard at any moment. As for her opponent, Andrew, he was an excellent wielder of 2 pistols at the same time, creating a barrage of fire. As a true fan of North American cowboys, he chose a 9th-generation Eagle Promboy with impressive firepower. Despite its apparent simplicity, the Promboy Eagle had more significant firepower than the Hoban. It was the most popular pistol in North America and could even be called legendary among amateurs. Although Zhou Zichen was ranked higher than Andrew, the matches could not be determined solely by ranking. It was necessary to pay attention to the condition of the people, the situation during the battle, and a number of other situational factors. His pistols had too high a rate of fire, and Zhou Zichen knew that her situation could be extremely unfavorable. She frantically searched for a way out of the situation, realizing that something needed to change. At the critical moment, Zhou Zichen was annoyed to discover that she had run out of ammo and was defenseless against the enemy. However, she saw this as her chance to turn the tide of the fight if she could get closer. Just a little more, and everything could have ended in her defeat, which was to be expected from an opponent ranked 5th. But the enemy managed to get close enough and prepare for a counterattack without losing hope of victory. The girl exclaimed in surprise, asking where he was rushing to in such a hurry, and tried to increase the pressure, not giving him time to come to his senses. The spectators watched the fighter's every move with tension. Everyone actively supported Jo Zichin, shouting her name and urging her not to give up. They were outraged that this Andrew was too cruel and did not give her a minute of respite. Andrew was really very strong. He attacked again and again. The girl did not have time to come to her senses. One such attack did land on the girl. She didn't have time to dodge, but she wasn't in a hurry to give up either. The crowd continued to stand and cheer, supporting Jo Zichin. However, the protagonist was forced to admit that no matter how annoying it was, Jo Zichin was about to lose this fight. Jo Zichin did have some good swordsmanship skills in close combat, but she was facing Andrew, a true master of combat. At first glance, it might seem that he is not a fan of recognizing any particular weapon, but in fact, it is the opposite. With such skilled hands, it is much easier to focus on the weapon's features and take advantage of its advantages. It was obvious that he was unfamiliar with Jo Zichin's sword technique. Most likely, he had studied and analyzed it well before the battle. Recently, the protagonist needed a textbook to teach Wu Lei how to shoot, and he decided to use battle footage as visual aid. In fact, he himself had learned some techniques from Wu Lei, but there were still some differences in their styles, and this had to be taken into account. He wondered, looking at the inscription, how the level designers came up with such a strange name. While each level has its own unique features, this name is certainly not flattering and even frightening. An atmosphere of intense work reigned in the dormitory of the journalism faculty of the Draconian Letters School. Marco Polo observed the coordinated actions of his comrades. The 12th group was resting, while the 13th was taking over. All these commands were carried out without delay, as if during a military exercise. According to Marco Polo's analysis, the mysterious man was bound to appear again, and he had no doubt in his conclusions. He reasoned that if this guy just wanted to become famous, he would have announced his achievement on every possible platform long ago. Since he didn't do this, it means that he either doesn't care about fame at all, or he is deliberately hiding his true powers. It is for this reason that Marco Polo organized constant surveillance of all popular areas and exercises. He explained to his comrades that as soon as someone entered one of these exercises, their observation points immediately began recording. Suddenly, a familiar name appeared on the screen: dizziness. Marco Polo wondered if this wasn't the same low-level exercise that only beginners taking their first steps were interested in. Why is this student taking it anonymously if there is nothing to hide? Although there were plenty of anonymous students with a similar build, so one could not be 100% sure. Paired Hubens, he read the name of the pistols the hero had chosen. What kind of drug addiction was he planning this time? Marco Polo was surprised. This guy had compacted the Hubens so much that it was beyond normal logic. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was calmly thinking about his weapon tuning. He felt that the tuning of the normal version of the Huben was too weak. It doesn't produce the required power, so he tightened the parameters to achieve the desired effect. This way, he could deal damage continuously without wasting precious time reloading, he explained to himself. Observers in the studio commented with horror that the recoil would be so monstrous that the shooter would be thrown back immediately after the first shot. It can't be. His tuning method is not at all ordinary. Marco Polo was surprised, watching what was happening on the screen. Of course, for an expert this is a common thing, but you still need to reach this level of skill and have the appropriate training. Marco Polo made an important request to the teacher Saipan to start a live broadcast to the school. Marco Polo began to fervently convince his teacher that he simply did not trust his professional intuition, but that he was absolutely confident in himself. Teacher Saipan agreed to give him a chance, but sternly warned that if the broadcast was boring and uninteresting, he would give him a C-. The live broadcast began, and the presenter solemnly announced that a spectacular battle from a student was now on air. However, seeing that something boring and dizzying was being broadcast, viewers were outraged, asking what the hell was this? The audience thought they would be watching a fight between some famous stars. But this was apparently just a bad joke, they commented with disappointment. This guy even pretends that the writer is tuning his instruments, a real show-off. They laughed at Marco Polo. Judging by his tuning method, he was quite experienced, the girls admitted, noticing Mo Feng's confident and polished movements. The mentor was furious that the stranger had chosen to go through dizziness and mentally cursed him. The broadcast had already begun, and there was absolutely nowhere to retreat, no matter how much he regretted his rash decision. Viewers began to leave the show one by one, believing that it was just boring basics and that they would rather go watch an interesting film in the dorm. Jo Zichin regretfully thought that their views were too superficial. They don't see the full depth of what's happening, and therefore won't appreciate his brilliant plan. Time was flying by, and the numbers on the phone screen were flashing, counting down the last seconds until the real action began. The audience continued to yawn and complain of boredom, claiming that nothing unusual was happening. Marco Polo was terrified that his dream of an A+ would be shattered by this failure, and everything was not going according to plan. At this moment, Jo Zichin, who was watching the broadcast with her friend, suddenly spoke to her excitedly. She asked if her friend felt the same way, because this person and his experience of dizziness was completely different from other people's. With excitement in her voice, she pointed to the screen. What was happening there was completely different from the usual way this exercise was played. New frames flashed on the screen, and attentive viewers noticed something unusual. Judging by the fighter's movements, he was already a first-class marksman, and this was becoming obvious even to newcomers. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was carefully analyzing the situation at the level. Zhu Zichen noted to herself that at 100% difficulty, there should only be 2 shooters here, and there shouldn't be any camouflage effect. The appearance of camouflaged shooters greatly irritated the hero, but he understood that he could not waste time on them now. Everyone understood that they needed to focus on the main goal of the passage. Time was running out, and the audience gradually began to show interest in what was happening. Some were already rejoicing, noting the fighter's rather accurate and confident shooting. But the enemy was no slouch either. His laser beams also hit the target right on target. However, for those who were expecting a truly spectacular spectacle, it still wasn't impressive enough. No matter how much they checked the system settings, it became obvious that this was definitely not ordinary dizziness, but something else. Although the level's name matched the standard one, even experienced observers noted that the difficulty of what was happening seemed terrifying. It wasn't just about accurate shooting and high precision. This fighter managed to maintain a frightening hit rate despite having to constantly adjust to speed. Suddenly, a new obstacle appeared on the screen. The hostage was a figure that could not be attacked under any circumstances. Zhu Zichen, watching the scene unfold, admitted to herself that she might have been able to react properly, but her pace would have slowed down. This situation was a real headache, since even stopping for a rest led to a dead end. Someone from the audience noticed that this guy was quite lively and had high shooting accuracy. Another viewer noticed that Sun Xiaorui and Zhou Zichen were also watching the proceedings with particular interest. A dash of 6 or 7 meters should have given him the opportunity to rest and catch his breath. But this man had no intention of stopping. The next wave of enemies is already approaching, and he's not even out of breath. Zhou Zichen was amazed by his incredible endurance and wondered if he even had a human body and whether he needed rest. Something happened then that made everyone freeze in complete amazement. Someone in the audience exclaimed in shock, not believing their eyes, recognizing the weapon that appeared on the screen. The guy left it for the very end so as not to use it immediately in vain. He decided to run away at a distance so as not to shoot his powerful weapon at point-blank range. The girls, who were watching the main character the whole time, could not understand what kind of shooting technique this was. It was an 8-barrel, high-explosive fragmentation large-caliber machine gun, the Patu Raptor. It possessed the highest firepower in the entire Earth Federation. Only elite special forces units use such weapons. Something so incredible unfolded on the screen that the audience was completely speechless. One of them exclaimed in complete amazement that this was definitely not just simple dizziness, but some kind of hellish meat grinder created for torture. An ordinary person could never pass such a test. It is simply not meant for mortals. Under such intense barrage fire, even a small team of elite fighters would be destroyed, let alone a lone shooter. Finally, something truly interesting was starting to happen. The audience noted with enthusiasm, forgetting about their recent boredom. The system has already started counting down the time until the test is completed. Frisbee flying targets fell from the sky, and if they were not hit before they hit the ground, the test was immediately counted as failed. Someone in the audience realized with horror that this seemed to be the end. As soon as the flying targets touched the ground, the test was immediately stopped. And what could be done here, they wondered. Zhu Zichen wondered if it was possible to break through all this barrage of barrage fire and still manage to hit all the targets. This was definitely a failure, they thought in despair, seeing no possibility of a successful conclusion. Mo Feng, meanwhile, noticed a temporary blind spot in the defense and realized that he had made it just in time. He decided it was time to end this protracted test and move on to the final phase. Time continued to tick away inexorably when something unusual happened. One of the attentive observers noticed that the bullet fired by Mo Feng changed direction strangely in flight. It flew in an arc around the gun mount and hit the gunner directly in the back, causing a chain reaction. This trick reminded the audience of a scene from a famous movie, and they immediately understood where this technique came from. It was the same feeling as last time, Marco Polo realized as he watched the broadcast. The mysterious man appeared again and did incredible things. Marco Polo was beside himself with surprise. His mouth was open and his eyes were wide open. At the North American school, spectators commented on the proceedings, noting that the test required rapid fire. Of course, the expert was able to get through the madness that just happened on the screen. But with the appearance of so many flying targets immediately after, the human spirit will simply be broken by the ruthless machine. What can I say about a person? Something like this would bother even the most resilient robot, which was not designed for such overloads. Mo Feng continued his incredible shooting, methodically destroying one target after another. 8 more, 3 more, and the last one, he counted to himself without slowing down. When the last target was hit, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it was a miracle he hadn't gone blind from all those bright rays. He was again amazed that the level designer had no conscience at all to create such a test. But the task was completed. The system recorded the elapsed time as 1 minute 58 seconds. A message appeared on the screen congratulating you on activating the hidden success and achieving 100% difficulty. Mo Feng successfully completed the test at 120% difficulty, achieving the target grade of S++ rank. 120% difficulty. Does such a monstrous scale even exist in EM exercises, they wondered. Zhou Zichen watched what was happening and realized that this was something amazing. The head woman admitted to herself that the part that came at the end was clearly beyond her strength and capabilities. There was such a monster in this world now, and the thought made me feel both terrified and awe-inspired at the same time. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was thinking about his progress. In fact, he could have finished this test faster, but he didn't see the need. He remembered his past life and the war with the aliens. After their invasion, the so-called forgotten flies appeared. Terrible creatures. When they came into contact with a person or equipment, they would instantly drill a hole in them, causing irreversible damage. When they formed a group, they could only be dealt with using a flamethrower, burning out entire swarms. However, in the third year of the war, they underwent further changes, and they became immune to fire, which forced them to look for methods of combat. Mo Feng shook his head, driving away the dark memories. He decided that it was enough to look back to the past, because he was going to stop the war. In his case, the best result is finding and cutting off the roots of the aliens, destroying their source. Even if the war starts again, people won't be able to cope if the enemy is as strong as last time. The system unexpectedly delighted him with a pleasant message. Mo Feng had been awarded a whopping 300 points for completing the hidden level. He was glad that he had tried a little harder and that the extra points had come naturally, which was a great motivation to continue in the same spirit. He had to run, dinner was urgent, and he deserved a good portion of food today. It's time to treat yourself to something tasty after a grueling ordeal. At the cavalry school, Principal Morris was holding a meeting at a large table. He began to say that he was quite satisfied with the school team selected this time, when an excited subordinate burst into the office. He said that the rector needed to see this urgently, interrupting an important discussion. Someone present was indignant that this man was a complete idiot, and that it was very impolite to interrupt an important meeting like that without a reason. But when the recording of the S++ ranks appeared on the screen, everyone fell silent. Could it really be a fake? How could there be such a rating, they wondered. In a strategic laboratory in Central Europe, Dr. Calliston was conducting his research when he received a visitor. The doctor replied sharply that he didn't care who was in front of him and hoped that he really had something important. Otherwise, he would have to pay for wasting his time. The doctor clarified what exactly he was referring to. Autonomous shooting. At this time, the identity of this person has not yet been established, but they have already connected all their connections on the moon and Earth to search for him. Meanwhile, the fat man was in his room, engrossed in his Lulu figurine. He exclaimed that today he would pierce everyone with love, waving a toy gun. The protagonist was surprised that he really liked her that much, and asked if he had even completed his training quotas for today. The fat man replied nonchalantly that he had done it, and that it had not been that difficult. He added that his interlocutor simply had no taste, and therefore did not understand the world of anime and figurines. Mo Feng watched his friend and thought that Zhang Wulei was quite talented, even too talented. The technical tasks he set for him were far from easy, but he always managed to complete them on time. The next morning, the training continued with renewed vigor. Mo Feng encouraging the fat man, urging him to get up faster. During training, the main character told his friend to run more actively, assuring him that he would succeed. The fat man tried his best while his friend helped him in every possible way, including holding the barbell. When the training was finally over, he announced that it was powerful. It was time to finish and go have breakfast. In the cafeteria, one of the students ironically remarked that they were literally the reincarnation of a hungry Lao. They had eaten so much. Mo Feng turned to the fat man, noticing that he had already fully adapted to the previous volume of training, so it was time to increase it. The fat man asked in horror if his brother was joking, propping his chin up with his hand. The protagonist confirmed that they were indeed going to participate in the EM competition. Sun Xiaorui, who had come over, intervened in the conversation, saying that Fatty was simply too lazy, but that this could be corrected. The guy tried to laugh it off, saying that the headmistress was indeed a person with a big heart, but that he just shouldn't pay attention to her. The EM system has its own gradations, and the first starts with 500 points, the second with 800. The next distinction is at 1,600, and then comes the truly highest class, which includes their youngest, Sun Xiaorui. Sun Xiaorui promised Fatty that if he participated in the next EM competition, she would give him a Lulu figurine. The fat man gasped when he learned about the Galaxy series, which was released in a print run of only 99 copies worldwide. He couldn't believe that Sun Xiaorui could get his hands on such a rare item. The fat man's expression immediately changed, and he fervently assured the headman that the headman could be sure that the task would be completed at any cost. The girl said to hurry up and eat because Professor Zhou Yuge's tactical analysis class was about to start, and she couldn't be late. There was an unusual excitement in the auditorium of the Draconian Letters Military School. The professor was surprised to notice that 2 students were again in the back rows, apparently trying to take a nap during the lecture. However, today, quite a lot of people came to class, which was rare for an ordinary day. The fat man explained that the teacher was telling quite interesting things today, so it had become difficult to even fall asleep during his lectures. The students looked at each other in bewilderment, noticing the professor's unusual behavior. The professor enthusiastically announced that yesterday a real god had appeared in EM, and this event had shaken the entire system. He enthusiastically informed the students that in today's lesson they would be analyzing yesterday's performance of this god. Laughter and exclamations of disbelief erupted in the audience, and students asked what kind of god this was. The professor was surprised by their ignorance and explained that yesterday at EM they received an S++ grade, which everyone was talking about. The students were outraged at how they could even get an S++ grade and assumed it was a prank or someone's stupid joke. The professor noted that some students might have already seen this and had been unable to sleep well the previous night due to the impressions. But if someone hasn't seen it yet, that's okay. They'll watch it again together. A recording appeared on the screen and the professor continued his commentary. Even after watching the footage many times, he still experiences horrific shock from what he saw. The professor asked Sun Xiaorui what she thought about this. Sun Xiaorui replied that she was in the EM building yesterday and saw the live broadcast with her own eyes. But there were some things she couldn't explain. The professor approached Zhuangzhe with the same question. Zhuangzhe admitted that he had watched the recording 56 times and was about to lose confidence in himself. The fighter seemed so incredible to him. The professor noticed that the two students he had just interviewed had more than 1,600 points in EM. There were gasps of surprise in the audience. The students couldn't believe that people with such results existed. The professor announced that he would now allow himself to analyze everything from God's point of view and asked the students to listen carefully. The professor began a detailed analysis of shooting techniques. An accurate assessment of suppression occurs before the object moves. This is quite easy for an experienced fighter to do with one object. But when there are 10 of them at once, each with its own unique trajectory, it is more difficult. He asked who among those present could do this and suggested a show of hands. Then he made the task more difficult, and if you add interference in the form of sniper shots from behind, constantly changing position. The professor then suggested looking at hand position, shooting training, movements, and body adjustments. The students were amazed at how much detail there was in just one small moment, and now they realized how powerful it was. The professor continued his analysis, paying attention to how the fighter changed the flow lines, achieving maximum space savings. He assumed it was Vizh's enhanced combination fire, and although he wasn't entirely sure, it looked like the fighter had borrowed that particular method. The time required for a bullet to fly for a certain period of time can be defined as within a fixed range. This is Vizh's theory of shooting, and although it does not allow for such a large coverage of space, this man created an improved version of it. But the difficulty lies in the training itself, in how to force the body to adapt to these changes without bad consequences. However, the hit rate with these changes still remains at an exorbitant level. It became obvious that this greatly interested the fat man as a researcher. The protagonist thought that if he continued to be so engrossed in analysis, he would definitely wake up much earlier than usual. Next, the conversation turned to arc shooting, which countless people are crazy about. Under heavy machine gun fire and limited in both terrain and time, the soldier fired an incomprehensible shot. Of course, it has happened that some fighters have done this by accident, and that is why major schools study the chances of its feasibility. But this man did it easily, and what's more, he shot as if he had been used to it since childhood. The professor said he could not believe that such a shot straight to the head was an accident. And also, regarding his use of blind shooting, he dared to say that no more than 10 people were able to achieve such a level. But the coolest thing here is far from the arc and blind shooting, the professor said. His final move is 100 times more difficult than the arc shooting technique, which is why he was called a god. There was a noise in the audience. The fat man exclaimed with admiration that this anonymous person was simply amazing. One person was equal in strength to an entire team. The professor urged them not to lose heart and promised that there would be an explanation with shooting, and if they studied harder, they would definitely succeed. Mo Feng, meanwhile, was thinking about this man's destructive ability. As he was destroying those flying targets, he felt something familiar that was bothering him. If you think about it after the professor's analysis, it became scary for him. After all, during one of the battles on the battlefield of Mars, they encountered an attack by a group of flying alien species. Suddenly, Mo Feng felt a sharp pain, even more intense than last time. What the hell was happening to his body? He thought in confusion. Are these scars trying to tell him something? The first time this happened was when he thought that Sun Xiaorui had died because of him. The second time happened now, when he thought that the attack method of the flying alien species was similar to the one that was in the EM test. They are trying to remind him of something, to point out something, he wondered. Since it all comes down to EM, he needs to speed up and get into the closed circle as quickly as possible to get more accurate information. Professor Zhuang, meanwhile, apologized for dragging out the lesson again, but the students assured him that it had been very interesting. The fat man wondered who this warrior was, who almost personified a god, and whether he would appear at these EM competitions. The student said that she needed to take something and asked the class monitor to go without her. Sun Xiaorui suggested having lunch together, and the fat man noticed that she had been paying too much attention to the guys lately. Then the girl asked if there were any problems, to which he replied in the negative. She then asked Mo Feng if he thought that mysterious man's shooting technique was similar to his own. Mo Feng jokingly stated that he was actually the mysterious man from the rumors, and would give them a chance if they tried to please him. Sun Xiaorui noted that Mo Feng had been doing quite well recently, clearly working hard, but she was afraid that he was becoming an easy target. Mo Feng assured that the commander's order would definitely be carried out, and admitted that, to be honest, he was usually not serious. The headman answered ironically that she would then wait until her friend became serious. Mo Feng remembered that in the future, Zhang Wulei was indeed at this level, although only if we take shooting techniques into account. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, they were discussing the news. The far north school had already begun conducting targeted simulation battles. It turns out that they silently acknowledged that one of the schools would have a lethal weapon and therefore decided to step up their preparations for the competition. The mysterious man was the talk of the town in the dining hall, and Mo Feng realized that they too should put more effort into the competition. He went into the library and immersed himself in studying literature on the topic of space and time. Mo Feng reflected on how much humanity had developed, how it had completely transformed the planet and begun to develop Mars. It is necessary to mention the key figure, Doctor of Sciences Saran da Vinci, who put forward the theory of curvature of flight. Over the past 2 centuries, their line has produced many talented individuals, all of whom have been leaders in the politics, economics, and military of the moon. It is thanks to them that the moon, despite its meager resources, was able to overtake the Earth in development. In the relationship between the moon and the Earth, she occupied a dominant position. By the way, the great scientist devoted the last 20 years of his life to the study of space and time. Mo Feng delved into the theory. It was impossible to create an environment suitable for this with the existing technology. But space had already given a hint. Everything inside disintegrates and regenerates, so when you get there, the body will be destroyed, but the spirit will continue to exist. Only with the presence of a particularly strong, extremely large spirit is it possible to move in an instant. During this period, stability of movement capabilities becomes practically meaningless. Although all this seemed reasonable, Mo Feng understood that there were still unresolved issues. For example, he had not contacted the black hole. Could the power of a nuclear explosion have created the possibility for him to return to his current self? At that time, he was very shocked by his failure in love, so everything here is logical. What has disappeared cannot appear again. Let's say he died in that time and space, so he was not resurrected. Of course, this is just a scientist's hypothesis, his proposed judgment about time, and he himself has never encountered anything like it. In the library, Zhou Zichen approached him and asked if he was also interested in this topic. Mo Feng replied that he was just skimming through. Zhou Zichen noted that his excessive modesty could be mistaken for arrogance, since he had been reading this book for over an hour. Mo Feng asked if she believed in the possibility of returning to the past. Zhou Zichen replied that she preferred to look to the future instead of thinking about the past. By the way, she added, she heard from Sun Xiaorui's sister that he was also going to participate in the EM competition. She invited him to practice this weekend and asked if he would like to join. Mo Feng wondered if he should still be acting as a cover, and what was the purpose of this invitation all of a sudden. Zhou Zichen explained that this was a request to her own, and not long ago she had caused him trouble, so she wanted to make amends. He had really been itching to get going lately, and Zhou Zichen was considered #1 in the Dragon Script School. Mo Feng continued his exploration that night, but he found nothing else the entire night. It seemed to him more and more that the defeat from the aliens was connected with the betrayal of people. At the end of the week, the Fat Man was delighted to receive a limited edition figurine that the headman had bought. Mo Feng said that he was going to train with Zhou Zichen this Saturday and invited the Fat Man to join him. The Fat Man flatly refused, declaring that he didn't want to be a third wheel. Besides, there was a group event of Lulu's fan club this Saturday, and he wanted to show off this figure there as soon as possible. Participants gathered at a special EM club training ground. Zhou Zichen greeted Mo Feng as he arrived, noting that he had actually come. The atmosphere at the EM special training arena was tense and full of anticipation of the upcoming fight. Zhou Zichen asked Mo Feng to wait a moment, explaining that she wanted to try another combination of strikes. Mo Feng easily agreed, not seeing any problem with it. Zhou Zichen was surprised to see that she didn't think he would come here so early, to which Mo Feng replied that it was a given. After all, it was necessary to prepare for sparring with her. The system announced the start of the projection of models, and both fighters took their positions in the arena. Mo Feng carefully watched Zhou Zichen's movements, noting to himself that she was truly an outstanding student representative. Zhou Zichen's genetic power had already reached a fairly good level, and her control was excellent. In her movements, she always left herself room for maneuver, and each of her movements was connected to the previous one, creating a chain of attacks and defenses. In this way, she ensured her own safety and at the same time increased her lethal force, which was already microcontrol at the highest level. Mo Feng understood that she was treating the training like a real battle, which was to be expected from the #1 of the Dragon Script School. Zhou Zichen, in turn, felt that Mo Feng could see right through her, as if he could read all her intentions. She noticed that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. In other words, he deliberately behaved stupidly in order to confuse the enemy and achieve victory. Mo Xueqing was right when she said that it was impossible for her brother to be so careless. Mo Feng asked in response whether it was bad and asked her opinion. Zhou Zichen warned that if you pretend for too long, you might forget your true tiger nature and lose yourself. She announced that she would conduct targeted joint training with Mo Feng before the EM competition. She expressed confidence that if he tried hard with his shooting, he would have every chance of making it to the second round. She then proposed an official match of 3 rounds, best of 2 wins. Mo Feng agreed and asked if she was sure, warning her that he always fought seriously, so there was no need to blame him for the consequences later. Mo Feng added that the only blow he had to endure with difficulty was the failure of his first confession. He offered a small bet that if he won, she would come to their house for dinner the next day, adding that his mother had been pestering him since her last visit. Zhou Zichen was surprised that that was all, and asked ironically if she was planning to become his girlfriend if he won. She replied that she wouldn't mind trying her uncle's cooking again and would make an allowance. If Mo Fung wins at least one round, he'll be considered a winner. But if he loses all three, he'll continue to be her shield for a while. In the arena, Zhou Zichen offered Mo Fung any weapon he wanted, stating that she didn't care. Mo Fung thought about the fact that the training weapons were not sharpened, but even so, they could still pose a significant danger. It's still better not to take a weapon, even if it's blunt. Since he was easy to get into trouble with, the protagonist thought it was the right decision. However, despite the decision he had made, the guy hesitated for a while, wondering if he was doing the right thing by fighting the girl. However, he still thought it over and announced that he would fight with his bare hands. Zhou Zichen defiantly replied that she understood and heard him. The girl was already ready to see where he got such confidence and arrogance from. She looked at her opponent today with a look full of hatred and severity. While the main character simply stood there, a powerful heat emanated from the girl. The fight began with a swift attack from Zhou Zichen. She used her signature technique, trying to seize the initiative from the first seconds and suppress her opponent with a series of quick strikes. Mo Fung, however, dodged her attacks with astonishing ease. He moved as if he knew her every move in advance. Even though she made sharp turns, Zhou Zichen was surprised to find that her attacks were ineffective, while Mo Fung's counterattacks were becoming increasingly dangerous. The first round ended with Mo Fung winning. Zhou Zichen couldn't believe she lost so quickly, but she pulled herself together. She knew that Mo Fung was truly strong, and her previous suspicions were confirmed. He was hiding his true abilities. The second round began with even more aggressive attacks from Zhou Zichen. She decided not to leave Mo Fung a second to think, attacking with a continuous stream of blows. Mo Fung, however, remained calm and collected, as if he was not in the heat of battle, but on a stroll. He used minimal movements to dodge, conserving energy and waiting for the right moment to counterattack. The score was now 2-0 in Mo Fung's favor, and Zhou Zichen rose from the floor, feeling a mixture of disappointment and respect for her opponent. Zhou Zichen had never felt anything like this before and couldn't even understand why she was losing to someone like Mo Fung. The moment he grabbed her leg, she had a strange sensation as if her opponent had disappeared, dissolved into space. Zhou Zichen admitted to herself that she had never been in such a humiliating situation before, and it caused her great inner turmoil. But she couldn't help but admit the obvious fact that Mo Fung was currently better than her in actual combat, and it was hard to dispute that. She replied that Elder Mo Fung had hidden his true abilities well all this time, pretending to be a simpleton, and now she had lost. Mo Fung noticed that the fight was not over yet, and since they had agreed on 3 rounds, no matter what the outcome, it needed to be finished. Zhou Zichen agreed to continue, but on one condition. This time she would use a weapon to even the odds. The atmosphere on the court instantly changed. Zhou Zichen brought her state of mind back into order in one short moment, taking control of her emotions. Mo Fung noted to himself that being able to consciously bring himself to such a calm state was truly a rarity. This was to be expected from Zhou Zichen, who was rightfully considered the best fighter in the school. Zhou Zichen asked her opponent for advice and to continue the fight, putting all her determination into these words. She was ready for a new round, armed and dangerous. The fight resumed with renewed vigor. Zhou Zichen completely blocked the direction of movement, giving Mo Fung no opportunity. However, until she could get into it, all her efforts remained in vain. Mo Fung dodged her attacks with astonishing ease, and the girl realized with annoyance that she still didn't have enough speed to reach him. She noticed the moment he landed after another jump and decided that this was her chance to deliver the decisive blow. This forward movement turned out to be fatal for her. She thought about it carefully. The onlookers whispered that the goddess had indeed trained her ultimate move, but Mo Fung was ready for it. The hero used 100 cuts on the acrylic coil, completely disorienting the opponent. Time was running out and the fight was coming to an end. Mo Fung, seeing Zhou Zichen's attempts to use her signature move, advised her not to practice this technique anymore. He explained that it would lead to nothing but death on a real battlefield, and that in a real fight, such pretentious techniques only get in the way. This advice sounded like a death sentence, especially when the protagonist knocked the weapon out of his rival's hands. This sentence instantly insulted her and her beloved technique, and she tried to strike again. Zhou Zichen felt that there was a deep truth in his words, based on the experience of real battles. The match ended with a score of 3-0 in favor of Mo Fung. He felt a little awkward that he might have gone a little overboard in the end, and he mentally apologized to the girl. Zhou Zichen was completely confused. She saw that the guy was feeling awkward. She had mastered the ultimate skill with such difficulty, and he had so easily and effortlessly repelled her signature move without even breaking a sweat. Although Zhou Zichen's hand-to-hand combat skills were not among the top 10 in the school, her overall rating was around 2,000 points. She couldn't understand how it all happened, why she lost with such a crushing score. Meanwhile, Mo Fung was scolding himself for having made a mistake again, and why he had fought the girl so harshly, even if there had been some sense in it. He admitted that this was an old bad habit of his, developed during the war years, and after all the years he had lived, he now lacked common sense. Zhou Zichen tried to find an excuse for her defeat, suggesting that Mo Fung was just lucky, or that she herself was out of shape. But she immediately rejected these thoughts, realizing that it sounded unconvincing. Mo Fung jokingly asked if she had gotten in his way on purpose, but Zhou Zichen firmly rejected this and demanded that they not change the topic. She insisted that she was in good shape today and gave it her all. Mo Feng calmly explained his position to her. He said that it was worth considering how grueling this technique actually was. As soon as she uses it, her attentiveness drops, and if she is being guarded by snipers at that moment, she will become mortally tired. Zhou Zichen thought about his words, but then suddenly changed the subject and asked what she should wear for dinner tomorrow. Mo Feng was slightly puzzled by this turn, but Zhou Zichen explained that this time everything would be more formal. Mo Feng thought about how she was so close now, pressing so tightly against him, and wondered if he was really just a shield for her. Sunday came, and Mo Feng's sister suggested that everyone have a snack, explaining that the main dishes would be ready later. Mo Xiuqing, returning home, was indignant that she was not being served properly, although she was also a member of the family. She stared at her brother and asked what kind of intoxicating potion he had given his sister to drink, so that she would agree to come visit them. She was also indignant at why he called this fat parasite who had already eaten all the rice that was in the house. Zhou Zichen quickly explained that everyone had misunderstood, and she had not come today to meet Mo Feng's parents. Mo Xiuqing was surprised that with her brother's abilities she could really lose, and she made a guess. Zhou Zichen assured everyone that it was not like that at all. She tried her best, but she didn't even feel like she could win. She asked Mo Feng if he had anything to say, as he had been in the school for 3 years already. She said that yesterday she looked through the best EM recordings from the last 10 years. But even after a thorough analysis, she did not find anyone. Mo Xiuqing jokingly remarked that her brother didn't look like an alien wearing a human skin mask, so she could keep asking questions. She demanded that Comrade Mo Feng answer seriously. Otherwise, he would be sent either to a military tribunal or to the lab for an autopsy. She then asked a tricky question about who saved her when she fell into the water at the age of 7. Mo Feng calmly replied that she was not 7, but 5 years old, and no one saved her because she already knew how to swim. Mo Xiuqing then asked when she first caught him secretly watching porn. She turned to the fat man with a question. She and her brother wear one pair of pants between them, and hadn't he noticed anything strange? The fat man simply replied that after his failure in love, his brother began to train hard, and that this was normal. Mo Feng interrupted this pointless conversation, noting that they had not gathered today to criticize him. Zhou Zichen intervened, saying that she had thought about what Mo Feng said yesterday and found some meaning in it. She acknowledged that hundreds of acrylic coil incisions are indeed full of problems and vulnerabilities. Mo Feng began to explain that in fact, as soon as this technique begins, it is already riddled with holes and vulnerabilities. Mo Xiuqing interrupted him, noticing that her brother was forgetting the main thing. 100 spiral cuts were happening too quickly. She threatened that if he continued to show off and brag, she would tell Mom that he was bullying Sister Zichen. Mo Feng explained that the speed of the knife was certainly quite important, but speed alone was not necessarily effective. It is much more important to find the right tempo, as tempo is what matters most in a fight. In cutting techniques, the swing is important, but in 100 spiral cuts it is too large, resulting in ordinary chopping strikes. However, in real battles, it is not so much brute force that is important, but rather technology and its details. And sometimes slowness and waiting help to achieve better results than mindless haste. Zhou Zichen looked at his demonstration with confusion, trying to understand what was happening with his speed. The fat man counted and got 48 cuts, 10 of which seemed to be interrupted, but in fact, were not. Mo Xiuqing stated that she now doubted again that Mo Feng was her brother. Mo Feng calmly replied that she shouldn't doubt him. He was her brother. But in fact, he had returned from the future. Mo Xiuqing was indignant and demanded that he stop talking nonsense, kicking the guy. The mother intervened and suggested that everyone should eat first and then calmly talk about anything. Mo Feng's mother treated Zhou Zichen hospitably, telling her not to be shy and to eat as much as she could. She served her guests stewed chicken with chestnuts, stewed sea cucumbers with leeks, praising the freshness of the rock bass. Zhou Zichen sheepishly thanked her for the treat, and her mother asked the girl with interest what such a good girl saw in their son. Mo Feng thought to himself with irony, was he really that bad in his parents' eyes that they doubted him even now? After dinner, while walking with Mo Feng, Zhou Zichen noticed that he seemed to love his family very much. Mo Feng was surprised and asked if this was not the case for all normal people. Zhou Zichen explained that she meant something completely different. Perhaps he himself had not paid attention to his gaze. She said he looked at his parents and sister with such tenderness and warmth that she felt as if he was ready to give his life. It was not the look of a bright young guy, but rather of a mature man who had experienced a lot in this life. Previously, on the contrary, he was characterized by youth, and he was a real prankster, sometimes even behaving very strangely in her presence. Zhou Zichen suggested that perhaps this was his way of expressing himself, and he behaved differently depending on the situation. Mo Feng was surprised and asked if this was serious. He wondered if girls liked this. Zhou Zichen thanked him for his warm welcome and said that she would see him next week. Mo Feng said goodbye and thought about his own business, awkwardly waving his hand after the departing car. Now that he thinks about it, he feels like Zhou Zichen's refusal in his previous life was the right thing to do. Left alone, Zhou Zichen thought about Mo Feng recently. His smile always had a trace of inexpressible sadness. Mo Feng, meanwhile, was thinking that although Zhou Zichen was inevitably attracted to him, he had to restrain himself now. He didn't want to cause more pain to those around him, and even if it couldn't be avoided, he would look at this world with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Central Intelligence Agency of the Earth Federation and in the meeting room of the EM Organizing Committee, passions were running high. Some of those present expressed outrage at the new selection rules, asking what they even meant. Another participant in the meeting called for an end to the shifting of blame and suggested getting down to business instead of empty accusations. General Marshall called everyone to order, reminding everyone that Luna had a very good reason for this, a plan to appoint the best fighters. This is an epical step for all of humanity, and the desire to block it is completely understandable. Although modifications were discovered on the Moon and Earth simultaneously, due to its radical nature, the Moon achieved greater results. General Guyu remarked that to face the truth, they had no escape route and they had to discuss the most important thing now. He proposed using a new selection method, since abilities are much more important than the EM score. General Rodlin countered that General Guyu's words were not supported by anything and that the progress in Asia was not entirely satisfactory. General Guyu called for a general consensus that the old method, which had no results, could not be used. After the meeting, the adjutant asked the general why he had not shown that recording. Then his words would have been a little more convincing. The general replied that today he needed protection, not exposure, and even if he showed it, the tension would not decrease. He leaves the decisive question for later, yet this young man gives the Earth hope, albeit small, but still. But will this top-class expert, capable of going up against Luna, be able to break out of the encirclement? It's hard to say where this boy will go, but a rising star is hard to hold back, and the plan seems perfect. However, the general still thought that among the 4 people there should be at least one talent from Earth. This was a problem that needed to be solved. A new week has begun, and the details of the EM competition have been announced. God was about to pull back the curtain, and this year's finale was held on the Moon. 128 of the best fighters from the 2 federations were to gather in the capital of the Moon, Casablanca, to fight for their honor. Today, the number of places in the EM competition was officially announced. The Earth Federation, 58, and the Lunar Federation, 70 places. In the Earth Federation, there are more than 10,000 students in total who have achieved a score of 800 EM points. If the quota of candidates is not filled after this, the second stage of selection will begin, the qualifying competition. Fighters with an EM above 1,600 points or who received an A rating in the trials will participate there. 1,600 EM points or an A grade, the students were surprised. Previously, Mofeng didn't see the point of this new selection, but now he understood that the selection didn't just guarantee basic combat effectiveness. There are fighters who are extremely strong in one particular discipline, and the new selection allows us to identify them. The school cafeteria was filled with a lively atmosphere, and Zhou Zichen happily waved her hand at Mofeng, inviting him to sit next to her. Sun Xiaorui was surprised to see that Mofeng could eat and joked that it was the only thing he was really good at. The fat man philosophically remarked that without food there would be no strength, and added that he had recently been working so hard with Brother Feng that he was completely starving. Sun Xiaorui reprimanded him, asking him to be more clear and not to hint at any strange things, but to simply say that he had been training. The conversation turned to the upcoming EM competition, and she suggested that Zhou Zichen would directly qualify for the finals. She mentioned that she herself had scored over 1,800 points and had A-level grades, so she should be eligible to participate. Sun Xiaorui suggested that it was unlikely that there would be more than 3 people with special recommendations. The protagonist, who was sitting nearby, tried to console the headman, advising him not to worry and to eat calmly. Mofeng remembered that in his previous life, Sun Xiaorui had performed brilliantly in the EM competition, breaking through all the obstacles. The girl noticed Mofeng's strange look, as if he was looking at her as if she was dying, and asked her not to be upset. She consoled her friend by saying that although she might not be able to qualify this time, she was able to achieve high scores and realize her potential. Zhou Zichen supported her, noting that Sister Xiaorui's words made sense, and with Mofeng's strength, he would definitely have a chance. Zhou Zichen explained that they had sparred over the weekend, and that Elder Mofeng had extraordinary close combat skills. Mofeng suddenly announced that he was actually planning to become the winner of the EM competition. Some student became indignant, asking if he would die if he didn't brag, and she noticed. She advised Xiaorui to just forget about him, because this guy should take care of himself. Wu Yiming turned to Sun Xiaorui, begging her to pay attention to him before he committed suicide out of grief. Sun Xiaorui urged everyone to stop causing trouble and turned to Wu Yiming, saying that she was giving him a chance. If he can get to the finals, she will become his girlfriend. Wu Yiming exclaimed that he stopped at 1,560 points. He admitted that he didn't deserve Sun Xiaorui, but he couldn't accept that Mofeng was much worse than him. He listed Mofeng's shortcomings. He is not as handsome as Wu Yiming. He has poor academic performance, he is unpopular, and besides, he is fat. His friends supported him, confirming that this was indeed the case, and advising his sister-in-law to accept Brother Ming's feelings. Mofeng watched Wu Yiming carefully, recalling his fate in his past life. This guy fought bravely as a captain of one of the squads during the battle on Mars. Wu Yiming noticed Mofeng's strange look and aggressively addressed him, asking what he was staring at and offering to go one-on-one. During an important battle, he could have retreated, but because all his team members were killed, he did not want to return alone. He activated a small nuclear bomb, blowing himself up along with the aliens. Mofeng remembered that from the beginning to the end, Wu Yiming had a special attraction to Sun Xiaorui, and this feeling led to his death. He promised to fight with one hand, and if Mo Feng lost, he would never approach Xiao Rui again. Wu Yimin thought that the guy's gaze was strange from the very beginning. It did not reflect anger or cowardice, but rather looked more like sympathy. Zhou Zichen intervened in the conversation, saying that Wu Yiming had misunderstood something. She said that the elder Mo Feng was her boyfriend. Wu Yiming's friends guessed that Mo Feng had used some low-class tricks to charm Zhou Zichen. They suggested that if that was the case, she just had to say the word and they would break all 3 of his legs. Li William made the remark that this was the dining room. He supported Wu Yiming and addressed Zhou Zichen, saying that there was no need for this game. He understands that now all her energy is directed at him. He suggested waiting until the end of the final and then have a good talk about the future. Wu Yiming could not resist and made a sarcastic remark, asking Li William who he was, Chairman Li, General Li, or Ship Commander Li. Zhou Zichen firmly told Elder Li that she had no obligation to explain the relationship between her and Mo Feng to him. Mo Feng added to his brother mentor Li that he hoped that in the future he would not hang around women. After all, he is a military man, and he should have at least a little fortitude. Mo Feng thought to himself that this Li William had fled alone during a major battle, leaving his people behind, but had never been court-martialed. Fortunately, he never succeeded with Zhou Zichen, otherwise Mo Feng would have simply lost his temper. Li William was indignant that he was the one circling around women, and reminded them that at least he had earned the right to participate in the qualifying competitions. He set a condition. If Mo Feng could achieve the same, then so be it. He would not bother Zhou Zichen anymore. Li William continued to mock him, saying that Mo Feng could only hide behind women's backs, and called him a cowardly woman. Mo Feng calmly stated that he would indeed not participate in the qualifying stage. Li William chuckled, saying that when he was strong enough to participate there, the pigs would learn to fly. Mo Feng objected that he didn't know about the pig, but he had plans to participate in the finals. These words caused shock among those present. Sun Xiaorui exclaimed that Mo Feng should think about what he was saying. This was no longer a joke. Li William asked dismissively if he had curled his lip. One of the students, in disbelief, exclaimed that this was impossible and stared in bewilderment at the notice of advancement to the finals. Did Mo Feng really qualify for the EM finals, but how? Li William wondered. Mo Feng calmly glanced around at the assembled group and asked with a touch of irony if they had seen enough. The fat man, supporting his friend, added that the guys, really, why are they standing there? There's nothing left to look at, and suggested that everyone disperse. Sun Xiaorui reproached Mo Feng, asking why he hid the fact that he had immediately qualified for the finals and did not tell them anything. Mo Feng justified himself by saying that he had just received the notification. Zhou Zichen congratulated the elder, noting that they would fight together. She thought that Mo Feng was clearly not at the top of the EM, even though she had experienced his strength in close combat that day. The fat man, having cleared his throat, admitted to the headman that he too had earned the right to participate in the qualifying competitions. Sun Xiaorui was surprised that a fat hikikomori who watches anime all day and always gets low grades made it to the preliminaries. A loud announcement was made in the dining hall for Zhou Zichen, Mo Feng, Li William, Zhuang Jie, Sun Xiaorui, and Zhang Wuli to report to the rector's office. There was also good news. Students Zhou Zichen and Mo Feng directly qualified for the finals, while the rest are participating in the qualifiers. Someone watching the group of friends exclaimed that everything turned out as he thought. A solemn atmosphere reigned in the rector's office, and Rector Wang Zhenyang looked around at the assembled students with satisfaction. He noted to himself that he thought there were only 2 promising talents in the school. But who would have thought that such a surprise awaited him? The most important thing is that 2 students from their school immediately advanced directly to the finals. One could only dream of such a thing. He addressed Zhou Zichen and Mo Feng, calling them the pride of the school, and expressed his hope that they would not act hastily. The rector urged them to strive to achieve the best results not only for themselves and the school, but for all Earthlings as a whole. During his training, Mo Feng regarded Wang Zhenyang as an incompetent bureaucrat who constantly smoothed over rough edges step by step. The rector, in turn, looked at Mo Feng with bewilderment, wondering what was wrong with this boy's aura. He immediately pulled himself together, deciding that he had already started to go crazy because he had been sitting in his office for too long. The rector then addressed the other students, saying that although they had made it to the qualifying competition, they should not take it lightly. This time, all the major schools will come out of their holes in droves, and we need to take the next competitions very seriously. After leaving the office, a lively discussion began among the students. Mo Xiuqing turned to her brother with delight, saying that she finally began to feel like he was her own. Mo Feng was indignant, asking if that was how one should talk to one's brother, and why she even thought that he might not be her biological brother. Mo Xiuqing retorted that there was no doubt about it given his abilities. Mo Feng turned to the fat man, urging him not to be cowardly either and to make sure to pass the qualifying competition. The fat man doubted it, saying that it was impossible and that getting into the qualifiers was his limit. Mo Feng countered, reminding him that the fat man was capable of getting an A+ grade for his shooting, and there was no way he wouldn't have a chance of passing the qualifiers. There were still a few days left before the official start of the group competition, and Mo Feng promised to train him. The fat man asked in horror if he would really have to get up early again. Mo Feng replied that he would not only get up early, but would also start living by training. The fat man reflected on the fact that he was able to achieve an A+ grade thanks to the recording of that mysterious man. In the Northern Library, Mo Fung immersed himself in studying the materials. He recalled that the first wave of strikes during the alien invasion was directed at major cities on the moon and Earth. He didn't know anything about it, but he couldn't believe that it was an accident. Judging by the materials that were currently available, he found out practically nothing. Mo Fung decided that he had enough for today. It was already late. He was about to leave, but suddenly noticed that someone was following him. He turned around abruptly, and the one who was following him lost sight of him. Then he quietly crept up to the guy and asked if they were looking for him. Marco Polo hesitated and replied that no, he simply suddenly had to pee. Mo Fung chuckled and said that lately he had always felt like someone was watching him, and now he understood why. He asked if his pursuer was from the Dragon Letters. Marco Polo tried to negotiate, offering to do without a fight. Mo Fung warned him that he had a bad character and demanded that he speak frankly. Marco Polo asked excitedly if he was the same anonymous person. Mo Fung asked again who the anonymous person was and wondered if it was a joke. Marco Polo, clearing his throat, explained that he meant the super strong man who received the S++ rating, and that was him. He added that it was obvious that it was Mo Fung, since no one previously unknown suddenly went straight to the finals. However, it cannot be said that many have achieved result S over the past 6 months. Mo Fung countered, saying that he had nothing to do with it. He did have an S rank, but he got it by fighting in close combat. Marco Polo did not believe it and insisted that his guess could not be wrong. There have been many big changes in the school recently, and he made a big splash with his recognition of Zhou Zichen. Mo Fung noted with interest that Marco Polo's story was quite interesting. Marco Polo smiled contentedly and added that he really had a very strong premonition. But this is compensated by his high IQ. He betrayed several people, among whom was Mo Fung. Mo Fung thought about how he could pinpoint the essence of the matter with only a large amount of scattered information. There are so many people who can reach him, he asked Marco Polo what his name was. Marco Polo proudly introduced himself as a genius from the journalism department and a man destined to become famous throughout the Federation. He was already anticipating receiving a confession from an anonymous source, which could be more ethical for a journalist. During the research of the alien race, an organization appeared for a time, the major of which was named Marco. He was rumored to have possessed a supernatural premonition and at one point publicly declared that he knew the origin of the aliens. Mo Fung addressed Marco Polo by name, admitting that he was indeed intelligent and his intuitive perception was also very accurate. However, later he shuddered, put his hand to his chest and groaned that it hurt again. Marco Polo, frightened, began to stutter and beg not to do anything bad to him, swearing that he could keep everything a secret. Mo Fung noted with a grim smile that Marco was a journalism student and should know that only the dead kept secrets. He suggested taking a look around, noticing that the situation here was not bad, and offered to choose a place where to bury him. Mo Fung thought about the fact that he didn't know why or how, but the gods still gave him a little guidance and he wasn't fighting alone. He asked Marco if he had any unfinished business. The guy asked if he was ever exposed. Could he tell everyone that he was the one who found out about it first? The hero said he was glad to meet him, noting that Marco's skills were truly incredible. He admitted that he thought he was hiding well, but Marco had exposed him so easily. Marco asked in surprise if he would kill him after all. Mo Fung grinned and replied, "Did he really think he was that stupid?" Marco Polo breathed a sigh of relief and noted that he had said from the very beginning that they were classmates. So why had Mo Fung intimidated him? Marco said he was looking at a man who wanted to get things done, and that the EM competitions this time were important for both federations. He guessed that Mo Fung was probably hoping to achieve lightning success and asked for permission to follow him. Although it would be a bit difficult to take first place, he promised that he would be very helpful. Since childhood, he has always had a premonition of strange things, and his ability to gather information and analyze the battle situation. Marco Polo, noticing his doubts, continued to fervently convince him that he could wash, cook, and dry socks. Mo Fung thought that he had been thinking about how to convince him to help, but it had just happened so wonderfully. He agreed, and said that now they had a secret that only the two of them knew. Marco Polo happily assured that he need not worry. Now he was all his. If he said east, he would never go west. Marco said goodbye, saying that it was already late and he was looking forward to the first instructions. Mo Fung wished him to be careful on the road. After seeing Marco off, Mo Fung thought about how fate itself seemed to be sending him strangers, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Returning to the dorm, the protagonist discovered that his neighbor had put his pants on again, so he angrily cursed at him. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhou Zichen was surrounded by her friends. One of them demanded that Zhou Zichen confess, because everyone already knew that this guy was so strong. Zhou Zichen calmly replied that she really didn't know about his talent until today, and simply asked him to cover for her. Her friends said that whether it was true or not, since she said she didn't need such a senior, they would take him for themselves. One of the students remembered that Mo Fung and Zhang Wulei were also studying in their group. Another confirmed that before this, it was two idiots who only dragged the group down. Sun Xiaorui said thoughtfully that she never thought Mo Fung and Zhang Wulei were completely hopeless. They just didn't put in the effort. Meanwhile, Mo Fung examined the strange scars on his body. The texture of the skin in this place was completely different. It was unlike anything else. After Marco joined, he became even more confident that the genetically modified soldiers really did have special genes. He knew that his predecessors had done much better research in this area, but ultimately it was because of the instability of the predictions. Since Marco may be invited to events in the future, his assistance may well become one of the strongholds. Mo Feng decided to take him with him to the moon to see what would happen. He thought about the upcoming finale. Even after his revival, he couldn't say with certainty that he would be able to win the final. The situation in EM was so tense this year. In war, one individual is too insignificant. That is the reality. Mo Feng was afraid that in his previous life, even in the late stages of the war on Mars, he was unable to face these three. But now he finally has the opportunity to test how good these three really are. Suddenly, Mo Feng felt a strong coldness piercing his entire body. He did not understand what was happening, but suddenly he caught a familiar smell. It was the smell of Mars. Could it all have been a dream and he himself was still on Mars? He wondered in panic. His whole body was real, and this is the exact place where he detonated the nuclear bomb. There was even a crater from the explosion left. Why was he still alive, he wondered. Pain pierced his body, and he cried out in surprise. What the hell is going on? Is this really some kind of entertainment for a god who first gave him hope and then took it all away? No, 3 strange scars remained on his body, he noticed, examining himself. A hallucination, a crossing of space, or some kind of special state, he thought feverishly. What on earth is going on here? Mo Feng thought in despair as he looked at the approaching aliens clearing the battlefield. The figure of one of the opponents rose before the protagonist's eyes, causing the guy to shudder. He woke up abruptly in his dorm room, breathing heavily and drenched in cold sweat. The fat man, seeing his condition, asked if everything was okay and noticed that his clothes were still not dry after washing. Mo Feng replied that it was okay. He would wear something else. Mo Feng thought that what the aliens had just done looked too realistic. He turned to Fatso with a firm request. He needs him in the final, so he absolutely must pass the qualifying rounds. The fat man nodded in agreement and replied that he would do everything as soon as his friend said so. The fat man looked at Mo Feng pleadingly, promising to return the clothes and asking him to be gentler. He complained that Brother Feng was being too cruel today and was probably doing it on purpose to torment him. Mo Feng remained adamant and refused to forgive him, reminding him that the fat man had already worn his things. The fat man offered to wash his socks for a whole week as compensation, but Mo Feng refused again. Mo Feng reminded his friend that he himself had said that they were brothers, and because of this, he did not want to resort to extreme measures. Zhang Wulei cried out in despair that it was useless to tell him anything. He was already tired to death. Mo Feng smiled slyly and noted that he had recently heard someone muttering in his sleep that he liked Sun Xiaorui and threatening to tell on him. The fat man instantly transformed and begged his brother not to do this, assuring him that it was a piece of cake for him to endure any training. Mo Feng thought about how every time he talked to Wu Lei on Mars, Wu Lei always intentionally or unintentionally asked about Xiaorui's affairs. Feng firmly stated that before the start of the selection process, the fat man must undergo his comprehensive training and must reach the finals. He asked if he wanted to embarrass himself in front of the headman and warned that if he shied away, he would ask her to discipline him. The fat man laughed nervously and asked if he was really talking in his sleep. Mo Feng replied that it didn't matter anymore since the fat man had already confessed. A week later, the EM qualifying competition began. The organizers announced the start and asked participants to quickly take their places. The qualifying matches were not broadcast to outsiders, so those waiting could only wait in the lobby for the results. Zhu Zichen noticed that she hadn't seen Mo Feng for a whole week, and although she thought that he would start to act more actively, this did not happen. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was thinking about how that strange dream hadn't appeared again this week, and it was becoming more and more convenient to use this body. He understood that he could not yet devote much time to communicating with his family and had to concentrate on the future. Zhu Zichen noted to herself that they hadn't been in contact for a whole week since joining the special training group. At first glance, the group hasn't changed at all this week, but in fact, there have been changes, and they are significant. Only these changes were not in appearance, but in character, as if they were reborn after getting into battle. Although Zhou Zichen had heard that success made a man shine, she felt that his shine was too intense. Half an hour later, the first results appeared. Someone dropped out in the first round, admitting that in terms of pure strength, he definitely wasn't losing. An hour later, news came about the second round. Li William was eliminated, and almost at the very beginning of the second round. He was indignant that he had come across an opponent from South America who was as ferocious as some kind of barbarian, and who simply dodged his attack. Li William insisted that it was obvious that there was no significant difference in strength between them. It was just a matter of self-hypnosis. Zhuangzhe had also dropped out. Sun Xiaorui and the fat man had not yet come out, and this was causing concern. Li William realized with bitterness that with this defeat, he could say he had failed the last stage of his final year at college. The start of the third round of the qualifying round was announced, and the protagonist and his companion awaited the next steps. Meanwhile, the fat man fought in the virtual arena, his fighting style, borrowed from anime, looking relatively pathetic. Although he had originally planned to lose on purpose, Brother Feng had threatened him with the headman, so it didn't matter what kind of devilry would come out in the end. The virtual battlefield for the qualifying round has completed loading, and the third round has been declared to have begun. Fatso's opponent turned out to be Chris Thompson, a renowned expert from the Alpha Military School in North America. He was ranked top 59 in EM and was also a close combat expert. Chris Thompson was surprised that a man with just over 800 points was able to reach the third round and would be fighting against him. He certainly couldn't have gotten here by luck alone, Chris thought. He looks pathetic because of his fat, but apparently he has a special individual ability. You need to be careful with him. Chris decided not to let him get close, but was amazed at the speed of his hands. He was surprised by the accuracy of this damn fat man's shooting, which was really very rare. The fat man understood that if the situation had not been so convenient for him, the enemy really could have finished him off right away. He was lucky that Chris wasn't moving fast enough. He threw knives, trying to reach his opponent, but Chris dodged and shouted where he was throwing them. In such terrain, complex burst fire techniques cannot be used. Every move Chris made gave Wulai a good opportunity to attack. He also understood perfectly well that if this continued, he would be crushed. Wooly gradually approached the wall to try to catch his opponent off guard. Then, noticing that the way was clear, the guy decided to start attacking with renewed vigor. A distance of just over 10 meters was not the best situation for the shooter, but the fat man hoped he could finish him off. Chris felt that victory was near and understood that there was no turning back. He could not fight in close combat with such an opponent. He used a feint to make the fat man shoot and thought he was caught. The fat man suddenly appeared next to him. Chris screamed in horror, realizing that he had lost. Wulai thought with annoyance how he wished he could be as light and agile as this jumping and leaping guy. He frantically searched for where he had disappeared to, realizing that there was nowhere left to retreat. He reached the very edge of the competition zone. At last, he discovered the enemy's hiding place and exclaimed triumphantly that he did not think he could hide from him behind the wall. The guy was sure that now he would get it from that bastard Chris, who was laughing at him so much. However, the next moment something unexpected happened, when the guy had already raised his hand over his opponent. The hero threw a powerful stream of force at his opponent. Chris did not expect this at all. Chris couldn't understand how this could have happened, how he could have hesitated at the crucial moment. He lost. His soul was torn apart. The guy still didn't believe what was happening. The system announced the winner of the third round of qualifiers, Zhang Wulai from the Dragon Script School. The fat man finally emerged from the arena and was greeted with cheers. Wooly modestly remarked that he was simply lucky and that he passed, and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Mofeng congratulated his friend with delight, saying that he knew the fat man could handle it. He added ironically that the sun always rises in the east. But here, one might say, the impossible happened. The sun actually rose from the west. Pigs must definitely learn to fly if even Fatty Zhang made it to the finals. Zhou Zichen suggested taking a short break today and celebrating this event together. The fat man continued to be modest, saying that he really hadn't done anything special. He had just been lucky. The rector proudly announced that for the first time in the history of their school, they had 4 finalists. Marco Polo greeted everyone enthusiastically, calling himself their loyal fan. He separately congratulated Senior Sun and Senior Zhang, wishing them good results in the competition, and offered to drink the glass. The fat man was touched by the fact that he was being called that for the first time, and felt incredibly happy. Mofeng turned to Marco, noting that although the greeting was good, let's pay attention to what they didn't know yet. Marco replied with a sly smile that the boss need not worry. As soon as he takes on a task, he immediately rushes into the biggest one. This time, in addition to its traditional significance, the EM competition has another special significance. Zhou Zichen was surprised and asked if he was sure it wasn't just gossip. Otherwise, why hadn't she heard anything about it? The main character explained that everyone here is his own, so he will speak directly. Although classmate Zichen has quite good information channels, there are things that are restricted at the government level. Zhou Zichen realized that he knew her capabilities. As a financial group, the Zhou family pays attention to all aspects of the news. Mofeng chuckled thoughtfully. Although in his past life, the news hadn't given any specifics as to why. He asked Marco to get to the main point. Marco continued that this time both they and Luna are quite energetic. The federations are doing everything possible. According to the latest data, both sides are strengthening their strongest cards. It goes without saying, but Luna's overall level is much higher, and in previous EMs they were leaders and took all the top 4 places. Zhou Zichen explained that it was about the swordsman in the novel and chided the fat man for watching too much anime. Luckily, there are only people here who are well known to us. If strangers heard this, they would probably doubt the level of EM. Marco continued the story of the 3 leaders of the moon, a man engaged in the arts, Alan Doyle, 21 years old. The holy celestial Chrissy da Vinci and the heavenly light Floys, in fact, little is known about them on Earth and even on the moon itself. Many people suspect that Alan is the same mysterious person who made a recording of a walkthrough on S++ some time ago. Zhang Wulai asked who would win, Alan or Floys. Zichen replied that at that level of strength, victory or defeat was a matter of probability. But if we were to simply compare, Floys was stronger. Mofeng wondered if he could be called a god, hoping to meet him to confirm it. Marco introduced another popular person, the generally recognized first beauty of the moon. One could even say the princess of the moon. They say that photographs and videos simply cannot convey all of her beauty, and anyone who knows her character cannot resist her. The fat man was sure that the younger Zichen and their headman were more beautiful than her, and these lunatics always love to brag. The headman put the fat man in his place, advising him to think before insulting someone. She spoke sternly to Mo Feng, telling him not to think that he would be able to fly after reaching the finals, and to behave decently. Marco continued his analysis. These three are essentially the strongest and are on a completely different level from the others. The style of fighting on the moon is not like on Earth. There they fight not for points, but for the sake of the battles themselves. The use of any established tactics is not typical for the people of the moon. They make their choice in the battle itself. Sun Xiaorui asked anxiously if Marco meant to say that they had no chance at all against them. Marco bitterly admitted that although these words were unpleasant to hear, that was the reality, and she thought that their top EMs understood this anyway. They had extensive combat experience, and their fighting style was very different from the academic one. Sun Xiaorui bitterly admitted that although these words were unpleasant to hear, this was the reality. However, to be honest, extensive combat experience did not necessarily translate into high strength in one-on-one combat. It was hardly such a secret. Luna most likely just didn't pay attention to it since she was sure. If it was necessary to put as much pressure on the Earth as possible, then nothing better than competitions could be invented. Although the overall level of the Earth left much to be desired, he truly did not believe that they had no worthy experts at all. In fact, during the battles on Mars, many powerful soldiers emerged from the Earth Army. Zhou Zichen remarked that her classmates should know better since she was well acquainted with the top 10 EMs. The Moon people were quite curious in themselves, and these three strongest definitely wanted to know who was the best among them. The girl added that there are several people on their side who have every chance of making it into the top 8. Iron Man, Robotech Sybil, Blade Master Li Xin, they represented their hopes of reaching the top 8. Marco Polo remarked that he actually thought that there were still hidden experts on Earth, and who knows, maybe they would work a miracle. This time, the selection process was optimized, but warriors who are only good at one thing will definitely not be able to make it into the top 8. Luna's tactical system is much better. She has already seen how experts were given only tactics, without even a chance to take a place. Mo Feng tried to cheer everyone up by saying, "Brothers and sisters, don't be so sad. This is not something we need to worry about." In their case, they just have to enjoy these EM, and now let's celebrate their victory. The fat man happily supported him, noting that yes, Mo Feng had finally said something sensible, and he wouldn't be afraid to fall for the sake of their rosy dreams. Sun Xiaorui raised a toast, saying that if there is wine today, drink it today until you are drunk, live while you can. General Gu Yu announced that the school's ship for landing on the moon was already ready, and these EMs were assigned the mission of accompanying their team. One of the escorts asked if Mo Feng had remembered what souvenirs to bring them and advised him to learn time management. He noted that in the special department of the store, there should be a visa. Just run a lap or two, and you're done. Mo Feng asked again in bewilderment, tobacco and cosmetics, but he was actually flying to the competition. He thought that since he was participating in the EM competition for the first time, they would feel at ease, and in the end, they would even be calmer than me. The girl gave her brother some advice, telling him to simply show everything he's capable of and to remember that the most important thing is participation. The hero raised his finger up and smiled to show that he understood everything. There was a great deal of excitement on the Earth-Moon space station Delia Hao. A group of students from the School of Dragon Letters finally reached the transfer point. The fat man joyfully exclaimed that they were already here and greeted the headman. Zhou Zichen smiled faintly, noting that the Zhou family's charter was enviable, and suggested that the escorts return. Zhou Zichen watched the scene thoughtfully and noted to herself that her parents were being too tense. She had never heard of Chrissy having bodyguards with her when she went out. After all, she came to participate in EM, so we can turn a blind eye to this excessive care. In the waiting area, Mo Feng's gaze fell on a certain person, and he immediately recognized him as the #1 expert in Asia, Blade Master Li Xian. The fat man, meanwhile, discovered that everything here was free and enthusiastically began to devour food in incredible quantities. The overseer looked sternly at Fatso and said that she didn't know how he got there, but that he should remember his position. The fat man calmly replied that he would like to grab something else and continued to devour the treats. The protagonist stated that shame or not will only be decided on the battlefield. Only people with low self-esteem pay attention to such things. Another student named Ango, while admitting it was unpleasant to hear, agreed that Fatso had used arc fire. He introduced himself and said that they were now all one group representing the Asian region. Feng noticed that she was acting like a child, and it was no wonder that there had been no high grades on Earth for the past few years. Zhou Zichen intervened and said that Li Xian represented the hope of the dragon script this time, and wished him good luck. Li Xian replied that she should also try hard, because she is also the hope of the Asian region, and expressed hope to get into the top 8. The headman watched the fat man with bewilderment, wondering whether they had come to take part in the competition or just to eat. The announcement alerted everyone that passengers heading to Casablanca on the moon would be leaving in 10 minutes. Mo Feng calmed the fat man down, saying, "Be patient, we'll get there soon." He regretfully noted that he wanted to eat more and asked if there would be another opportunity to eat for free. 3 hours later, as they approached the moon, Mo Feng tried to wake up the sleeping fat man, but he only muttered in his sleep that he couldn't. Mo Feng ordered him to quickly stand up and stop talking nonsense, adding that they were already in Casablanca and his Lulu was already waiting for him here. At the Casablanca city dock, the students were met by representatives of the Milky Way Military School. They welcomed those who arrived at the EM competition and invited them to follow them. The fat man looked around with admiration, noting that Casablanca was truly impressive in its size. He was acting too loudly and spontaneously, to which Joe Zichin remarked that this fat man could certainly be strong. One of the local students, hearing Fatso's vulgar remarks, remarked with disdain that there were few special goods here. Meanwhile, Mo Fung assessed the surrounding situation. He noted that the environment on the moon was even better than on Earth, and this was due to the Lunar Federation. He had a strange feeling, the same one he had experienced in his past life when he first flew to the moon. He realized that this was clearly not an accident, and this trip to the moon would be fruitful. These thoughts prompted him to other thoughts, which were now filling his entire head. The fat man hurried him, shouting at him to get on the ship quickly. They were just waiting for him. On the ship, he treated everyone to some delicious food and dreamed of seeing Lulu's live concert here, noting that the atmosphere here was 10 times better. Li Xian, who was sitting at a distance from everyone, thought that this was not related to the EM competition. Mo Fung thought that when he had come here for the first time last time, the war was in full swing and its consequences were very noticeable. He wondered if the war with the aliens was connected to the people of the moon. Who was the madman who was willing to give up the developmental environment? The headman asked if an ordinary person was capable of this. It was difficult to cope with emotions. There were still some differences. The main character decided to find out what people live for, he asked himself. He expressed joy, hoping that they would be welcomed, to which others responded that he was being showy. Among them was Li Xian, who still understood that he was not like everyone else. An announcement informed passengers that the ship would soon dock with the tracks of the Milky Way Military Academy. Everyone was asked to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. At the transport dock department of the Milky Way Military Academy, they were met by a guide and escorted inside. Mo Fung noticed the sculpture of Dr. Da Vinci, the great scientist who ushered in a new era and was known as the light messenger of the moon. They were shown the dormitory and told that they would find information about room assignments in their Tianconi. The guide wished them all the best and expressed hope that they would do well at the EM competition. The fat man said goodbye to his sister mentor and asked her to call when she had time. Zhu Zichin noted with envy that it would be difficult to give it her all in this way. The fat man was indignant that the headman was being used as a porter, but Mo Fung also left his things, saying that he needed to meet Marco. Mo Fung recalled that in his previous life, he spent 6 months in Casablanca, a month of which he spent in the school's training center. He should have said that this is the best place. Science is really very progressive in this regard. The Milky Way School is especially committed to making it accessible to everyone. They are not the type to preserve an old methodology just because it is their own. From what he could see, the Milky Way School was still the same. Everyone here was filled with pride. He admitted that if you graduated from this school, your future will definitely not be bad. Of course, there are always special cases, but looking back a few years after graduation, in other schools, only 5% of graduates are capable of becoming a major force in various industries, and among them there are 2 or 3 masters. Mo Fung wondered what the place where he had undergone training would look like now. Still a familiar sight, though. Even though the things were the same, the people were not. In other words, he arrived here earlier than he was supposed to. It turns out there's a gravity gym here now. He didn't know if the password was the same as in his past life, and he was very surprised by this. To his surprise, the password worked, and he chuckled, thinking that the people of the moon were completely unfamiliar with changing passwords. He decided to stretch a little, since the environmental conditions in the gravity chamber were not comparable to the conditions outside. Such a hall requires a stable level of gravity, and at the same time it must be equipped with comprehensive safety controls. The latter is much more difficult to provide, which is why some military schools do not provide such halls at all. Mo Fung felt his body's cells become excited, his soul become more and more alive, and his brain become more and more aware. This incomprehensible state usually appears only in real combat, but it also began to awaken under the pressure of this gravity. In the gravity training hall of the Milky Way School, Mo Fung was continuing his training when he suddenly noticed a person approaching. He wondered with surprise if the level at Milky Way School had really reached such a high level. There was also a girl in the gym who trained without sparing herself at all. She used her various skills, apparently wanting to acquire new ones. The hero thought that if even ordinary students here had such power, then Earth could really return home immediately. Mo Fung became wary and mentally asked who the hell it could be. The stranger felt someone's gaze on her, so she immediately turned around. She addressed Mo Fung as a classmate and asked if he was lost. He noted with surprise that it was an Earthling, and wondered how he had ended up here. Mo Fung apologized for interrupting someone's training and clarified that this was a training hall. The stranger explained that this was a special training ground, closed to ordinary students. Mo Fung hurriedly said that he would leave right away then. The stranger pointed out that the exit was actually behind him, and that there was a locker room there. Mo Fung cleared his throat in embarrassment and noticed that the doors were completely indistinguishable here. The girl reported that the open gym was located in the day area and that the campus local network had navigation. Mo Fung thanked him and, slightly embarrassed, said that his interlocutor had a great body but immediately recovered. He explained that he was referring to the attack he had just carried out, which was simply superb. After the stranger left, Mo Fung thought about how he had indeed become a little arrogant after returning from the Mars battlefield. But in reality, apart from his combat experience, His horizons are very limited. 2 days later, the conference room was bustling with activity as students gathered together, waiting for the drawing of lots to begin. Someone noted that there was no point in looking for them here. They were probably standing in the last row. The headman was surprised that she didn't even know that so many people had arrived with them, and why, despite all this crowd, it was so quiet here. Sun Xiaorui noticed that Fatty had been using Tiankong constantly since arriving on the moon, and asked what was wrong with Marco. The fat man replied that he was simply keeping in touch with him, and that this time their provision of intelligence depended entirely on him. Marco is currently inquiring about the new changes in the distribution of matches. The hero explained that this time the distribution would be mixed, not just Earth versus the moon. The fat man exclaimed hopefully that in that case, if he were to encounter his own people, he would have a better chance of advancement. Feng sternly noted what he was talking about. He had the same chances of advancement as the people of the moon. He shouldn't underestimate either himself or his opponents. Mo Feng watched the scene thoughtfully, thinking that with this method of distribution, everyone would breathe a sigh of relief. It would seem that this was a joyful matter, but on the battlefield of Mars, many brave warriors of Earth were not afraid. The current so-called elite is afraid of the moon people, which makes one a little sad. At this moment, General Gu Yu entered the hall. The general greeted those gathered and with a stern expression on his face remarked that he would not stand on ceremony with them. He recalled that they showed almost nothing at the previous and even the previous competitions. The general said he had heard some people complaining about the way the matches were being distributed, and as their leader, he was ashamed of them. The students fell silent, feeling uncomfortable under his stern gaze. He repeated again and again that the students were simply talentless because they lost last time. One of them quietly remarked that he simply wanted to take a higher place and asked if it was necessary to be so strict. Others called for silence, acknowledging that their power may not be as good and is inferior to the current moon people. A tense silence fell over the hall, and the students listened silently to the general's instructions, realizing that serious trials lay ahead. The girls also listened attentively to the general's speech with fear. Although in essence he didn't say anything new, only that we need to train harder in order not to fail. He continued to shout at everyone, pointing out the students' shortcomings, but he still wouldn't calm down. After the conference, the students lined up on the training ground, and the boys noticed that General Gu Yu's words were very effective. Everyone who was able to fly here arrived with dreams and therefore did not intend to simply lose. Hundreds of media outlets from Earth and the Moon have now gathered at the Milky Way School. So the journalists, crawling into every crack, also provoked worries. The students were worried that they would not want to become material for their scribbles. Zhou Zichen urged Sun Xiaorui to make every effort, and Sun Xiaorui nodded in agreement. At this time, the main character asked Marco Polo in surprise what had happened to him. He replied that from the moment he arrived in Casablanca, he had started having nightmares. And not just nightmares, but real nightmares. It was quite strange, because before this, she always slept well. Mo Feng offered to tell. Maybe he could help with something. He replied that he didn't know what kind of terrible dream it was. He was simply enveloped in a boundless blanket of darkness. He didn't see anything, but he was afraid that someone would grab him, usually waking up in fear. Mo Feng thought that these dreams seemed to be quite a problem. He didn't think they could be too optimistic, and he was getting reliable information. This time, the moon's powers will be the highest in all the years. Before this, the people of the moon simply kept in the shadows. Mo Feng explained that apparently this time EM is not just a competition. It seems there is some kind of peculiarity with quotas. Marco countered that the boss should be worrying about the upcoming knockout matches, and what difference did it make to them what other goals they had there. Mo Feng noticed that the current Marco seemed to be more concerned with the honor in front of him than gossip. His sudden statement could not please him at all. He thought that materials on combat aspects are usually very limited. Marco Polo agreed to help, saying that if there was some plan, he thought he could find out something. All these days, Mo Feng had been pondering whether there was any connection between the alien invasion and the internal affairs of humanity. He always viewed the moon as a single entity, but in reality the moon was controlled by a few powerful families. For example, one of them, the Da Vinci family. In other words, the moon as a planet could not betray humanity. There should also have been no motive for reaching an agreement with them. But what if it's just one or a few of these families? Perhaps madness or some hidden agenda. But it was worth noting that the Earth soldiers had no problems with command, so if there was a traitor, he must be on the moon. Mo Feng received this enlightenment after meeting that girl. Or rather, it was the holy celestial Chrissy Da Vinci. Although he didn't recognize her at that moment, he remembered her later, and the Da Vinci family members are still too attractive. You could say that no plans can be carried out under their noses, unless the clans have some kind of problem. The most obvious thing is that the problem may lie precisely among these three clans. Anadolia from the Doli family, Chrissy Da Vinci from the Da Vinci family, and Anadersu Hotetras from the Walter family. Three main clans influenced the military and political affairs of the moon, creeping into every crack. Perhaps something went wrong in one of these three great families. If we consider the character and policies of these three families, the Donnell family advocated the unification of the Earth and the moon. The Da Vinci family advocated the preservation of distinctive features and the development of a common heritage. The Walter family, however, was more extreme and believed that the moon was better. Any increase in tariffs for Earth and reduction in aid has always been skillfully carried out by supporters of the Walter family. When it comes to hostility, The Walter family is the most suspicious. The ruling class of the moon was quite young, with prominent members from the three great families beginning to interfere in the affairs of the state. During their heyday, they were already part of the ruling class. Perhaps Mo Feng would be able to find some clues from these families during the competition. 3 days later, the venue for the EM knockout matches was in an unprecedented state of excitement. The final part of the competition has officially begun, with a total of 28 participants from Earth and the Moon gathered here. To achieve this, the participants were divided into 7 games, with quotas for seeded and regular participants. There were 5 seeded players on the Earth side. These 10 participants will not meet each other in the first 3 rounds, as they will be separated. The remaining participants are gathered in matches randomly. The host announced the top 5 seasonal players of the Earth: Iron Man Bei, Robotech Sybil, Blademaster Li Qing, Shadow Sakarovsky, and Golden Lion Darao Silva. Some contestants were randomly assigned lucky numbers and asked to come on stage to draw a rival. The crowd erupted in applause when Chrissy took the stage first. The fans chanted her name and then Alain's. Zhou Zichen watched this spectacle with envy, amazed at how many fans they had. She walked onto the stage and was relieved to think that her opponent had an average moon rating. The village chief noticed that the moon member also seemed to have a level that was about the same as Zichen's. The fat man, meanwhile, was silently praying that he would get a weak opponent and looked at the stage with hope. At the draw ceremony, E.M. Fatty recognized his opponent with horror. This guy, even though he was from the moon, loved to visit the noobs in the battle areas of Earth. Whenever 2 regions merged, he was always there, constantly causing one massacre after another. The fat man turned to the headman in despair, asking who the hell this Dulan Al-Su was, and whether it wouldn't be better for him to surrender immediately. He explained that this guy really loved to mock and humiliate his opponents. The village headman chuckled and reminded him that in that case, General Gu Yu would send him to Mars to cultivate the lands where even birds didn't defecate. She looked at him straight and asked what he was afraid of. Let him just fight him. The fat man cried out in panic, "Who should fight? And how should he do it?" and regretted that he had even come here. The crowd of spectators erupted in surprise at the fact that 4 people at once had passed from the dragon letters this time. Skeptical comments immediately followed, saying that the problem was that they were simply taking up 4 seats and would most likely be sent home straight away. All 3 of them exclaimed in unison with hope, "Let Mo Feng get the weakest opponent." Mo Feng noticed that Fatty had a good opponent and expressed hope that they would choose someone interesting for him too. The fat man noted with irony that they really were 2 peas in a pod, and Zhou Zichen looked at Mo Feng with sympathy. Jotaras appeared on stage, causing a lively reaction among the audience. The crowd began to shout that this was a Wu Shun practitioner, known for his brutal fights. Jotares was a classical practitioner of Wu Shun, a style that spanned between 35 and 50 generations. The most important thing is that he was only a first-year student, and in his first year he managed to enter the top 20 of the EM, having 2 records in hand-to-hand combat in his pocket. Wu Shun was the largest fighting style on the moon, called the pinnacle of modern combat. This style was a highly complex martial art, formed by merging the targeted martial arts of the Earth. The main character himself remarked with disdain that today's youth completely lacks manners. The fat man whispered with hatred how he wanted to beat him up, but he was asked if he wanted to be disqualified. They explained to him that such are the customs in EM. All sorts of ridicule and ranting have long been part of the competition. The fat man asked ironically, "Does that mean you can get disqualified right away? And it's better to find a way than to embarrass yourself?" Sun Xiaorui sternly cut him off, telling him not to think about it. If he didn't fight somehow, he wouldn't even be considered a human being when he returned. The draw ended, and the host announced the beginning of Casablanca's carefully prepared performance. The performance was meant to inspire the cadets before the competition, and the host wished everyone a good performance tomorrow. Lulu appeared on stage, and Fatso was delighted. He noticed that the real version of her seemed completely different. Zhu Zichen noted with irony that they were not at all nervous, and she advised the elder Xiaorui not to be nervous at the competition. That evening, in the Earth participants' dormitory, Marco sent information about tomorrow's opponent. The fat man admired that Marco was truly amazing in getting information over the past few years. He suggested studying all these materials that very evening, but his neighbor asked him to speak more quietly. Because of him, the film was almost inaudible. The next day, the elimination matches began. Wu Lei noticed that Sun Xiaorui did not look well, and the younger Zhou did too. Zhou Zichen admitted that even after reading and analyzing the data, she still felt it was not enough. She explained that the EM system will be used at these competitions until the quarterfinals. Live battles will begin in the quarterfinals. The system's sensitivity here is higher than on Earth, so it needs to increase its adjustments. At that moment, Fatso enthusiastically began to eat, and the headman asked in surprise how he could eat so happily at such a moment. Wu Lei explained that this was golden foie gras from the moon farm at Milky Way School, a special breakfast offering. There are also beef and cheese sandwiches made with Space Ranch beef and special moon cheese. Mo Feng supported him and also joined in the meal. The players watching them noticed that these guys were so relaxed. The players sitting at the other table noticed that they seemed very confident. The fat man felt intense gazes on him and became worried about why they were looking at him like that. The looks on his face were unnerving, but he consoled himself with the thought that, fortunately, he didn't have to perform today. He noted that the match between the younger Joe would be in the morning, and his match with the headman would be in the afternoon. Brother Feng's match was left until the evening. He noted ironically that he would lose anyway, and they couldn't arrange his match earlier. The anticipation of death is worse than death itself. Another player said that these two are too frivolous. Another one asked in response why he was so serious, and noted that a constantly serious face does not look good. He added that a person who does not show his face even while eating has nothing to say at all. Their dialogue attracted the attention of the others, and someone noticed that Verzila had just started giggling. Li Qian was reminded that he is the youngest among them, and since he is a seated member of Earth, they believe that he is strong. But he had better moderate his arrogance, and it doesn't matter whether he faces his own people or the people of the moon. Host Mila, Dr. Patuya D, and Dr. Zhang Yang were preparing to begin the broadcast. Mila addressed the audience from the Earth and Moon Federations, as well as from the Martian region, greeting everyone gathered around the screens. She announced that the 27th final of the EM competition would begin in half an hour. She had the great honor of introducing the honorary guests, doctors of science from the Alliance, who were invited as commentators for the matches. Mila, who was the vice chairperson of the student council at Stonepath High School, was the most popular commentator on the moon. Dr. Zhang Yang noted that he didn't really want to create a stir. However, last time, the earthly participants were unable to even make it into the top 4. Then the quarterfinals and semifinals became Patui's personal show, and he himself sat as if on a bed of nails. This time, the earthly participants promised to make every effort to reach the semifinals and even the final. Dr. Patuya D expressed confidence that the participants this time are much stronger than last time. Dr. Zhang Yang added that they met again and he really missed this competition. Mila announced that the opening match would feature Kiko Inan from Memphis Earth School. Also their favorite idol, nicknamed the Performer, is Alan Doyle from Milky Way School. The observers pointed out that this handsome man was on his own field and expressed the hope that their participant would not become shy because of this. Zekin thought that Alan Doyle, known as the Milky Way Student Council president, had endless charm and strength. The protagonist noticed that Alan Doyle was superior to his opponent by a whole 91%. And if you take into account that this rating was created by people from both Earth and the Moon, then the level of popularity of this guy was simply amazing. The fat man turned to the headman and said that they really did use 6,000 grapes to squeeze the juice, amazed at the extravagance of the guys from the moon. One of the spectators skeptically remarked that he didn't even know what was going on with the participants from Dragon Letters. The main character, lowering his head, said that there was nothing to see there. At that point, the opening match ended, with Alan Doyle winning in just over 2 minutes. Dr. Zhang Yang exclaimed with admiration that this was not just a victory, but a complete defeat. The participant noted that if this continues, then in just 30 minutes the competition day will be over. Zhang Yang was still very inspired and predicted victory this year. Patuya D tried to cool the ardor, reminding him that this was only the first fight and that he shouldn't get cocky ahead of time. Dr. Zhang Yang calmly replied that they would wait and see then. Mila announced the start of the 6th match, introducing the Earth Federation's seeded competitor Li Qiang. Everyone around was shouting and greeting the first seeded participant in the battle. He indignantly addressed those present, noting that they were only watching the match attentively, but were behaving inappropriately. Wu Lei reminded them that they are already perceived ambiguously, and if they behave like this, they will begin to irritate others even more. This is not just a modern game. These people will become the foundation of the Earth in the future, the ruling class. Li Qian watched Lei and Mo Feng with disdain, noting that everyone was seriously preparing and worrying, but all they did was eat. He indignantly asked if they were even aware that they were at a competition and not at a resort. The boy remarked that if it weren't for Zekin's reputation, he was afraid that they would have been isolated even earlier. He also noticed that the fat man's heart was actually very big, but the stress manifested itself differently in each person. Meanwhile, the fat man calmly carried out Mo Feng's request, who asked him to bring 2 glasses of grape juice. Mo Feng noticed that there was no point in trying to convince them with words now. In order to prove everything to them, they could only show their strength. The presenter meanwhile noted that Li Qiang has a high chance of winning. His preliminary rating is 89%. Meanwhile, a thrilling spectacle was unfolding in the arena. Host Mila exclaimed with delight that this is the powerful supporting force of the seeded participants. Mila noted with irony that it seemed that Dr. Zhang Yang was right, and that a turning point had come. Dr. Patuya asked whose side Mila was on, and added that even if they won this fight, the turning point would not come. However, he expressed bewilderment at the behavior of the representative of the Milky Way School, an expert in the top 18 EM. He wondered if this fighter was so brainless and arrogant that he would give up his advantage and decide to fight Li Qiang. The headmistress angrily asked if those two were really watching the matches attentively, and noted that they were already perceived in a mixed way. She told them that this was not just a competition. These people would become the foundation of the Earth in the future, the ruling class. However, the main character calmly replied that the headman was taking this too seriously. The fat man said that he was watching the match while he was eating, and he also thought that something was wrong. At this time, the girl reproachfully turned to her brother mentor from Earth and noted that he was too cruel. The enemy only chuckled in response and told her not to talk nonsense, adding that if she still dared to smile, he would now make her cry. He looked at his rival expectantly, already anticipating an attack from her. The broadcast continued, recording everything that was happening in the arena and in the audience. The fight was fierce. Both opponents had almost equal strength, so each delivered blows of equal force. Li Qiang stopped in his tracks, taking a waiting stance and holding his weapon out in front of him for further attacks. Meanwhile, the cheers of the fans were heard in the arena, and the headman exclaimed with hope that it looked like this time they would have their first victory. However, Feng was more doubtful, noting that a fighter with a top 18 EM simply could not lose like that. The doctor shared a bad feeling that would not go away. He noticed that this Eno was putting himself at a disadvantage throughout the entire match, which is not at all like a top-level player. Suddenly, the girl, Qian's rival, said that he was caught, smirking to herself. However, the guy couldn't believe it. He was going to fight until the very end. But her opponent also believed in her own strength. She deftly dodged powerful attacks and struck back herself. Then, having accumulated enough strength for the decisive blow, she barely audibly whispered goodbye to her opponent. A deafening explosion was heard on the battlefield, which was of impressive size and inspired fear in the spectators. The doctor realized with horror that what they feared most had happened. The people of the moon had done everything possible. The observers noticed that Li Qiang had lost, and it was difficult to react correctly at that moment. It turned out that the enemy had deliberately feigned weakness, making Li Qiang believe that victory was imminent and thereby lowering his guard. This incident clearly demonstrated that the power of the moon people was never limited to brute force. After Li Qiang's match ended, there was a huge uproar in the arena and among the commentators. In the commentary booth, Dr. Petulia D noted with irony that he had won after all, and he was really embarrassed in front of old man Zhang. Dr. Zhang Yang admitted that this guy is not easy, and to achieve such a victory is an art, although this approach is unacceptable. He reminded them that Asia is their weakest region, but they took it upon themselves to give them space and urged his colleague not to rejoice prematurely. Dr. Petulia D continued to insist, proposing a bet, and turned to Dr. Zhang with irony, noting that it was not worth changing the subject. He offered a condition. If at least one of the Earth participants reached the quarterfinals, he would change his name to Girl D. Mila noted with concern that they had separated and expressed hope that no accidents would occur during the broadcast. Zhang understood that Petulia was deliberately angering the Earth participants to create more bloodshed, and when there is a clear advantage, it is not at all pleasant. Other players said that since Qiang took the place of a seeded participant, he should have done what seeded participants do. He trained diligently for countless days and nights, all for this day. But in the end, he not only lost, but also became a negative example for others. Someone shouted at the guy again to control his emotions and stop embarrassing himself here. Li Qiang's opponents took the opportunity to mock him, calling him Mr. Shame of Asia and reminding him that he had been talking nonsense. The guy tried to silence the main character while he was expressing his opinion about the fight. The guy noticed that he always felt like something was wrong here, and it turned out that these two were ruining the atmosphere here. He pointed out that while everyone is carefully preparing, all they do is constantly rubbing, and you only have to look at this. The fat man responded by accusing her of running away from responsibility like a woman. If he had been even a little sensible, he would not have lost. Qiang retorted that although he had lost, these two losers were even more hopeless. Someone in the audience noted with irony that these lamers from the Asian region are really funny in their own way. Zikin tried to calm the raging passions, reminding them that they were all representatives of the Earth and must stick together. She noted with concern that the situation had gotten out of control and that if it continued, big problems could arise. The village chief understood that Li Qiang was trying to calm everyone down in the current situation, but no one expected Mo Feng to respond so harshly. Incomprehensible shouts were heard in the hall. Someone was shouting strange phrases in broken language, trying to attract attention to what was happening. The spectators looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening and why this fight was causing such confusion. The headman pulled the protagonist to follow her, saying that he could finish reading later. However, he still stayed and noted to himself that Marco and his family still remained one of the most likely traitors. The family must have already accepted him as a full member, entrusting him with important matters. The girl thought that, having placed such a bet on Marco, he could still laugh and hope for the best. She was no longer sure whether this was the same Mo Feng she knew so well. Mo Feng fell into a restless sleep again. The same nightmarish picture as before unfolded before his eyes. Everything around was shrouded in darkness, and he felt something terrible approaching. He found himself back on Mars, in the very place where he detonated the nuclear bomb. All around lay a scorched wasteland, and the familiar smell of death and destruction hung in the air. Mo Feng was surprised to realize that this was not just a dream. This was a real place where everything happened. Suddenly he realized that this whole disaster, this whole catastrophe, really happened due to the fault of some people. These were not strangers. These were people, traitors from among humanity. In desperation, Mo Feng screamed at the invisible traitor, asking who the hell he was and why he had to do all this. Why did all this happen? He cried out to the unknown enemy, demanding answers. The voice trembled with rage and incomprehension as its owner shouted questions about who this man was. He asked why it was necessary to arrange all this. The guy tried to shout to him. Why did all this happen exactly like this? He asked in despair, unable to accept the reality of what was happening. Suddenly, the main character felt a sharp pain in his chest and grabbed it with his hand. Mo Feng woke up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. He saw this nightmare again, and each time it became more real and more terrible. The traitor existed, and he was somewhere nearby, perhaps among those Mo Feng knew. This thought did not give him any peace. When he went into the shower, all his thoughts were occupied only with this. Mo Feng stood all alone, deep in thought. His face showed tension as he replayed the recent events in his mind, which seemed all too real to him. He was sure that this feature must be connected with his movement into the past. The coming disaster must surely be somehow connected to his return, and there is a traitor among humanity. Mo Feng came to the conclusion that this traitor could be identified simply by analyzing who benefited from the current state of affairs. It seems that this traitor's position among the aliens is quite high. He would even say dominant. This also suggests that the alien attacks on the largest cities on Earth and the Moon were not random. He was right when he thought that the organizations at the top of the whole society were involved in all of this. Some families must have enough resources, a budget so large that it would be enough to destroy all of humanity. It is said that the EM was organized only to determine 4 winners who would go on a space expedition. The hall was filled with tense anticipation before the start of the new fight. At this time, the main character thought that if he wanted to know the truth, he needed to be in that very 4. Mo Feng then sympathetically noted that Wu Lei seemed to have not gotten enough sleep and was having a hard time before an important battle. Wu Lei himself thought with horror that running around naked was too humiliating, and he would be disgraced in front of the entire school if this happened. He was afraid that his friends from the orphanage, who already had a hard time accepting his passion for anime, wouldn't understand him. Zikin thoughtfully noted that Mo Feng had excellent skills that could ensure his passage to the second round of the competition. Xiaoran urged everyone to put aside their differences for a while and just show the best they can, urging them to do so. The crowd erupted in indignant cries that dark days had come for Earthlings. Some demanded that military schools be disbanded, calling it a waste of taxpayers' money. More dire predictions stated that defeat in this tournament would only be a prologue to the beginning of the Moon's dominance in the solar system. After this event, the Earth will gradually become a simple appendage of the Moon. At that moment, the hall exploded with shouts. Chrissy, welcoming the appearance of the Holy Celestial, Chrissy Da Vinci. Mo Feng remembered that he had actually met Chrissy Da Vinci at the training ground back then. It was time for the next match, and the host announced Zhou Zichen's entrance. Zhou Zichen felt like a mountain was pressing down on her, but she gathered her strength and stepped forward. The protagonist encouraged her, saying that this was her chance to prove herself. She promised everyone to simply watch her win her fight and vowed to let her power be recognized by all of humanity. The arena was filled with tense anticipation, as Zhou Zichen was already rushing towards the arena. Zhou Zichen's opponent beckoned her with a dismissive hand. She mockingly invited me to come closer, calling me her sister from Earth. Her self-assured tone and relaxed posture betrayed complete confidence in her victory. She shouted at her rival not to be afraid and to come even closer to her. Suddenly, the opponent rushed into the attack, shouting that it was time for the dugout to die. Zhou Zichen stood opposite, collected and calm. She remembered all of Mo Feng's instructions well and was prepared for any development of events. Her gaze was steady and her breathing even, despite the pressure from the stands. Her body moved with perfect synchronicity, every movement measured down to the millimeter. She acted exactly as Mo Feng had warned her, using her opponent's overconfidence against her. The spectators in the stands froze in amazement, not believing their eyes. The opponent, having received a blow to the jaw, exclaimed in shock that this girl was an Earthling. How could she be so strong? A mocking voice came from next to him, asking if she still had the strength to open her mouth after what she had seen. Meanwhile, Zhou Zichen continued her attack, using 100 cuts of acrylic spiral. The host enthusiastically announced Zhou Zichen's victory. Thanks to her efforts, the Earthlings had finally tied the score. It was the first victory of the day for the earthly participants, and the stands erupted in shouts praising the new dragon goddess. The crowd chanted her name, calling her the goddess of war and the goddess of dragons. Someone in the audience remarked that Zhou Zichen had performed simply magnificently. Once this girl won for Earth, her name will forever be etched into the history of the competition. Zhou Zichen herself stood and accepted congratulations. She felt a wave of emotion wash over her and could barely hold back tears of joy. The start of the next fight was announced, and the next participants were invited to the arena. The commentator noted that on paper her chances leave much to be desired, and that it will be quite difficult to win. However, Zhang Yang calmly noted that one should not jump to conclusions based on the figures alone. Sun Xiaorui, who was preparing to enter the arena, heard his words and felt a surge of confidence. The protagonist encouraged the headwoman, urging her to try harder and not worry about the warnings of others, but simply find her own path to victory. Sun Xiaorui nodded confidently in response, and the fat man wished her luck, expressing confidence that she would win this duel. The enemy watched her attempts to evade attacks with disdain, mockingly suggesting that she continue running like a rat without stopping. Sun Xiaorui felt that he was pressing her too hard, leaving no time to respond or catch her breath. She knew her opponent was head and shoulders above her, and no matter how many times she rewatched the footage of his fights, it seemed pointless. His technique was overwhelming her, creating a feeling of complete helplessness. Suddenly, the enemy drove her into a trap, grinning contentedly that he had finally driven her where he had planned. He used a zigzag pattern of fire, causing the projectiles to ricochet off the walls of the arena. Sun Xiaorui watched in horror as the projectile's impact power only increased with each ricochet. She tried to take cover, but the wall of her shelter could not withstand a direct hit. The spectators watched the events with regret, realizing that another defeat awaited them. The difference in strength was too great. The guys noticed that this moonfighter deserved to be in the top 10 and refused to look at humiliation. Mo Feng noticed that this man's shooting skills were affected by the infusion, causing him to frequently lower the barrel of his gun. If you watch him, you can confidently say that his mental aim can be very sharp. Xiaorui knew that this vulnerable window prevented him from using his mask all the time. It is this window between skill uses that can create her chance to win. The problem was that due to her first instincts to react to a shot, she would dodge. But if she misses his weak shot, he can change position and use his skill again. The onlookers watched the unfolding events with fear. Sun Xiaorui frantically thought about what to do when the enemy announced that he had almost destroyed the shelter, and the next shot would destroy her. In desperation, she noticed that he had lowered his weapon, preparing for another attack. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. She remembered Mo Feng's words and realized that this was her only chance. The enemy, confident of his victory, announced that the time had come for her defeat. But just as he was about to deliver the decisive blow, Sun Xiaorui moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of him. His face and the faces of the spectators reflected complete amazement when they saw this. Everyone understood that something incredible had happened. She used his own tactics against him, forcing him to lower his weapon at the most inopportune moment. Silence fell over the arena as the system confirmed the death of the Luna representative. There was incredible excitement in the arena and in the audience after Sun Xiaorui's victory. Sun Xiaorui's comrades joyfully shouted that the village chief was too good. Someone in the audience excitedly announced that another hidden dragon had appeared at this competition. Meanwhile, commentators and analysts carefully analyzed the past fight. They noted that the problem was the posture Sun Xiaorui used to hide from the gunshot. To counterattack from this position, she would have to leave herself completely exposed, literally allowing her opponent to shoot at her. Her way of avoiding a lot of damage from her opponent's shot was very inventive. However, by dodging in this way, she limited her area. Only a master of his craft could have shot at such an angle. However, no matter how she dodged, it would be impossible to avoid fatal damage from the next shot. Analysts have concluded that there is only one way to understand the reason for her victory in this fight. She waited for the moment when her opponent used his skill to counterattack. Apparently, this girl had excellent observation skills and noticed a pattern. After his shots, the barrel of his gun goes down. One commentator noted that it seemed like the opponent also had some capable people on his side. Another countered by asking whether he thought it was only Sun Xiaorui's doing. The village headman looked at the main character and noted to herself that this guy, Mo Feng, was truly amazing. Mo Feng, who was watching what was happening, attracted the attention of the fat man, who addressed him with admiration, calling him big brother and even boss. Mo Feng looked at the fat man carefully and asked if he knew that he was the best marksman in history. The fat man was taken aback by such a statement. He thought that the hero was trying to hypnotize him. Mo Feng continued, explaining that in fact, his strength far exceeded even the most insane notions of strength. All he has to do is awaken his hidden power and destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, the boys from the orphanage gathered around the fat man, shouting that they believed in his victory and asking him to bring them tasty food. The headmistress of the orphanage, who was watching them, lamented that she had asked these boys 5 times to cheer up the fat boy, but they still did not listen to her. Wu Lei hoped that the headmistress would not allow the boys to watch his fight so as not to distract him. The headmistress addressed Fatso, saying that there was no need to downplay his achievements, and that they were very proud that he could stand on stage. She noticed that he had already become an idol for his little friends from the orphanage. Boys and girls, saying goodbye to Brother Zhang, shouted that he was the best. The fat man returned to his comrades, who were already getting ready to go look for him, since his duel was supposed to be next. Qinyan noted with irony that he had already thought that the cowardly chicken had wet its pants. Xiaorui thought with annoyance as to why this man spoke up right before the duel. She asked Mo Feng what he told him before he ran off to get ready. Mo Feng calmly replied that he had told him that for his victory, he would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan from the military council. The girls were perplexed by this statement. They thought it was really abnormal. Another one asked ironically if this was a joke, and whether a reward of 100,000 yuan was worth the humiliation he would have to endure if he lost. Meanwhile, in the fat man's head, already preparing to enter the arena, numbers echoed. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 yuan. Dr. Zhang and his colleagues continued their verbal sparring. Patuya added that there is no longer any point in conspiracies. The situation for the moon is developing much better than expected. Dr. Zhang thought with annoyance that it was useless to explain everything to them. They wouldn't understand anything anyway. He noted that although the first quarter of the place is not occupied by them, this is not the end, because it is not far to the full poster at the top. There was also some debate among the spectators, with someone suggesting they watch the match before lunch, hoping they would make it before lunch. Others discussed how their school had 2 war goddesses, and that was a real miracle. But looking at the fat man, they and his rival doubted how this guy got here. The fat man himself appeared in the arena, ready for his fight. The girls looked with surprise at the weapon that the fat man had chosen. It was a heavy sniper rifle from Razor. The guy from the team noticed that the fat man seemed even more confused by the weight of his heavy rifle. Li Qingyang noted that on a narrow path, the brave wins, and the longer the battle goes on, the more difficult it will be for him to fight for his life. The headman immediately pounced on him, saying how dare he speak like that. As soon as the fat man returns, they will get what they deserve. Meanwhile, Wu Lei's opponent looked at him with disdain and mockingly remarked that this was all the earthling could do. He advised the fat man not to be nervous. It was clear from his expression that he was indeed tense. The opponent added that he couldn't hit him anyway, and suggested that he simply freeze in place and await his death from above. He confidently declared that the fat man would suffer a defeat today in any case, and the only question was how crushing it would be. The fat man stood still and said that he was absolutely relaxed. One of the observers wondered if his eyes were deceiving him, because the fat man was about to suffocate. Another spectator asked in bewilderment how this guy got there and suggested that he give up immediately to avoid embarrassment. At this moment, the fat man remembered the 100,000 yuan that Mo Feng had promised. He mentally encouraged himself, reminding himself that if he was so nervous, the 100,000 yuan would simply slip away. This money will be enough to provide the shelter where the children live for a whole year. For the sake of all the boys in the orphanage, for the sake of 100,000 yuan, he has to win. With these thoughts in mind, he took aim and fired, shouting that this was the result of his special training. The shot was perfect, hitting the target with incredible accuracy. The spectators froze in amazement, not believing their eyes. The fat man's opponent now stood in complete shock. The tense fight continued in the arena, while the commentators introduced the audience to the most famous shooter of the moon. They explained that in the conditions of modern warfare, the physical performance of shooters must be at the highest level. When a person reaches this level, he gains an absolute advantage on the battlefield. To achieve this, all 5 senses must be developed to their maximum. When a fighter achieves this, he develops a 6th sense that can help him predict danger. Meanwhile, the fat man continued to amaze the audience with his incredible dodges. Someone shouted to let them tear the enemy apart, promising that after his victory, all that would remain was to tuck their tail between their legs and run away like a coward. Wu Lei asked in confusion, "What kind of skill is this? Perfect evasion. He must die for their 100,000 yuan." The opponent was surprised to note that a shooter who could not remain cool would never be able to become a good sniper. However, he was forced to admit that the fat man was still a little better than he expected. He noted with irony that it turns out that there really are people who are not afraid of losing face before the eyes of all humanity. He also said that this was the first time he had encountered such an individual. The observer felt the difference between him and his opponents becoming more and more noticeable. Another bitterly understood that it was time for this farce to end. The opponent's voice mockingly ordered him to run without stopping and warned him that it was not worth stirring up the anthill. The same voice advised him not to think too much, otherwise he would quickly lose his life. The fat man tried to resist, but the present was becoming more and more realistic and frightening. The same voice, full of sadistic pleasure, commented on what was happening, noting that he shouldn't have turned his head like that. After all, he had no intention of shooting at the eyes. The guy raised his head and, not knowing what to do, simply looked at his opponent. It was then that he received the decisive blow to the head, which actually narrowly missed his eye. Wu Lei clutched his bloody head, his mind clouded, but he tried to stay on his feet. The enemy called for an end to delaying the inevitable, already anticipating victory and smiling to himself. He looked at the fat man and was no longer just grinning, but laughing in his face. The guy exclaimed in despair, "What kind of crap is this, and is this really what he wanted to achieve?" Suddenly, he heard familiar voices supporting him. The guys were shouting at him to cheer up. It was not time to give up yet. However, their opponent interrupted them, and he warned that in subsequent fights, this would happen to every insignificant earthling. The enemy exclaimed triumphantly that it was time to return to his wretched orphanage. The fat man, hearing these words, changed his face. He firmly declared that he would never allow him to insult the orphanage. With these words, he pounced on the offender, calling him a moon freak with crooked teeth, and continued the fight with redoubled energy. The children screamed indignantly, not understanding what kind of nonsense this lunar representative was talking about. They urged him to get up quickly and show the offender where the crayfish hibernate. Even though the EM matches were held virtually, the injury felt very real. Wu Lei was indeed in severe pain, but he found the strength to stand up. The fat man's opponent mockingly asked if he had finally given up and was ready to accept his death. The guy pointed his weapon at this infuriating opponent. Even with such an injury, he was ready to fight on. The opponent knew his capabilities, but underestimated the fat man, so he relaxed a little. He continued to shoot at Wu Lei, not noticing that it was not causing him any damage. The children cried, covered their eyes with their hands, unable to watch their brother suffer. They anxiously asked the headmistress if everything was okay with Brother Zhang. The enemy himself exclaimed in despair that he could not hit with a single shot, and did not understand what was happening. He couldn't understand how the guy could dodge his attacks with such speed. He noted with surprise that this simply could not be. A team member suggested that the guy might have awakened his dormant powers in a similar situation. Another voice asked doubtfully, "Did this son of a bitch really have such an ace up his sleeve?" Mo Feng, who was watching this, was relieved to see that Zhang Wu Lei had finally awakened. In the past, it took place in 2 stages. He was able to awaken the first half of his hidden powers while fighting an alien scourge. He experienced his second awakening when he learned of Sun Xiaorui's death. This guy's gift could be called heavenly, and the chance of meeting a person with such abilities is about 1 in a million. Only such a battle could awaken the dragon sleeping within him. The fat man, feeling a surge of new strength, realized that he could now easily cross the enemy's suppressive fire. Mo Feng saw Zhang Wulei awaken with his own eyes for the first time in his 2 lives, and couldn't help but be amazed. Fatso's opponent, completely out of his mind, shouted that he hadn't come here to play games with such a sucker. He demanded that he stop pretending to be tough, but he himself was already on the verge of failure. The fat man, driven by new strength, continued to strike, and soon the fierce battle ended in favor of the team. The system finally confirmed the death of the moon representative, and the host solemnly announced the winner. Fatty Zhang Wulei had just achieved his victory and was now finding it hard to believe what was happening. He joyfully exclaimed that he had indeed won and that 100,000 yuan now belonged to him. This money seemed to him something incredible, almost a spell. The host confirmed that the Ministry of Defense would award the winners of the first round 100,000 yuan. The fat man's friends happily congratulated him. Someone shouted that he was amazing. The fat man himself, despite his joy, felt severe pain, because in this combat simulator, pain transmission was set to 100%. At this time, his opponent felt as if his body was about to fall apart due to this simulation. Wu Lei worriedly asked Mo Feng if he would be able to get his 100,000 coins, and if the prize would be taken away later if he lost. Mo Feng smiled and said that he should catch his breath first. The fat man noted that there was no need to be so serious and reminded them that they were just joking then. Canyan pointed to his unbuttoned buttons and urged him not to forget his name, since he was, after all, a representative of Earth. Mo Feng calmly pointed out that his fight hadn't happened yet, and he wasn't a pretty girl, so no one would want to watch him run around naked. The crowd erupted in cheers, urging him to put on a great finish and fuck his opponents to death. The audience admired the students from Dragon Letters, noting that they were truly amazing. Someone philosophically remarked that whatever the final result, the spirit of Earthlings must be reborn again. Qinyan stood up in front of everyone and expressed his desire to go out into the arena now and show what he was capable of. The observer meanwhile looked at this guy and did not understand what the hell he was doing. Jotaras' mentor admonished him, saying that everything was now in his hands, and he must return everything 100-fold. Jotaras confidently replied that he would show his opponent how a real man should fight. The girl next to him advised him not to underestimate his opponent, and Jotaras assured him that he had carefully studied the information about his opponent. The crowd chanted the name of the next competitor, Jotaras. Commentators introduced him as one of the youngest masters of the moon, possessing an unparalleled amount of fighting skills. However, the main character did not seem to listen to all these words. He was smiling in the face of his opponent in the arena. Zekin knew that this man had been programming himself for victory ever since he entered the Milky Way Military Academy. It was noted that defeating this enemy would be extremely difficult, and even the combatants would need to have well-developed shooting techniques. The presenter announced that both participants were ready to fight on the virtual field. The system chose a random battlefield, a mountain peak, which caused confusion among viewers. Someone indignantly exclaimed why this particular arena was chosen, since Mo Feng had no place to hide at all. Jotaras tried to say something to his opponent, started to deliver his speech, but stopped at that moment. Dr. Zhang remarked ironically that this was probably their team's secret weapon, and asked if Mo Feng thought he had already become a champion. Mila noted that there was no need to laugh like that. Perhaps he had simply forgotten, or did not have any knowledge of long-range combat techniques. Dr. Zhang confirmed that Mo Feng had already been studying Dragon Script for 3 years, and there was no mistake about it. One of the organizers clarified that they were not mistaken, and this is indeed the stance for the fight between Mo Feng and Jotaras. Mo Xiuqing was watching the scene with concern when someone she knew asked if her brother would really be okay. Mo Xiuqing, not wanting to listen to such talk, hurriedly stated that she still had homework to do. However, she exclaimed indignantly, how could he say such a thing about her brother, and reminded him that he was considered the strongest on the moon. Finally, the time came for Brother Feng's fight. The spectators eagerly awaited the start of the fight, noting his calm and confidence. Meanwhile, the comrades discussed the upcoming battle, noting that Mo Feng's opponent truly possessed amazing skills. The protagonist asked ironically what else could be expected in such a situation. The opponent admitted that he had never seen anyone who treated the practitioner of Lunar Wuzong so disdainfully. Jotaras confidently declared that today he would teach this Mo, or whoever he was, a lesson and would definitely shake the soul out of him. He used the first attack, and a beam of minor energy, a test shot, flew past Mo Feng. This was immediately followed by another fall. The opponent decided not to hesitate and confuse the guy. The protagonist easily performed a defensive maneuver, causing Jotaras' foot to crash into the barrier. He had no choice but to land back on the ground. The force was impressive. Even the dry, rocky ground cracked. The protagonist closely watched the opponent's actions, anticipating another series of attacks. He turned out to be right. Jotaras was not going to think for long. He wanted to wear out the hero. But Feng also used his power, and everything around instantly turned into a bright red light. The opponent involuntarily covered his eyes with his hand, became disoriented for a moment, but continued to stand in his stance. The guy who was watching what was happening suddenly changed his mind and admitted with admiration that he was taking his words back. Her brother is great, and he thinks he has already reached raid boss level. Feng, confident in his superiority, mockingly remarked that they had played enough, and dinner would soon begin. They needed to put an end to this. If Mo Feng wanted to anger him, then let him accept his congratulations because he achieved it. Now all that was left for him to do was die. With these words, Jotaris rushed into the attack, using all the power of Wuzong. A deathly silence fell over the arena as the system announced the winner. The spectators, who just a minute ago were confident of Jotaris' victory, could not believe their eyes. Mila was already preparing to congratulate Jotaris, but suddenly she hesitated, realizing that something incredible had happened. The host exclaimed in confusion that she seemed to have forgotten her head at home today. The winner, Mo Feng. She asked to greet the winner, but her words were drowned out by a wave of indignation and distrust. The doctor asked in bewilderment whether Mo Feng had actually managed to defeat Jotaris. He exclaimed in rage that Jotaris had dominated the entire fight, and how could he possibly lose? There were demands for a repeat of the final scene and accusations of a mistake by the judges. Due to all this shouting and arguing, the main screen again showed the recent battle. It was visible how the enemy rose above the main character, transferring all his strength to his leg. However, it was all in vain. The blow missed Mo Feng, leaving only a light scratch on him. Instead, the hero immediately struck back, and it hit the target right on target. The opponent's eyes met at the same level, and the protagonist could easily read fear and incomprehension in Jotaris' eyes. Without daring to hesitate any longer, the decisive blow to the opponent appeared on the screen, which made him lose. Despite the outrage of Lunar fans, the system confirmed the death of the Lunar representative. The victory of Mo Feng from the Dragon Script School was also confirmed. The stands exploded with the jubilant cries of earthly spectators chanting the name of the new hero. Someone noticed that Mo Feng had just defeated a fighter who was a high-level wielder of Wu Zun. Dr. Zhang noted that it was no wonder that information about Feng was limited. It turns out that he really was their secret weapon. Another suggested that if it were just a defeat, there would be no problem. But such a universal failure. His single blow made many feel that it was not just one warrior who had come against Jotaris, but a vast army of thousands of fighters. One of the Lunar representatives said that they seemed to be really well prepared for this year's competition. Dr. Zhang replied, "Stop joking, luck is luck," but he reminded them that they only managed to get 10 places out of 64. Now all he can do is pray that his compatriots can learn from their battles and hope that it will help in the future. The Lunar representative replied that he was glad that the doctor himself understood this, and added that being in the top 60 actually didn't mean much. Meanwhile, everyone was discussing Mo Feng's victory, and the guy noticed that everyone online was only talking about his brother's praise. The spectators joyfully shouted out the new titles: the 4 masters of the dragon script, the 4 dragons who would rule everywhere. The atmosphere was festive. The earthly spectators were jubilant, celebrating the unexpected victory of their hero. Marco Polo looked at his friend with admiration and exclaimed why this blow looked so beautiful. He added jokingly that if he were a woman, she would have married him already. Mo Feng looked at the guy with fear, not understanding what he was saying. Then he replied with a grin that if he were a girl, he would have beaten him to death. He called for an end to all this nonsense and for them to instead tell us whether there is any progress on their case. Marco, who had been busy with his research all this time, proudly declared that he, Marco, could not have wasted this time in vain. Marco asked Mo Feng another question, whether he knew how many ships had been sent to explore space in the last 10 years. Mo Feng was surprised that there were really that many of them. Marco replied that there were even more than one could imagine. We were talking about tens of thousands of ships. Some returned back. But how many of them were missing? Some ships did indeed make a name for themselves to gain recognition. But even with these ships, there is some problem. The profit they generate is not at all proportional to the budget spent on them. Mo Feng thought about what he heard. He understood that this time he had no right to drop out of the race. Marco was sure that this was all connected to something they didn't even know about yet. 9 times out of 10, these ships hit something, but they didn't want everyone to know about it. The protagonist didn't know what awaited him when he joined this foursome, but if he failed, the fate of humanity would continue. He had taken 10,000 steps back in time, so he was determined. Looking at Marco, he understood that even if he died from the events that awaited him, he would do everything to never regret anything again. He warned Marco that he should be careful. After all, the business they are so passionate about must bring in huge profits. He hoped that Marco would warn his friends to be careful too. Marco replied with a smile to make Mo Feng relax. They understand what they are getting into, and how could their work be dangerous? Mo Feng noticed that he was thinking too much and simply warned him not to be too exuberant. Meanwhile, the boys from the orphanage ran up to Fatso, calling him their magnificent brother Zhang, and expressed their hope that he would win. The fat man promised to try not to disappoint them and added that when he returned from the tournament, they would definitely have a good lunch together. There was a heated debate about the results of the competition on the sidelines. Someone indignantly noted that only 10 Earthlings had passed, and that this was a disgrace. The man in the conference room was discussing deeper issues. He wondered whether the representatives of the moon were really so superior to Earthlings, and he doubted the correctness of the Earth's gene policy. For many years, the moon's development has been taking place in the shadows. The leadership demands victory, but will Earth be able to save face in the current situation? The moon now has an overwhelming advantage. The man wondered what the victory in the EM this time would offer that was so valuable. If we think about it this way, there can only be one answer. The first 4 places get the opportunity to go on the expedition. Moon representatives strive for victory in order to gain this advantage. Although it is impossible to directly interfere with the tournament, After its conclusion, the question of the distribution of places on this expedition will inevitably arise. Now everything depends on whether the Earthlings can get at least one of the places provided. Host Mila greeted all spectators at the EM competition with a joyful smile. She announced that Dr. Patuya D and Dr. Zhang Yang would be commentating on the matches with her today. Mila noted with relief that fortunately, the Earthlings still had 10 participants left, and if it weren't for that, she would have completely lost her face. The main fight of today could definitely be called the confrontation between the robotic Sybil and the holy celestial Chrissy. Commentators continued their analysis of the upcoming fights. They noted that Zhang Wuli's opponent today was Rossi, known for being one of the top 5 shooters on the moon. Zhang Wulei has reached a turning point. Today, he must show everyone whether he has truly gained new strength in his last fight. Things were even more interesting with Mo Feng's fight. Today, he was to face Jotaro's older brother, Pao. Pao himself did not take part in EM competitions until his 4th year. Jotaro's always attracted everyone's attention. In his last fight, Mo Feng had given Lunar Wuzong a very serious beating, and it seemed Pao wanted to restore honor to the martial art. However, things are different when it comes to a bearer of some martial art, some culture or faith. Meanwhile, the fat man and his friends gathered together to watch the continuation of the competition. A guy from the team reported that the first 5 fights took place between representatives of the moon, and Dr. Zhang's predictions turned out to be accurate. Even though the situation was not developing for the better for them, he still tried to do his job well. The 5th fight, which was the highlight of the day, began in the arena. Viewers noted that if they defeat the robotic Sybil, Luna's fighting spirit will definitely increase. This was the first confrontation between pre-seeded participants, and this fight could demonstrate the level of both the Earthlings and the representatives of the moon. The crowd chanted Chrissy's name, admiring the beautiful angle and her appearance in the arena. The fat man, captivated by the viewing, continued to gobble up the snacks he had prepared in advance. However, he was not greedy, so he offered to share food with anyone who wanted it. Mo Feng noticed that Sybil had prioritized defense, and after a few strikes, he apparently discovered that his opponent was stronger. Observers concluded that it seemed the winner had already been determined. The village chief asked in surprise why Mo Feng was leaving, since the battle was still ongoing and the outcome had not yet been determined. Sun Xiaorui advised him to do everything as quickly as possible and return immediately. It was possible that Chrissy could become his opponent. He noted with a grin that if she were his opponent, his charm would be enough to make her knees buckle. Sun Xiaorui reproachfully remarked that he should be honest with himself. The fat man knew that the guy had only recently encountered reality. The protagonist, unable to bear it, exclaimed that Wulei was already talking too much and ordered her to stand still. Mo Feng soon calmed down and stood to the side, lost in his thoughts. He reflected on how difficult it would be to turn the current situation around on his own, but at the same time, he understood that his power was too limited. All his life, he had been an ordinary soldier, and if someone had led him from above as before, everything would have been much simpler. But who would believe what he would tell? Could victory in this competition be comparable to the safety of all mankind? Suddenly, someone's voice brought him out of his thoughts, sternly noting that smoking was prohibited here. Mo Feng looked up and was surprised to find Alan Doyle standing next to him. For some reason, he thought it would be someone else, but he was wrong. Alan Doyle noted with a smile that he seemed to be lost in his memories. The hero added that Alan Doyle seemed to have a lot of free time since he was standing here. Alan Doyle asked if he could also try what Mo Feng was holding in his hands. Mo Feng handed him a cigarette, noting that it was a new flavor that had appeared on Earth quite recently. Although the circulation was still limited, Alan Doyle asked in surprise, a special locally produced product. Just as he was about to try the protagonist's electronic cigarette, he stopped him. The boys stood silently together for a while, closing their eyes. Then they both took a drag at the same time and exhaled the sweet vapor. At this moment, Sun Xiaorui's excited voice was heard nearby. She exclaimed, "Damn it, Mo Feng, she knew it. He was up to his old tricks again." Mo Feng turned around in panic and saw the village chief approaching, he thought in horror. What the hell was she doing here? Sun Xiaorui looked at him suspiciously, demanding an explanation. He tried to justify himself, but Sun Xiaorui didn't listen to him. Her gaze fixed on Alan Doyle. She suddenly exclaimed that it was Alan Doyle, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Mo Feng stood opposite Alan Doyle, listening carefully to his words. Alan noted with a slight smile that he had heard Chrissy mention him, wondering if he was planning to move to the moon. Mo Feng thought about this question, realizing that in the past, as in the present, Alain da Vinci was famous throughout the solar system. Mo Feng remembered that in the Battle of Sunny Lake, only the unit under Alain's command was able to achieve success. Even now, Alain da Vinci remained an excellent fighter, but at the same time, he had not lost his usual aura of superiority and strength. Feng turned to the guy with a slight smile, saying that he could always come to him. When the main character left, Alan Doyle thought to himself that the guy was very confident in his abilities. He needed to take a closer look at him. Alain thought ironically and wrote to the hero so that he wouldn't try to tell anyone about this, and threatened Feng. But then I heard discussions about the fight. The guys from the team said that it was a shame that they were unable to turn the outcome of this fight in their favor. One observer noted that Chrissy was not the strongest of the top 4. The commentator looked at this and realized that there were only 2 preceded participants left, and it was an absolute victory. Dr. Zhang saw that Chrissy had dominated the entire battle and resistance was completely futile. He asked with concern, "This is only the top 32. Will the Earthlings even be able to reach the quarterfinals of the EM?" Jotaris' elder brother entered the battlefield determined to avenge his younger brother. Pao stated that he was adopted by the Wu Zun Martial School and that the school became a true home for him. He would not allow anyone to dishonor his house. Turning to Mo Feng, he said that he would lose today. Spectators and commentators actively discussed the upcoming fight, with someone noting that it was clear from the very beginning that revenge would inevitably follow. Mo Feng's comrades shouted words of encouragement from the stands, urging him to win. The headman noted that there was a lot of information about the opponent, and it could be said that he was a fighter who had no weak points. It was said that Pao was an excellent marksman, but it should not be forgotten that he studied Wu Zun, so he also performed excellently in combat. In addition, it was discovered that he could use almost any type of weapon. Such super adaptability would be useful to any warrior. In the army, they are made into super soldiers. Sun Xiaorui turned to Mo Feng with concern, asking if he should stop laughing and why he couldn't be serious at least sometimes. Mo Feng replied ironically, "Did she really want him to be like Alan Doyle?" Everyone was surprised at what relation he had to this matter at all. The headman advised not to pay attention to this freak. He was just spouting nonsense with his dog-like mouth. She also added that Mo Feng was obliged to win. She said, looking at the battlefield, that in any case it had nothing to do with it. The main character himself understood that if he lost, he would disgrace the glory of the Four Dragons. A man with a scar on his face and one eye covered looked at everything through the screen and thought about the two guys who were soon to fight. They had already come to the center, putting their hand to their temples as a sign that they were both ready. The EM Battlefield Simulator launched, and the system selected the battlefield, the depths of the forest thicket. Commentators noted that Pao's choice of Eagle Light Cleaned Rifle was well suited to the fighting in this location. But this is only firstly as a mature warrior and soldier, Pao is able to remain cool in almost any situation. Dr. Zhao agreed that what distinguishes a cadet from a soldier is the ability to always remain cool. The spectators eagerly awaited the start of the fight, wondering what Mo Feng would come up with to deal with Pao. Suddenly, cries of surprise rang out as everyone saw that Mo Feng had once again decided to fight empty-handed. The headman exclaimed indignantly, "What the hell is going on?" Sun Xiaorui whispered in anger that this son of a bitch should only be seen by her after the fight. The fat man supported her, noting that he completely agreed that Mo Feng should be put in his place, otherwise he would completely get out of control. The guy turned to Mo Xiaoxing, noting that he was ready to bet his head. He was almost 100% sure that her brother was finished. The protagonist's sister cut him off abruptly, telling him to shut up and adding that if her brother lost, he would be in trouble. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was analyzing the situation on the battlefield. He noted that the opponent's position is not that difficult to guess. This is a typical problem of symmetrical arenas. The general direction of his movement is not at all difficult to predict, but at the current stage of the competition, he has not yet been able to act too aggressively. If they do not engage in combat within 5 minutes, their locations will be displayed on the map. Suddenly, the audience was surprised to see Mo Feng begin to actively approach Pao. Alan Doyle remembered that Chrissy had already warned him that this man was very strong and that he needed to be given more careful attention. If he treats his opponent so carelessly, it already says a lot about him. However, he didn't expect that Mo Feng's self-confidence would be beyond human imagination. Pao, seeing that his opponent was simply strolling on the battlefield, decided to shoot him. However, the main character, walking just as casually, deftly dodged his attacks. The shot missed its target. Pao exclaimed in annoyance that Mo Feng dodged it, and promised that he would then let him try this. He increased his pressure, trying to reach the elusive enemy. Mo Feng continued to dodge the attacks, moving with astonishing ease and grace. He seemed to be dancing among the flying bullets, stopping and deciding to anticipate the enemy's next moves. Pao decided to speed up to increase his strength, and with a ferocious look, he ran towards the protagonist. The spectators stood frozen in amazement as they watched this incredible fight. The guys had almost switched to hand-to-hand combat, although Pao had a bladed weapon in his hands. Despite the unequal fight, since the protagonist was empty-handed, the opponent had no intention of following his example. He tried to attack Mo Feng, but he deftly parried all of his attacks. The opponent still did not give up. With each swing, he wanted to apply more and more force into the blow. Each attack was accompanied by a sharp sound of cutting air, and a colored trace remained for a couple of seconds. You could see Pao tense up as he thought about how to catch the hero off guard. He suddenly stopped and hit the ground with all his might, sending beams of blue energy pouring out in all directions. Mo Feng whispered in horror that this was 7.5 deaths. Others couldn't believe their eyes as they saw Mo Feng, unarmed, facing off against one of the moon's best fighters. The tension grew with every second. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of this incredible confrontation. Pao threw the knife straight at Mo Feng. It flew like a shuriken. It left a wide, bright line behind it. The protagonist tensed up. In those couple of seconds, he was trying to anticipate where the knife would go. The whole body was tense. The hero himself was also a little scared. The spectators in the stands froze in amazement and opened their mouths. The arena was filled with tense anticipation as Pao stood over Feng. He calmly suggested that he get up and stop pretending. The protagonist stood up, looking at his opponent with hatred and respect at the same time. He warned Pao not to press him and pointed to the weapon he now held in his hands. Now he too had something to respond with. Spectators and commentators were shocked by what they saw, and some noted with admiration the ease with which Mo Feng controlled his body. To catch a knife flying at you with your teeth, courage alone is not enough. You need incredible reflexes and skill. Even at times like these, Mo Feng still continued to have fun and wondered what could possibly make him act seriously. Those who have already been on the battlefield are the same. When you have already put your life on the line once, defeat and victory can mean something completely different. This feeling, this is exactly what he had been missing for so long, Mo Feng realized. Suddenly, Pao felt that Mo Feng had changed. He realized with horror that this guy was now a completely different person. To be more precise, he now looked like a monster that had emerged from the darkness and blood. Pao suddenly realized that this stance was really meant for the 7 deadly steps, and the blood ran cold in his veins. Pao, who had been through more than one battle, immediately tried to seize the initiative, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the enemy. Pao couldn't understand how Mo Feng managed to predict his every move. Pao felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that in front of him was not just a military school student, but a real warrior. The opponent tried to pull himself together and continue the attack, but Mo Feng had already launched a counterattack. Moving with unnatural fluidity, he struck with such speed and precision that Pao could barely block them. The most surprising thing was that Mo Feng began to use the same techniques as Pao, as if copying them on the fly. Pao exclaimed in despair. Why even copy a skill that he himself had just used? He couldn't understand how Mo Feng managed to so accurately reproduce his movements and build his attack based on his own technique. Pao, realizing that he was losing in technique, tried to switch to close combat, relying on his physical strength. But Mo Feng met him with even more aggression. He used the same stance as Pao, the same movements. Someone from the audience exclaimed in surprise, wondering if his eyes were deceiving him and it really was a branch. Chrissy Da Vinci, who was watching the fight, calmly noted that everything was just as she said. This Mo Feng was not as simple as he might seem. One of the commentators stated in shock that student Mo Feng killed Pao with a tree branch. After Mo Feng's victory, his friends and comrades surrounded him with congratulations. One of the other team remarked with disdain, unable to believe that the 2 warriors who studied Wuzun were such trash in comparison. A voice nearby urged people not to pay attention to these words. Sun Xiaorui looked at the protagonist with surprise and admiration. She demanded that he confess when he became so cool and what he did to achieve such results. She pressed hard on his head, and Mo Feng jokingly remarked that even though he had a great view of her chest from here, it was still a bit heavy for him. The whole team approached Mo Feng and congratulated him on his victory in this match. Chu Zichin wondered if this was the guy who had recently confessed his love to her. Then she extended her hand to him and personally congratulated him on his phenomenal victory. He remarked with a sly smile that the congratulations should look more sincere. The girl, in the arms of the guy, thought that it seemed that Brother Feng's skills in picking up girls were as good as his abilities. Zhou Zichin calmly understood that, after all, he was playing the role of her boyfriend, so she thought that was how it should be. Mo Feng looked her straight in the eyes and thanked her for her congratulations. Taking advantage of the moment, he invited Vu Li to hug, saying that he noticed and that he wanted one too. The fat man turned away in embarrassment, saying that he didn't want anything, and she suggested that his eyes were starting to fail him. Mo Feng asked if there was anyone who would be willing to hug the fat man when there was a beautiful village chief standing next to him. Wu Lei exclaimed indignantly that he had decided to laugh at him and chased after him, shouting that he would catch up anyway. Meanwhile, the commentators summed up the day, and one noted that Sakarovsky's shadow was giving the Earthlings another victory. And he thought that such results allowed the Earthlings to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Their losing streak was broken. But even so, it won't be easy for the Earthlings to get further. Even though they have a couple of good fighters, the advantages of the representatives of the moon are great. Mila announced that the first day of the top 32 selection process was officially over and thanked all viewers. From the room came the voices of people heatedly discussing the recent battle. The fat man turned to Mo Feng with serious advice. He said that he believed him, although he had watched a huge number of films on this topic. Mo Feng replied that it was like casting pearls before swine, and that the fat man was thinking too much. It was just a friendly hug. The fat man did not calm down, noting that he should have thought about it when he tried to deceive him, because he could see that everything was not so simple between them. Mo Feng thought about his words. In some ways he was right, now that he had a second chance. Shouldn't he change his life for the better? The fat man encouraged him by saying that forward, only forward, his brother would support him, and by the way, could he ask if she had a sister? Mo Feng replied ironically that even if she had a sister, Fatso had no chance with her. The fat man exclaimed indignantly that Mo Feng was wrong and begged him to fulfill his request, and soon everyone went to their rooms. Suddenly, Mo Feng's attention was drawn to something within himself, and he shouted in surprise, recognizing this atmosphere. He saw the interplanetary aircraft carrier Ares in front of him and wondered what it was doing here at all. The guy wondered why the human air force couldn't defeat the aliens. This is because the aircraft carrier Ares, nicknamed Invincible, played no role in the battles. Mo Feng was confident that the appearance of this figure would be enough for him to uncover the real reason for the defeat. Reality began to distort before his eyes when he heard a strange sound. Mo Feng cried out in despair. This is impossible, this simply cannot be. He wondered again and again why. Why was this happening to him? Coming out to the bathroom after another nightmare, he tried to bring himself to his senses. Looking at himself in the mirror, he again discovered that the strange wound had grown even larger. Blood suddenly started flowing from his right eye, which greatly frightened the main character. Wooly woke up from the screams and knocks in the next room and saw light falling on the wall. A thought flashed through Feng's mind. Was he going crazy, or was this world going crazy? It seemed to him that everything that was happening around him was only his imagination, a product of his madness. What other aliens? What other Mars? It's all just an illusion, he kept telling himself. The fat man, noticing his friend's strange state, called out to him with concern, asking what had happened to him. Mo Feng, unable to distinguish reality from hallucinations, asked the fat man if he had gone crazy. Wooly carried his friend on his back, still not understanding what had happened to the boy. The fat man noticed how Mo Feng had hit the public property and remarked ironically that he might have to sell himself into slavery. He sympathetically asked what had happened to him and suggested that Mo Feng was probably intentionally hurting himself. The fat man put forward his guess, asking if Mo Feng had confessed to Zhou Zichen again. He reminded her that last time his friend had a hard time coping with her refusal, and this time he had even started doing something new. Mo Feng remained silent. Thoughts about the man he recognized in his dream continued to swirl in his head. He tried to understand what it was, a vision, a warning, or just a figment of his imagination. The fat man, seeing his state, philosophically remarked that if you like something, you should own it. The fat man continued his thoughts out loud, noting that in this aspect. He also added that, unlike him, Mo Feng does not approach matters as responsibly. At this time, Mo Feng was lying on the bed and thinking about the current situation. He cut Wooly off abruptly, asking him to remain silent and let him sort out the situation. The fat man concluded that his guess must have been correct. Brother Feng was too proud because he had performed so well recently. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was analyzing his recent discoveries and noted to himself that he definitely needed to pay attention to this problem. All this frightened the main character, but his thoughts continued to run forward. But if Zhou Zichen really was, he didn't dare finish that thought. He recalled that in her previous life, Zhou Zichen was only a ship commander and did not have such outstanding abilities. Every time his guess was correct, a scar would appear on his body, as if some force were marking his insights. It might have been due to his time travel or something else, but it couldn't be ignored. But if Zhou Zichen was indeed involved in the conspiracy, then everything became much more complicated and dangerous. The fat man tried to distract his friend from his gloomy thoughts by noting that, in fact, besides love, there are many other wonderful things in this world. For example, fame, dreams, and so on. He said that Mo Feng might not even know it yet, but his popularity in Tiankong is currently growing. A lot of people write that they have become his fans. They say that he is the hope of the earth, a super dark horse. Remembering the upcoming match, he looked at his friend with hope and said that if it is impossible to avoid fate, one must face it. Mo Feng asked him about his readiness for today's match. Soon, the guy was again immersed in his thoughts and could not get distracted. The fat man answered doubtfully that he had won the first confrontation by pure chance, so there was no point in counting on him. Mo Feng, wanting to cheer up his friend, thought of something to say to the guy. With a sly smile, he threatened that if Fatso lost, he would immediately tell the headman that he liked her. The fat man panicked and exclaimed that Mo Feng couldn't continue to threaten him like that, and if he did it again, their friendship would be forgotten. Already at breakfast, Mo Feng added that the fat man had lost to him, so now he would think about how he could defeat his opponent. He asked if his friend was offended and offered to give him his steak. The fat man reminded that once he ate the steak, he was bound to win. Mo Feng replied with a grin that a steak alone wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. He also noted that this was not up for discussion, and although he would not like to be in the spotlight, it was entirely possible to win this match. Besides, everyone will be happy, and the headman will be pleased too. At this moment, some people passed by, and one of them, recognizing Mo Feng and Zhang Wulei, exclaimed in surprise that it was them. Mo Feng and the fat man turned towards the voice. The fat man, turning to Mo Feng, remarked that it was possible to make acquaintances with fans. Meanwhile, the host announced the start of the first match of the day, which would feature Zhou Zichen against Seimu. Mo Feng looked at Zhou Zichen carefully and wondered if she could be a traitor. The girl turned to the guy, asking why he was looking at her like that, and if there was something on her face. The hero simply asked if she had studied her opponent today. Zhou Zichen replied that in ranged combat, her opponent was about her equal. Mo Feng, who had been listening to her attentively, noticed that she was nevertheless quite simple. Whenever she made a real move, her right eyebrow would rise. He advised Zhou Zichen not to keep her distance, but to think of a way to engage in close combat. The host said with excitement that Zhou Zichen represented the impressive Dragon Script School. Dr. Patuya expressed doubts about whether she could perform a miracle, noting that this fight was a big test for Zhou Zichen. Dr. Zhang knew that her opponent had a higher ranking and the battle would definitely be tough. Zhou Zichen felt a surge of confidence after receiving Mo Feng's instructions. She understood that this fight would be decisive, and she was ready to use all her skills to prove that she was worthy of representing the Earth. Commentators were skeptical about the Earth participants' chances, noting that Seimu's rating was higher, and it would seem there was nothing to talk about. If it weren't for the amazing 4-seeded participants from the Dragon Letter School, nothing good could have been expected. The approval rating in Tiankong also showed that Seimu was far superior to Zhou Zichen. However, Commentators noted that this confrontation will still attract a sufficient audience, since two beauties will be fighting. Jo Zichin stood in the arena, aware that she was fighting against a strong opponent and could not think of any tactics. Seimu, a seasoned warrior, immediately tried to seize the initiative by unleashing a barrage of attacks on Jo Zichin. She was a rare and outstanding female warrior, of which there are very few on Earth. Her skill level was quite high, but even so, Jo Zichin was not inferior to her. Already at this point, it was clear that Jo Zichin not only had good shooting skills, but also possessed excellent mental acuity. She managed to train so much that these competitions became a routine matter for her. Jo Zichin, following Mo Feng's advice, did not keep her distance, but looked for a way to engage in close combat. Seimu, noticing this, exclaimed with disdain, "What an arrogant earthling," and tried to increase the pressure, not allowing her to get closer. However, Jo Zichin was persistent and continued to press her opponent, skillfully dodging her attacks. At one point, Zichin tried to escape, but her rival, noticing this, confidently declared that she would not escape. The girl continued walking, using all her skills and following the plan devised by Mo Feng. Seimu was a skilled fighter, proficient in both long-range and close-quarters combat. Dr. Zhang understood this perfectly well and ran through various scenarios in his head. He knew that the girl was a rare and outstanding female warrior, of which there are very few on Earth. The spectators watched as Jo Zichin continued to press Seimu, forcing her to retreat. Watching the fight, Mo Feng recalled his past lives. He thought that battles between representatives of different races were much more interesting than just social demands. As for Jo Zichin, information about her was constantly coming in, because she had always performed well. She achieved success immediately after joining the army and occasionally appeared in the mainstream news. She became one of the leading representatives of the younger generation of the army, while she and Vuli were still stuck in a hole on Mars, collecting dust. Mo Feng didn't want to believe that Jo Zichin had decided to go against humanity. He wondered if this meant that the alien race had the ability to control humans. In the arena, Jo Zichin continued to skillfully dodge Seimu's attacks, following the plan devised by Mo Feng. Seimu, irritated by the fact that she could not reach her opponent, disdainfully noted that her fellow countrywoman even turned out to be a little interesting. But she immediately declared that this was the end, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. However, this was just what Jo Zichin was waiting for. She realized that now was the opportunity to engage Seimu in close combat, as Mo Feng had advised. Instead of retreating, she rushed forward, closing the distance. Seimu, who had not expected such a maneuver, was taken aback for a moment. This moment was enough for Jo Zichin to enter into close combat. She wanted to use 100 cuts of the acrylic coil, but it was still too early. She wanted to do everything at a certain moment, so there was no point in rushing just yet, as Mo Feng had taught her. The tension reached its peak as the opponents froze in front of each other. Seimu rushed forward, trying to seize the initiative. She still tried to suppress her opponent with a powerful onslaught. Seimu unleashed a barrage of attacks on her using her rapid-fire weapon. Bullets whistled through the air, but Jo Zichin skillfully dodged them, moving with the grace of a dancer. She did not give in to provocations and patiently waited for the right moment. Jo Zichin remained icy calm as she replayed all of Mo Feng's instructions in her head. It seemed that in this barrage of fire it was impossible not only to survive, but even to simply stay on your feet. Zichin's movements were so smooth and natural that it seemed as if she knew the trajectory of each bullet in advance. Seimu, seeing that her attacks were not producing results, began to become increasingly irritated. She increased her rate of fire, switching to continuous fire mode. Seimu tried to change tactics, using ricochets off the walls to hit her opponent from unexpected directions. The spectators continued to watch the fight with bated breath. The girl's friends shouted words of support to her. They believed that she could cope. Dr. Zhang understood that the fight had entered the close combat stage. Perhaps this was Jo Zichin's best opportunity. Seimu tried to change tactics, using ricochets off the walls to hit her opponent from unexpected directions. Then she used her strength, hitting the ground with her fist, cutting it. Bullets bounced off metal surfaces with a screech, creating a real hell in the arena. Jo Zichin herself used her weapon, small knives flying one after another straight at her opponent. Jo Zichin seemed to have a sixth sense, dodging even the shots that should have been fatal. Seimu, frustrated at not being able to reach her opponent, increased her attack, but Jo Zichin continued to dodge, saving her strength for the decisive throw. Seimu, realizing that she was losing, cried out in despair that this was some kind of disgrace and a chicken show. She tried to counterattack, but Jo Zichin was relentless. She dealt blow after blow, leaving her opponent no chance. The spectators stood frozen in amazement as they watched this incredible attack. Zichin's rival still didn't lose hope. She smiled at the girl, but she didn't pay any attention to her attacks. At some point, Seimu, confident in her superiority, made the mistake of moving too far forward. Now Seimu didn't look so confident and cheerful. She didn't understand how she could have failed. Chu Zichin took advantage of this immediately, quickly closing the distance and entering into close combat. There, her skills were most effective. Seimu tried to retreat, but it was too late. Jo Zichin used her signature technique, 100 cuts on an acrylic coil, adding a 3-centimeter cut in the 12th strike. A deafening roar from the crowd cheering Jo Zichin's victory echoed throughout the arena. Most of the earthly fans rejoiced, chanting the name of the new heroine and congratulating her on her well-deserved victory. Dr. Zhang jumped up with joy, saying that these guys and their team as a whole were absolutely amazing. Zhou Zichen stood in the arena, breathing heavily after the intense fight, but with a feeling of deep satisfaction. She mentally thanked Mo Feng, realizing that without his guidance, she would not have been able to achieve this victory. Everything he said actually worked, and her tactics were successful. Mo Feng, who was watching the fight from the stands, looked at Zhou Zichen with a smile. After Zhou Zichen's victory, the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. The spectators chanted, calling her the goddess of the dragon letters, and congratulated her on her magnificent victory. Some of the fans shouted contemptuously at the lunar aristocrats. There was one among the spectators who admitted that Mo Feng and Zhou Zichen had now managed to perform a miracle by getting into the top 32 tournaments. One of the employees reported to the president. On the lunar side, despondency reigned. Landers watched Seimu's defeat with annoyance, unable to contain his disappointment. Someone from his circle tried to console him, but Landers cut him off abruptly, saying no one could be held personally responsible. Seimu bitterly admitted that this defeat should not have happened, but she couldn't help but admit that Zhou Zichen had fought much better this time. The boys hugged each other, also comforting the girl, who could not forgive herself for the defeat. One of the guys from the other team philosophically noted that the representatives of the moon cannot win all the time. Fatso and the other DragonScript students happily congratulated Zhou Zichen. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was already heading towards the exit, lost in his thoughts. Zhou Zichen, noticing this, rushed after him, shouting his name and asking him to wait. Mo Feng stopped and turned around. Zhou Zichen ran up to him out of breath and sincerely thanked him. Mo Feng congratulated her on her victory with a slight smile. Zhou Zichen, embarrassed, muttered words of gratitude again. The hero said that he had some other things to do and that they would see each other soon, after which he turned around and left. Zhou Zichen stood there, perplexed, looking after him. She didn't understand why he was acting like this, where this distance came from. Dr. Patuya tried to encourage his comrades, noting that the resilience of the Moon Warriors was truly amazing. He promised that they would return and repay him 100-fold. Zhang noted that the Earthlings would have to put in more effort in the next fights. Another voice added that nothing could be done about it, and he let out a long sigh. Everyone understood that they did not have such an idol as Mo Feng became for the Earthlings. Meanwhile, Landers turned to Selby, noting that she and all his brothers and sisters were great. He leaned towards the girl's hand and lightly touched her soft skin with his lips. He said the fight that had just taken place was truly elegant, and he was happy to watch her. Selby responded gratefully and said she was glad to hear it. Then the guy turned to all his comrades. If they want to become masters of humanity, take advantage of the opportunity that has come their way. He declared that no enemy forces could stop the rise of the moon over all humanity. They must give their all to crush their opponents. After the tense fights, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Landers announced that each person who reached the top would receive an additional reward of 100,000 from the Waterford family. He admitted that such a reward was a mere trifle, but he wanted to show that they were better than this scum of earth. The guy turned to Alain, offering to leave Mo Feng with him, noting that as far as she knew, this guy only listened to him. Alain Doyle calmly replied that everything was fine, and that Mo Feng should practice a little at this stage. Now he was only interested in one thing, whether Mo Feng could continue to perform miracles. The next fight for a place in the top 32 was supposed to be Sun Xiaorui's fight. In the past, Mo Feng helped the students of his school by creating combat tactics for them, and his tactics were always particularly effective. Another student from the Dragon Letter School enters the arena to see if she can restore the fighting spirit of the Earthlings. Tiffany understood that Xiaorui was indeed very lucky to have made it to this stage of the competition, considering the strength of his opponent. Suddenly someone called out to him, asking him to come over for a second, and he readily responded. Alain Doyle, so that no one could hear him, whispered important information into the girl's ear. Looking around the battlefield, Tiffany noted with satisfaction that she was lucky. The Forest Bowl was designed for high-powered sniper rifles. The girl sat on the bed in the semi-darkness and looked at her smartphone. Tiffany announced the start of today's sniper lesson on her phone with a smile, introducing herself as her favorite presenter. She promised that the new knowledge they would gain from her would help them shoot faster and more accurately. Sun Xiaorui, preparing for the fight, thought to herself that she had to use the methods she had learned yesterday. The host excitedly announced that Sun Xiaorui had set a new sniper record. She did this by making an accurate shot from a distance of 700 meters. Tiffany, hearing this, noted that she heard from Alain. She is her idol. Sun Xiaorui enthusiastically confirmed that this was true and added that Tiffany's teaching videos had helped her a lot. Tiffany coldly replied that even if he was her idol, she shouldn't expect him to be merciful to her. Sun Xiaorui happily agreed, noting that their opinions were very similar on this matter. Tiffany warned Sun Xiaorui to use all her strength in their confrontation, and she, in turn, would also use everything. Tiffany thought to herself that there was no point in her using all her strength in this battle. The presenter said that the Forest Bowl chosen as the arena was created specifically for the confrontation of snipers. Zhou Zichen noted that Tiffany was very strong, and perhaps she had the best sniper skills among all people. The fat man asked Mo Feng what secret plan he had developed for this headman's duel. Mo Feng replied that this time he simply decided to reveal one secret to her if she won. He explained that if one were to evaluate only sniper shooting skills, Tiffany's sniper skills were 60 to 70% superior to Sun Xiaorui's. And if you add arena difficulty into this equation, The result is disappointing. This was the first fight where the chances of winning were negligible. Sun Xiaorui, moving around the arena, noticed that Mo Feng did not bring any disguise equipment. She wondered if he was so sure that she wouldn't be able to find him. The Forest Bowl was an arena for ultra-long-range combat, with the difficulty of duels in this area being equivalent to rank 5. Realizing the full potential of such a forested area was incredibly difficult. Dr. Petulia noted that both participants used the best sniper rifles, the Black Riva 5th generation and the Speed of Light B600. Mila said they were watching a confrontation between two snipers, who could give a rough estimate of the distance. Now Dr. Zhang felt like he was on the edge of a knife, a kind of psychological confrontation. After all, the outcome of the fight in this case will be decided when one of the participants detects the other. Suddenly, commentators were surprised to see that Tiffany had disappeared. They wondered where he was, since he had just been here, and it turned out that Tiffany had used perfect mimicry, blending into the environment. Observers began to worry about Sun Xiaorui, realizing that mimicry does not make a person 100% invisible. There was a tense anticipation in the arena, and the commentators watched the proceedings with apprehension. The censors didn't react to Tiffany's presence, but he couldn't have fallen into the ground, and this was puzzling. Mo Feng, watching what was happening, recalled the past. He knew that this freak Tiffany was a fairly famous sniper on the battlefield of Mars. He even had enough qualifications to transfer to a special team, but he refused this offer, remaining an ordinary soldier. He himself said that he liked to shoot at heads, and killing aliens brought him inexplicable pleasure. This man was a sniper during the battles on Mars. His abilities of mimicry would be almost useless for an ordinary soldier. It wasn't hard to conclude that aliens who relied on sight met their end when confronted with him. Suddenly, Fatso screamed in panic at the headmistress, ordering her to turn around and warning her that Tiffany was right behind her. He demanded that she hurry up, but Tiffany calmly noted that the fat man was only straining his throat in vain, and it was useless. Sun Xiaorui felt something strange, some inexplicable presence behind her. She froze, unable to move, realizing that something terrible had happened. Her instincts screamed about danger, but her body did not obey. Tiffany stood right behind her, and Sun Xiaorui could feel her breath on her neck. The arena was filled with tense anticipation, and the commentators noticed that Sun Xiaorui was in a state of great confusion. Her psychological state left much to be desired. One of the lunar commentators addressed Dr. Zhang with irony, noting that the training of Earth's fighters is at a very low level. Dr. Petulia mentally urged Sun Xiaorui to calm down. There was no point in continuing the fight if he couldn't pull himself together. The situation on the battlefield was not in her favor, and victory was almost in Tiffany's pocket. Meanwhile, the Moon Fighters discussed the genetic aspects of soldier training. They noted that after people learned to influence genes for their own development, this method became widespread among soldiers. A good soldier could think about methods of influencing his genes, making adjustments to their structure that were necessary at a given moment in time. Sun Xiaorui, however, never showed any signs that her genes were close to awakening. The question arose whether anything would change under such high pressure. The protagonist noticed that Sun Xiaorui's body temperature was rising, and the equipment in the EM cabin was recording unusual readings. The girl exclaimed in surprise that she was feeling stuffy and did not understand what was happening. Dr. Zhang jumped up and began to closely monitor the girl's indicators. Mila and Dr. Petulia wondered ominously if she was really that nervous. The main character, Veste, and his friend were looking at the arena. Wooly called the headman. He wanted to help her somehow. The girl seemed to hear her comrades, but did not understand what she could do now. Tiffany noted with a smug smile that even she herself hadn't expected that her abilities could frighten someone so much. She prepared to deliver the decisive blow, saying that this was greetings from Alain. At this moment, Sun Xiaorui, who was on the verge of defeat, suddenly felt something unusual. Her body began to respond to stress in a completely different way than before. She remembered all of Mo Feng's instructions, all of her training, and decided that she would not give up without a fight. Just as Tiffany was about to shoot, Sun Xiaorui performed an incredible maneuver. She, having left the line of fire at the last split second, suddenly noticed the outline of her opponent. In a few milliseconds, she realized that she had found the enemy, took the weapon in her hands, and took aim. Tiffany froze in amazement, not believing her eyes. He did not understand how Sun Xiaorui managed to do this. The audience froze in shock and then burst into applause. A tense silence reigned in the arena, broken only by the breathing of the spectators. The presenter asked everyone to calm down and take a moment to pay attention, as the situation required clarification. She announced that Sun Xiaorui's victory was not yet confirmed, and the match had yet to be completed. There was no doubt that the shot had hit its target and destroyed part of the small mountain behind which Tiffany was hiding. But how Sun Xiaorui was able to discover it remained a mystery. Moreover, the anomalous readings from the sensors in the capsule only added to the questions. The girl from the Moon team exclaimed in amazement that this could not be, and suggested that a gene awakening had occurred. The situation escalated, and urgent medical attention was required. This is because the sensors in both fighters' capsules showed abnormal values. Medical sensors recorded Sun Xiaorui's critical condition. The patient had an abnormally high temperature, and brain activity monitors showed abnormal signals. Doctors couldn't understand how this could happen simply from being in the EM capsule. Someone suggested that the physiology of Earthlings really is different from that of the Moon. The host asked for a moment of attention and announced that information had been received that something unusual was happening with Sun Xiaorui's body. Tiffany, with anger on her face, couldn't understand how the girl had managed to find him. Dr. Zhang tried to calm the crowd, explaining that performance-enhancing drugs were prohibited at competitions and that they would now examine the headman and find out everything. There was a commotion in the hall, with the audience indignantly demanding an explanation, accusing Sun Xiaorui of cheating and using drugs. The fat man angrily defended the headwoman, declaring that she would never use illegal drugs to win. Zhou Zichen suggested that this was similar to Wu's results, and when asked what it was, she explained that it was a rare phenomenon of gene awakening. Everyone calls it by their own name. Usually a person receives amazing abilities. It's truly amazing that Sun Xiaorui saw through Tiffany's mimicry. Usually the awakening of Wu occurs at 18 to 19 years of age. This age has long been calculated, and it is the same for Earthlings. The protagonist continued his explanation, noting that there was no need to worry and that he was sure that it was Wu. Although the people of the Moon and Earth took different paths in this matter, both paths are quite stable. The Moon people are still researching this phenomenon and have found that humans adapt to awakening quite well. Genetic awakening occurs extremely rarely, and the result of such awakenings may be the appearance of voluminous hair growth. Everything that happened to Sun Xiaorui really resembles Wu, and some people had seen something similar while serving in the military. One of the opposing team noted that the head woman truly deserved her title, but was sure that she would lose in this fight. However, due to excessive strain, Sun Xiaorui's body was exhausted, and after her victory, the girl was urgently taken to the hospital. In short, an incredibly rare phenomenon happened to her. On the one hand, she should have been congratulated because she had just received an incredible prize at the camp, and everyone hoped that the warriors would not be harmed. It was soon announced that Sun Xiaorui had not taken any drugs, which meant she had won. The Dragon Script fans rejoiced, calling Sun Xiaorui their new goddess and proud that she was their chief. The doctor was confused, but still explained to everyone that the girl needed to stay in the hospital for observation. Something incredible was happening at the School of Dragon Letters. Everyone shouted and rejoiced at another victory, praising the headman. One student couldn't believe that another one of their students had made it into the top 32. Mila noticed that after Sun Xiaorui's victory, it immediately seemed like the Earthlings' luck had run out. In the face of the power of the moon, any participant can only accept their defeat. Dr. Patuya announced the start of the next fight for entry into the top 32. Spectators were treated to a duel between Dragon Letter student Zhang Wuli and a representative of the Solid Phone Academy, Fibao. Fibao, nicknamed Natinata, had 2,000 points in the Lunar EM rating. He specialized in offensive attacks and his speed. The fat man was encouraged from all sides, urging him to give his all and showing how his brother supported him. Friends shouted that everything depended on him and demanded that he give everyone a light. The arena was filled with tense anticipation before the start of Zhang Wulei's match against Fibao. Fibao looked at his opponent with disdain, shaking his hand, confident of his victory. He turned mockingly to Fatso, declaring that his luck had come to an end, and that today, he would understand on his own skin why he had been given such a nickname. The guy tensed up a little and immediately removed his hand from shaking his opponent's. There were calls from the crowd of spectators for the fat man to shake his opponent's hand properly, or he was just that scared. Others advised him to drag his ass to the arena and not forget to take his friends with him. Someone demanded that he smear this sucker all over the arena. Fibao noticed that he was indeed afraid, but perhaps he was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He also added that it seemed he had begun to forget about the strange habits of earthly warriors. According to the data on this fat man, he is absolutely hopeless, and even if he does have some ranged combat skills, that's all he can do. The arena was filled with tense anticipation before the start of the 5th level of the Flying Saucer Destruction Battle. The rules of this arena were quite simple. Whoever destroyed 100 flying saucers first would be able to attack their opponent. The opponents stood a meter apart from each other, and they had the same target in front of them. The winner would be the one who was faster and more accurate, while the masters fought in such a way as to fit their attacks into the rhythm of their opponent's attacks. Analysts explained that this was only the basis, and that execution in such confrontations became the other side of the coin. If you can't adapt quickly, you'll only face failure. The guys on the team knew that it was safe to say that, unlike Sun Xiaorui's fight, there would be no mysteries here. No luck required. Only the one with the greatest psychological fortitude and the best aim can win. The Polar Star was the standard lunar precision pistol. It had a high rate of fire, low recoil, and accuracy. There was almost no delay between his shots, making it the standard pistol of choice in an arena like this. Rate of fire was very important in this test. The faster and more accurately you shoot, the more pressure your opponent will feel. Commentators noted that Zhang Wulei should also choose something similar. At least his weapon should not be too inferior. Suddenly, one of the commentators exclaimed in shock when he saw the fat man's choice. He chose a weapon like the Tiger's Duty. Dr. Zhang thought that the weapon was developed on Earth, and although this gun had good performance, its recoil was strong. To fire this pistol, you had to pull the trigger almost constantly. The accuracy of the weapon was average, and the rate of fire was also average. The fat man stood in the arena, ignoring calls to change weapons. Meanwhile, Mo Feng was recalling the past during the battles on Mars. In addition to the heavy sniper rifle, Wu Lei always took this pistol. Among all the soldiers, he was the only one who continued to use a weapon that required ammunition for its use. But Mo Feng had never seen the fat man use it during his time at the academy. Why did he decide to use it now? Considering Sun Xiaorui's recent awakening, it has a certain effect. Now it was even difficult for him to imagine how many points Zhang Wulei could score. Fabio watched the fat man with disdain, noticing that he seemed to be having a nervous breakdown. He mockingly said that if the fat man could win this confrontation, he would take his last name. He ordered the countdown to begin. Wooly stood there, drenched in sweat, trying to come to his senses and collect his thoughts. Fabio was happy with the situation. There was no doubt that he would win. The commentators were in anticipation of how quickly this fight would end. The fat man's opponent had already begun his attack, just as the countdown ended. The fat man stood motionless. He just looked at Fabio's shots. The spectators and his comrades panicked and shouted at him to move, asking why he was frozen in place. Patuya noted that this was the first time he had seen a participant who was so scared. He was already starting to laugh out loud, not watching the battlefield. The guy's opponent continued his endless attack, hoping that he would now destroy Wu Lai. The fat man's friends from the stands desperately shouted his name, calling on him to wake up and start acting. Fabio felt absolutely superior to the big guy. Everyone understood that if he continued to stand there doing nothing, he would lose very soon. In the arena, Fibao stopped attacking for a moment and watched the fat man standing motionless with disdain. However, at this moment, something changed in the fat man's eyes. He remembered all of Mo Feng's instructions. He remembered all his training and realized that he had no right to let down his friends who were so desperately supporting him from the stands. He slowly raised his weapon, preparing for battle, and there was a determination in his eyes that had not been there before. After the intense battles of the first day of competition, the host enthusiastically announced another victory for Earth. Despite the overall unfavorable situation for the Earthlings, the 4 dragons still managed to get into the top 32 as a whole. The students of the Dragon Letters Academy, who appeared out of nowhere, almost single-handedly defended the honor of the Earth. Mila was happy with this outcome and sincerely congratulated the guys. She pointed to the hologram that appeared and announced all 4 winners. Zhang Wulei was beaming with happiness. He was absolutely pleased with himself and his team as a whole. General Gu Yu was approached by journalists asking to interview the Dragon Letter students. General Gu Yu was forced to apologize to everyone and explain that the team was not ready to give any interviews at the moment. Their matches turned out to be quite tough, and now they all need rest. He himself noted that Mo Feng was truly amazing. Even he didn't expect that he would be able to create such an incredible miracle. The guy from the team said that the only thing he wanted was a crushing victory, but as many as 6 Earthlings got through. The girl continued, Mo Feng still possesses remarkable strength. It was not worth underestimating him from the very beginning. Her interlocutor chuckled and said that the real battle was just beginning. It was time to show her strength. In the hospital ward, doctors monitored Sun Xiaorui's condition and explained that she was physically and mentally exhausted. WU will definitely cause some changes in the girl's body, but they should not be dangerous to her health. Now she has simply fallen into a very deep sleep, and it will take some time for her to wake up. The fat man and everyone else stood next to the ward, watching the sleeping headman. Mo Feng suggested that they go, noting that there were doctors taking care of her here and that she would definitely be fine. Wooly silently wished the headman a speedy recovery and added that he was even able to get into the top 32 thanks to her support. The next day, on the day off from the competition, the general reflected on his soldiers. He assessed the 4 Dragon Letter students, noting that they all had their own distinct set of tactics and flaws. When you're playing as a dark horse, your morale is sky high, but it also has its downsides because it's easier to take down a dark horse. Their situation was still not encouraging. The next day, Mo Feng still cherished the hope that he could take Zhang Wulei for special training, but he was still unable to wake him up. The fat man did nothing but eat and sleep, and Mo Feng thought that this was his peculiar reaction to WU to recover. He sighed, noticing that the fat man was no different from that fat man on Mars, and that such a life was probably a blessing for his body. At that moment, he received a notification on his watch that something terrible had happened and that help was needed. The guy went there in bewilderment, asking why he had called him to such a deserted place. Mo Feng quickly approached Marco, noticing his agitated state. Marco urged him to go faster. Mo Feng asked what happened. Marco replied that something was wrong. Several friends he was in constant contact with had stopped communicating. Marco asked if Mo Feng had discovered anything recently. He explained that when they spoke last time, Feng had noticed the frequency of interstellar expeditions, and Marco had decided to focus on that. Some of his friends were also very interested in this. One of them worked for the Walter Corporation. Thanks to this, Marco was able to delve deeper into this issue than last time. The protagonist interrupted his speech and, grabbing him by the collar, suggested that they take a walk and talk. Mo Feng interrupted him again when he began to explain everything incoherently, suggesting that he calm down and tell him everything that had happened. Marco continued, explaining that his online nickname is Stalker, and no one knows whether he is from Earth or the Moon, but he is nonetheless one of the top 10 hackers. They don't know him personally either. As far as Marco knows, this man gets pleasure from stealing top-secret documents. He thinks that he started digging under the Walters in order to quickly become a leader among hackers. Mo Feng asked worriedly if Marco had been found out. Marco replied that it was unlikely. None of them would reveal their identities. and if any danger arose, they would eliminate it immediately. The moon has such a huge population that it didn't even catch Marco's attention at first. Everything would have continued like this, but Stalker sent him that pin code. He left it only to convey one single message, Judgment Day. Mofeng and Marco stood in a secluded place, continuing to discuss the disturbing news. Marco asked excitedly what the hell awaited them in the future and inquired if Mofeng knew anything about it. Mofeng replied that he was now almost certain that the alien invasion was not an accident. He could already formulate several theories on this matter. In the first version, the people of the moon managed to establish contact with the aliens. His second theory was that the aliens were actually created by lunar scientists as a biological weapon. If you delve into the details and analyze everything carefully, you can notice human attack tactics during alien attacks. To experience all this, you had to be a soldier on the front lines. Mofeng continued to think out loud, realizing that when you were standing on the front lines, gathering associations was the last thing you would think about. All these thoughts only create new questions. What if the moon really does intend to destroy the Earth? But if they want to rule the solar system alone, why don't they just attack Earth directly? If the moon, with the support of aliens, attacks the Earth, then Earthlings with their current forces will not be able to stop them. He was thinking in the wrong direction, because the Earth and the moon were attacked simultaneously, which meant that the moon was also valuable to the attackers. Was the war really necessary just to rule the remnants of humanity? Mofeng wondered what could possibly drive this elite group to do such crazy things. Countless soldiers gave their lives and how many families were destroyed? Marco exclaimed in despair. What kind of terrible riddle was this? He began to call the protagonist to come out of his thoughts. Mofeng suggested forgetting about it for now. His head was already splitting. He warned that if they tried to delve any deeper into this matter, then only death would await them and Marco. He suggested that Marco just tie up all the loose ends and enjoy life. Marco asked again if Mofeng knew anything. Mofeng replied that he was an ordinary student of the Dragonscript Academy, so he might know. Marco countered that he was no ordinary student, and that everything he was doing now could only be described as incredible. It was Mofeng who gave him the tip to start digging in this direction, the doomsday that they managed to discover during the expeditions. The guy still couldn't calm down about aliens and a new habitable planet. He also asked if scientists had managed to create some kind of devilry. Mofeng tried to calm Marco down, noting that he was thinking too much and that they weren't living in a science fiction story. He doesn't think that his only goal now should be to win the tournament, which will bring glory to the Earthlings. And it wouldn't hurt Marco to wash up and get a good night's sleep and think it all over in the evening. As for Stalker, if this hacker was able to hack into the financial group's network, then he can sue him because he is an honest person. At that moment, a fat man appeared and joyfully turned to Marco, asking if he had by any chance brought anything tasty with him. Mofeng noted that if he hurried, he could still make it to lunch. The fat man exclaimed in panic that it was lunch. But where was his breakfast? And how was he supposed to fight tomorrow since he was malnourished? Marco Polo asked in surprise. Hadn't the fat man been eliminated from the tournament yesterday? Why should he fight tomorrow? Wu Lei asked if he had watched yesterday's competition. Mako was surprised to learn that Zhang Wu Lei had advanced to the third round of the competition. He couldn't believe he had made it past the second stage. It turned out he hadn't been following the competition for 2 days. Everyone passed. Zhou Zichen, a genius representative of the weaker sex. She has the highest rating among all the students of the academy. Sun Xiaorui, or Lucky Girl as she's nicknamed online. Although she's not exactly stunning, she should be the weakest member right now. Zhang Wu Lei, a strange fat man, is very weak. It is said that he can only use ranged weapons in battle, but he was able to win 2 victories. Mofeng is currently the most unrivaled fighter. In the past 2 fights, he demonstrated an incredible level of close combat. Now the whole team was together, awaiting instructions. They were informed that Sun Xiaorui would not be able to take part in the match for a place in the top 16 because she had not been able to recover. Meanwhile, the announcement of tomorrow's matches took place and the pairings were announced to the spectators. Shadow Sakarovsky versus Chrissy Da Vinci. Golden Lion Darao versus Floys of the Heavenly Light. Mofeng versus the Prince of Darkness and the rest. A guy from the company suggested discussing the upcoming fights, since there were only 5 of them left. Zhu Zichen noted with irony that it was as if she had won the lottery. She got Alan Doyle. Everyone knew that Alan Doyle was known as the first fighter on the moon, and he must be very strong. But he hasn't expressed himself 100% yet, so it's difficult to talk about his real strength. Darao added that he got Floys, who is a master of close combat, but it is still better than facing a Zun practitioner in combat. Mofeng replied that he had some information, but he could not guarantee that it was accurate. He couldn't say anything concrete about Alan Doyle's abilities, but he knew that Floyd's power was fire, very strong fire. He approached Shadow and said that Chrissy's ability was most likely related to air control. The fat man asked in bewilderment where Mofeng had gotten this information, and what other nonsense about fire and air was this. He asked what kind of ability the show-off landers must have then. Mofeng replied that he had heard that his ability was somehow related to darkness, and it was not for nothing that he was nicknamed the Dark Prince. Darao added that no matter how strong their opponents were, they would still have to face the will of the Earthlings. There was a tense anticipation in the arena before the start of the 3rd stage of the EM competition. Host Mila once again greeted all viewers and announced that the 3rd stage would begin any minute. The organizers of the EM conducted a survey, the results of which were not particularly encouraging. Most viewers believed that no Earthling would be able to make it into the top 8, which would be a truly historic event. Only one person in 100 believed that all 5 representatives of Earth would make it to the next stage. Patuya approached Zhang, suggesting that he not be so gloomy, and asked how many representatives could make it into the top 8. Dr. Zhang philosophically noted that quantity will never trump quality. Even if the moon takes 7 places out of 8, what's the point? Dr. Patuya D replied with a grin that his old friend could pretend while he still could, and they would see who would laugh. Dr. Zhang immediately retorted that it would be better for him not to open his mouth, glaring angrily at the doctor. Mila listened to all this and did not dare to say a word in the heat of the argument. Zhang continued, saying that he would later deeply regret his careless words, because the result had not yet appeared on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, the spectators watched what was happening in the arena. One of the team remarked dismissively that there were still 2 more battles to go, and it was so tiring. The protagonist replied that victory in duels between representatives of the moon only allows one to defend the pride of each department. Darao answered gloomily that after some time, Shadow would be beaten by the goddess, and there he would definitely not be able to sleep. All this time, more fights were taking place among the participants in the arena. In the commentary booth, they discussed the probabilities of the fight's outcomes. The numbers on the screen showed that 36% of viewers believed one outcome, and 64% believed the opposite. The first 3 warm-up matches were pretty good, and the most interesting part of today's competition is about to begin. The host announced the start of the 4th match, Shadow Sakarovsky versus Chrissy Da Vinci. The tension in the arena reached its peak, and the 2 opponents were already standing opposite each other. The guys looked into each other's eyes, trying to analyze the situation as deeply as possible. Chrissy Da Vinci, the Holy Celestial, had the ability to control air and was considered one of the most powerful of the moon. Sakarovsky, known as the Shadow, was a master of stealth attacks and unexpected maneuvers. From the very beginning of the fight, Chrissy took the initiative using her aerial attacks. She did all this in order to keep Sakarovsky at a distance. However, the guy also did not want to lag behind, so he tried to ruin her plans as much as he could. Shadow parried her maneuvers and took up arms, striking back. The opponent created powerful air currents that made it difficult for him to move. These movements made his sneak attacks almost impossible. Sakarovsky, however, did not give up. He carefully watched the girl's movements. He used every shadow, every cover to get closer to his opponent. His movements were quick and unpredictable. He seemed to dissolve into thin air and appear in the most unexpected places. Chrissy, sensing his presence, increased the pressure. She created a vortex around herself that repelled any attempts to get closer. Sakarovsky understood that if he did not find a way to break through this defense, he would lose. He decided to take a risk and, using his shadow technique, tried to slip through the vortex. For a moment, he succeeded, and he found himself close to Chrissy, then instantly disappeared. He disappeared at the very moment when his opponent was ready to strike. Chrissy used her teleportation ability to disappear and reappear in search of the boy. A powerful blast of air swept across the arena, leaving a bright light in the air. The girl realized that the enemy had disappeared, but she was already developing a plan on how to find him. There was a tense anticipation in the stands after all these events. The teammates from Earth watched the fight in amazement, believing that the guy would be able to win. A thrilling confrontation between Sakarovsky and Chrissy Da Vinci unfolded in the arena. Sakarovsky, known as the Shadow, used all his skills of stealth and surprise attacks. He wanted to do something to oppose the Holy Celestial being. The spectators watched the fighters' every move with tension, not believing their eyes. Someone exclaimed in surprise, noting that Sakarovsky had somehow managed to find himself in an advantageous position. The opponent suddenly turned around in surprise, looking at the blade that had suddenly appeared. The crowd uttered cries of surprise, asking how this trickster had managed to appear here and attack the saint. The spectators watched his maneuvers with delight. Someone shouted that it looked like he could win and congratulated him on a great job. The tension grew with each passing second. The guy was still invisible. Suddenly, the situation changed. Chrissy realized that her usual attacks were not producing results, so she decided to use her special ability. The girl concentrated, and a field of compressed air began to form around her. The audience froze in anticipation, sensing that something decisive was about to happen. The opponent suddenly realized that his ability was fading and he became visible again. One of the commentators exclaimed in shock that this was the girl's special ability. Chrissy used compressed air control to suppress her enemy. The air around Sakarovsky began to compress, depriving him of the ability to move and breathe. Spectators watched in horror as Chrissy's next move was to kill Sakarovsky. The Shadow tried to resist, using his shadow techniques, but Mo Feng saw that the air trap was inexorable. The crowd erupted in cheers for Chrissy, urging her to destroy her opponent. Sakarovsky, feeling that his strength was leaving him, made a last desperate attempt to break free, but in vain. Chrissy increased the pressure, and at some point, Sakarovsky no longer thought he could win. The girl directed a stream of energy with all her might straight at the guy, and the whirlwind reached its target. Everything happened in an instant, and only a trace of the past battle remained in the arena. Sakarovsky collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. His special ability canceled out by the superior force of the enemy. Chrissy Da Vinci won, confirming her power and right to be called one of the strongest in this competition. Chrissy Da Vinci's victory was officially announced. and Dr. Jang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The audience could not contain their admiration, calling her incredible and proclaiming her their new goddess. Her teammates were excited to note that Chrissy's kick was like a volley of a rocket weapon. Only a madman would attempt to fight her in close combat, so destructive was her power. A guy from Alan Doyle's entourage expressed concern that the Earthlings somehow knew the weaknesses of their fighters. Alan Doyle calmly replied that they would discuss it after the end of EM. He doesn't think it's worth going into detail about this now. Something else is more important now. He also added that he believed that all of this most likely came from the Earthlings. His interlocutor insisted that one cannot turn a blind eye to such an obvious problem, because if it causes problems later, this could be a serious blow to Alan's reputation as a leader. Alan firmly stated that he was responsible for all his decisions and suggested ending the conversation on this topic. The interlocutor, realizing that it would be impossible to convince Alan, regretfully noted that since he was so confident, he had nothing more to say. He only reminded that they both do everything for the glory of the moon. He thought to himself that if something went wrong again, it would definitely be a serious blow to Alan as a leader. When this happens, he will have a great chance to reach the top. Meanwhile, spectators and analysts discussed what they had seen, and the crowd rejoiced at the Saints' victory. Everyone rejoiced, saying that the girls' victory was obvious from the very beginning. Darrow noted that Sakarovsky's unconscious talent, coupled with his ability to become invisible, was useless against Chrissy. What's more amazing is that Chrissy's ability not only allowed her to fly, but also to control air pressure. Zekin thought that Alan Doyle was an even more amazing person than Chrissy. At least that's what the Luna people said. Landers and Floys are roughly equal in strength to Chrissy, so one can already imagine how difficult the future fights will be. Darrow noted that it seemed like it would be very difficult to beat the preceded Luna competitors. Only Zhang Wulei's future opponent was not one of them. The fat man was surprised by this remark. At this point, the host announced the start of the first afternoon match. Golden Lion Darrow versus Heavenly Light Floys. The opponents shook hands as they entered the arena. They both looked ominously set against each other, each already killing their opponent in their minds. Gu Yu knew that Darrow was recognized as the strongest participant by the Earth Ministry of War. He was the participant with the best chance of breaking into the top 8. However, in the list of the most terrifying opponents of the Earthlings, Floyd occupied the first place, surpassing even Alan Doyle in this regard. 2 fighters appeared in the arena, Floyd with an impassive look, his eyes burning with the fire that was said to be his main weapon. Darrow, known as the Golden Lion, stood in front of him, radiating confidence and strength. From the very beginning of the fight, Floyd seized the initiative, unleashing a barrage of fiery attacks on his opponent. Tongues of flame shot into the air, creating unbearable heat in the arena. Darrow, however, did not retreat. He closely watched the enemy's actions. He used his incredible speed and strength to dodge the fireballs and counterattack. Darrow tried to get closer to Floyd, realizing that he had a better chance in close combat. But Floyd was experienced and did not allow his opponent to close the distance. He created walls of fire that blocked Darrow's path and launched fire projectiles at him from different directions. Darrow was forced to expend enormous effort in dodging, and gradually his movements began to slow down. However, this was only the beginning of the fight, so the guy gathered all his will into a fist and continued the confrontation. He used one of his main moves, a heavy sword, and slammed it hard into the ground. Floyd saw that his opponent was strong enough, but he could still resist him for now. Darrow realized that he was now superior in strength to his opponent, so this gave him courage. He swung his huge sword, and fiery energy flew in different directions from the guy. The opponent caught these energy shafts with his weapon. Not a single one hit him directly. This made Darrow very angry. He thought about what he should do now. Various thoughts came into his head, but one caught his attention, and he raised his sword behind his head. He swung with all his might and directed it towards his opponent. The sword was truly of impressive size, skillfully sharpened and sparkled incredibly in the bright light. But all of this was unimportant now. It didn't particularly bother Floyd. He clenched his teeth and took up arms, preparing to resist. The sword struck the opponent's weapon with a loud squeak, creaking unpleasantly as it only brought down its force on the durable metal. For a while longer, Floyd stood firmly on his feet and held his face, just so that this sword would not touch him. Then he managed to push aside Darius's attack, who was lost in space for a couple of seconds. Now Floyd looked at his opponent with a tired expression, small streams of blood running down his face. Darrow covered his mouth with his hand, as he could not hold back a smile. He was sure that his next step would overthrow the guy. He raised his huge sword again, which could easily hold him aloft. The same was done by Floyd, only with his own seemingly unremarkable weapon. Your guys headed towards each other and literally flew into the attack with incredible speed. Darrow, not having reached his enemy, launched a wave of furious energy, but missed slightly. The next one was already aimed right at the target, but Floyd managed to reflect it. In response, he sent out a beam of his power, not really paying attention to where he threw it. But this helped knock the weapon out of the opponent's hands. He was clearly surprised by this turn of events. He hesitated a bit at first, but quickly retreated and was ready to fight again. He quickly found himself next to his opponent, and even though he was disarmed, he was confident of his superiority. Floyd didn't have time to do anything, so he found himself in Darrow's grip, and now he too was without his weapon. From the very beginning of the fight, Darrow demonstrated skill, but now he applied jujitsu techniques. The spectators exclaimed in amazement, not believing their eyes. They watched as the fighter twisted his opponent's neck very tightly. He used a hold that seemed to leave him no chance of escape. Instead of trying to break free from the chokehold, the second fighter attempted an unexpected maneuver. He attempted to crush his opponent's hand using his incredible physical strength. The spectators were frozen in tension, watching this incredible fight. It seemed that each of the fighters was ready to do anything to win, and the outcome of the fight hung in the balance. Gu Yu understood that this was Darao's trump card, his special ability known as the Berserker's Burning Blood. However, using this ability came with a price. If he remained in this state for 2 minutes, his heart would burst. That was the downside of the Berserker's Burning Blood. But in those 2 minutes, his strength doubled, the pain disappeared, and his flesh and bones grew significantly stronger. In the current situation, this was enough. Darao's opponent, who had the ability to control flames, considered his fire to be just a tiny flame compared to Darao's. He was confident that he could not lose to him and was preparing for the decisive battle. Both fighters understood that the outcome of the fight would be decided in the next few minutes, and each was determined to win. The outcome of the fight between Floyd and Darao was determined. Floyd won, but Darao's condition was a cause for serious concern. Commentators noted his extraordinary physical condition. The next moment, they immediately demanded that a medical team be prepared. A shock of this level was quite capable of causing considerable damage to the psyche. Dr. Zhang noted bitterly that this was only the first day of the fight for the top 16, and they had all been crushed. Darao lost without showing any self-control. The burning blood of the Berserker was just a minor ability. The guy from the other team noticed that one had supernatural powers. The other was a super god. Analyzing his reactions and actions, it became clear that Floyd had deliberately allowed himself to be caught in order to effectively use his ability. He picked the right opportunity at such an exciting moment, and it was the right move to handle it without any difficulty. Many spectators left the arena, believing that there was nothing else to do there, and that there was no point in watching tomorrow's competition. The protagonist realized that Floyd had everything under control from the very beginning, and Darao was no match for him. The special abilities represented a more serious genetic force, and Floyd's was far ahead of Darao. Mofeng thought that whether he could join the leadership group and gain access to the secrets depended solely on this EM. The current situation was not very good, but not bad for him either. Only 3 of the dragon letters remained for tomorrow. The second day of the top 16 matches has begun, and it's time for another duel. Mila announced the next 2 names, Alan Doyle versus Zhou Zichin. The crowd chanted Alan's name, calling him handsome, beloved, and a hero, and the fans enthusiastically supported their idol. Zhou Zichin entered the arena knowing that she had virtually no chance of winning this match. She could only make every effort to at least knock the aces out of Alan's hand. Alan Doyle stood in front of her, calm and confident, which scared the girl. When the time was up, she said coldly that it was time to end the fight. The enemy's movements were fast and precise, as if he could read his opponent's thoughts. Zhou Zichin tried to use her skills, using her gun, but Alan easily dodged and counterattacked. Oh smiled at his rival, saying that her time was up and that this would soon be over. His strength was so great that every blow he struck could be decisive. Zhou Zichin held on with all her might, but the gap in level was too great. The outcome of the battle was decided. Alan Doyle was victorious. The girl's comrades noted with bitterness that he had dealt with her so easily. Mo Feng stood up from his seat and readily thought that only they were left. The reporters completely surrounded Mo Feng, and it was no longer possible to stop them. Mo Feng's words will carry great weight now. It can be said that he represents all the warriors of the earth. Zhang Wulei exclaimed in annoyance that this was a shitty situation and patted the guy on the shoulder. One of the subjects quickly ran down the corridor and said to himself, "This is very bad." He ran into General Gu Yu's office, starting to report that reporters were interviewing Mo Feng. He understood that there was nothing he could do about it now. All he could do was wait for news, although he was not happy about the situation. However, Mo Feng himself remained calm. He sincerely did not understand why everyone was so worried about this. Some will make it into the top 16, some into the top 8. But does it really matter? Their goal in this competition is only one, and that is first place. His words caused shock among those around them. No one expected such confidence from an earthly participant. The reporter asked if the hero really thought that just the 2 of them would be enough to win. Another asked a provocative question, whether he meant by this statement that the moon fighters were nothing more than trash. The general and his subordinate came to see how things were going, but they came across a lively crowd around Wu Lai and Feng. The reporters were still standing and waiting for answers to their questions. After all these events, all the news was buzzing about the words of the main character and the fact that only 2 participants remained from Earth. Everyone around him wondered ironically if Feng was still trying to act cool in this situation, no matter whether he lost or won. Zhou Zichin noticed with concern that Mo Feng had exposed himself to fire with this statement. There were shouts from the crowd calling Mo Feng a madman. Darao warned him that he better keep his words and do what he promised the journalists. Meanwhile, Zhou Zichin approached Mo Feng alone, addressing him as his senior. She said with concern that perhaps he should have waited with such a statement until the final part of the competition. He reminded them that the Earthlings had almost no fighting spirit left and asked if he should really just sit back and watch. The girl had already started yelling at the guy, wanting to remind him who his next opponent was. Mo Feng calmly replied that for him, there was no difference between the opponents, and very soon they would see this for themselves. Shadow noted that anyone can boast in words, but it seems that everything is already over. He also added that it always seemed to him that Mo Feng was calmer than all of them put together. The fat man thought that whether they lost or won, even a little fun would be nice. The hero received a message on his phone asking if he thought he had gone a bit too far by showing off so much in his interview. He may have wanted to teach a lesson, but many people took it as an act of pride. It was the hero's sister. She added that his parents also watched this interview, so if he loses, he has nowhere else to return to. These words sounded like a dark joke, but there was a grain of truth in them. Other viewers commented sarcastically on the situation, claiming that they had already decided Mo Feng's fate. This definition is simple and maximal. Death, the opponent said that initially he could simply modestly finish the competition. It would not matter whether he could achieve victory for the Earth or lose. This would still make him a prime candidate for military training. After graduating from the academy, he could even easily become an officer or even rise higher. But now the military will think 100 times whether to accept him or not. Someone in the crowd of spectators indignantly asked if he even knew who Landers was. Luckily, their match is about to begin. The duel will begin any minute. Dr. Zhang asked doubtfully, "Doesn't this child know that you should always leave yourself some room to retreat?" Landers, entering the arena, looked at Mo Feng with disdain and declared that today he would let him experience firsthand what strength was. The spectators eagerly awaited the start of the fight, anticipating how Mo Feng would be put in his place. The guys in the arena paid no attention to the fans' cheers. They shook each other's hands thoughtfully. One of Landers' fans confidently stated that it wouldn't take their brother a minute to finish this fight. When Mo Feng entered the arena, the spectators were surprised to see that he was once again unarmed. Despite this, his opponent, Landers, held a gleaming blade in his hand. The main character stood opposite him. Compared to his rival, his own hand was glowing. The opponent looked at him and thought that this guy was just crazy to come out against him with bare hands. Feng dismissively suggested that they get it over with, saying that his dinner had been getting cold for a long time. Dr. Patuya noted with irony that student Mo Feng had taken too much of his medicine today and wondered if he had gone crazy going out without a weapon. Dr. Zhang thought bitterly that his professional career would likely be over after this fight. The spectators, looking at the unarmed enemy, noticed with surprise that Landers saw it too. The guy explained that to be a candidate for early seating in the table, one must have at least a third-level ability. Among the Earthlings, Sakarovsky stands out, but his invisibility can only be considered a second-level ability at most. His own ability, Fate, is also level 3, but it shouldn't be compared to Floyz's Volcano, even though both of their abilities are level 3. However, since Mo Feng is Earth's last hope, Landers will allow him to die from his ability. With these words, he prepared to use his darkness and thunder deprivation to destroy the enemy. An incredible confrontation unfolded in the arena. Landers activated his ability, depriving Mo Feng of his sight and hearing. The audience watched in horror as Mo Feng lost his ability to see and hear, not to mention his ability to navigate. Mo Feng's sister watched the scene with concern, not understanding why he was standing still. Her interlocutor asked her to calm down and look at the situation fully. Landers had deprived the guy of his hearing and sight. Anyone who found themselves in the arena in such a situation would have been shocked and helpless. The girl watched the broadcast with annoyance and regret. She was worried about her brother. Suddenly, the girl and the guy opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding how the main character could still smile in such a situation. However, Mo Feng was not discouraged. He only lured his opponent with his hand. He realized that Landers' ability required physical contact to activate, so Landers used it on him before the match even started. Mo Feng ironically wondered if he should be disqualified for this, but immediately added that it didn't matter at all. All the same, Landers had already done everything he could, namely, given him this unforgettable, unique atmosphere. Landers exclaimed in rage, "To hell with his atmosphere," then rushed to attack the guy. He was surprised to notice that Mo Feng was deprived of both sight and hearing. But why did his mouth continue to work just as well? Mo Feng, despite losing his senses, continued to smile, which caused confusion among all the observers. Landers tried to attack, but Mo Feng, deprived of sight and hearing, somehow miraculously dodged his blows. The main character had a smile on his face. It looked terrifying, as everyone understood that the guy was deaf and blind. Even in this situation, he was able to grab his opponent's hand and use his strength. Thanks to this, Landers was thrown several meters away from the main character. The opponent, out of breath, barely managed to stay on his feet, looking at Feng with incomprehension. The hero himself tried to somehow understand and act in such a way as to begin to sense his opponent. Landers was confused as to why this man was so strong. Then he added, noting that at the moment of impact, he even stopped feeling his hand. Landers analyzed the situation, realizing that Mo Feng had lost both his sight and hearing, but he could still somehow see him. He wondered if there was any ability to do this at all. No, he definitely uses touch and awareness for this. He determines the distance using touch. Mo Feng repelled his attacks thanks to his awareness. It's sad to admit, but Mo Feng's skills are truly amazing. Zhang Wulei watched the battle with fear the entire time, wondering what kind of trick Landers would decide to use this time. Daros and the entire team also looked at the arena and noted that he was trying to confuse Mo Feng's sense of smell, but he quickly came up with measures. Zhou Zichen looked at the protagonist with pity and silently said his name. Suddenly, the guy felt something different near him and chuckled thoughtfully. However, all this will not change the fact that he has already lost, thought Landers, preparing for the decisive attack. The decisive moment had arrived in the arena. Landers, confident of his superiority, prepared to deliver the finishing blow. He believed he had found the perfect opportunity and applied his technique. The enemy was convinced that Mo Feng, deprived of sight and hearing, would not be able to withstand his attack. However, just as Landers was about to attack, something incredible happened. Mo Feng, as if sensing his intentions, moved with lightning speed and delivered a counterattack. Landers froze in amazement, not believing his eyes. Everything did not happen as he planned. The headman, sitting in the ward and watching the broadcast, exclaimed in shock, "Could it really be Mo Feng?" Others muttered that they had never seen anything like it, looking hopefully at the main character. Landers, the Prince of Darkness, was already lying on the ground, no longer able to resist. The commentators couldn't understand what had happened. Petunia was beside himself with rage. One viewer asked in confusion how Landers could have lost his life in such a strange way. Master Feng suddenly seemed to have regained his sight, and he delivered precise blows in close combat. Slap after slap landed on his opponent with powerful force. One of these blows finally overthrew Landers, and he fell, never being able to adequately respond to this attack. Mo Feng opened his fiery eyes and looked at the lying guy with a sense of dignity. The main character said that a green kid like him couldn't know anything about real power. The guys from the Moon team couldn't believe that their member had lost his life so quickly. The spectators were indignantly shouting, "What the hell is going on? And is this another scam?" The atmosphere was getting tense with every second. In the commentary booth, Dr. Petunia D and Dr. Zhang Yang exchanged words. Landers at this time quickly left the arena, feeling humiliated. He came down and shouted that he would kill Mo Feng even if he thought he was a dead man. However, he was unable to reach the main character. He was stopped by a crowd of his comrades. Dr. Zhang noted with irony that it was not Petunia Li who was constantly striving for eloquence. So I suggested we see what he would say this time, looking at the doctor with satisfaction. Dr. Petunia D admitted that this was indeed one of the most bizarre victories he had seen. He wondered how Mo Feng was able to navigate so well despite being blind and deaf. But the main question is not even that, but how Mo Feng was able to kill Landers with practically one slap. Dr. Zhang Yang countered that Dr. Petunia was wrong, and the strangest thing about this fight was his lack of professionalism. Wasn't this why participant Mo Feng was able to achieve such an easy victory? He admitted that in recent days he had felt like he was in a prison, and that the moment had finally come when he could raise his head. Petunia noted with surprise that he did not expect Landers to lose his head due to emotions. The protagonist thought that this little provocateur was actually a nobody, and he didn't even have any negative feelings towards him. He would also have been even more merciful if it were not for his daily sermons. Spectators eagerly awaited the announcement of the results, wondering why it took so long to announce the winner. Finally, after a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that Dragon Letters Academy student Mo Feng had won. The audience burst into applause and shouts of delight, one of whom declared that from this day on he would be Mo Feng's most devoted fan. Another one furiously promised that if anyone dared to insult Mo Feng in the future, he would unleash all his wrath on every member of his family. The general admitted with surprise that he had never dreamed that they would be able to go so far. Just 5 minutes before the match began, the Earth's War Council decided to punish him severely. They sent orders for his arrest, citing the fact that his actions had dealt a serious blow to Earth. After Mo Feng's stunning victory over Landers, there was incredible excitement in the hall and among the spectators. Gu Yu saw that Mo Feng had shown his talent and wiped everyone's noses, achieving something that almost no one else had been able to do. This guy just wanted to shake this jar of pages and he did it. After all, the blood of the Earth's military flows in him. Now all the plans of the Moon representatives have been disrupted by Mo Feng. He will become a real thorn in their mission and the greatest hope of the Earthlings. Meanwhile, Mo Feng himself, left alone, was thinking about how Landers remained the #1 suspect. This time there was a pain again in the chest area, but only once. The guy wondered how this damned skill that appeared on his body at critical moments worked. He was again lost in his thoughts, as this skill defied any explanation. After Mo Feng's victory over Landers, his friends and comrades gathered around to discuss their future plans. The protagonist stood in the center of his friends, waiting for them to ask what they wanted to hear from him. Zhou Zichen was very nervous, unable to ask such a question first. Then the protagonist started the conversation and said that all the recent battles had been completely one-sided and it was unbearable to raise the spirit. If he had lost, he would have simply taken the brunt of the fight. But fortunately, he won the fight. He appealed to his friends, urging them to understand that their strength lay in unity and that other people should not support him. He also added that they are his friends and should remain on his side. Daros responded with understanding that they were all members of the same team and Mo Feng could face any opponent ahead. They must support him in any endeavor, because he is their last hope. Shadow Sakarovsky tried to calm everyone down, saying that it was enough to cry and that all he could do was thank them for their support. Darao thought, it's easy to talk about it, but when you come face to face with a monster, it feels different. It was Zhang Wuli's turn to take the stage, and his comrades expressed hope that he too could make it into the top 16. After all, two people are always better than one in the next stage. The protagonist confirmed their words and expressed the same hope regarding the fat man. Sakarovsky noted that if this is a long-distance confrontation, there is still a small chance. However, the fat man himself understood that if this was a close combat battle, then it would be the end. Mo Feng thought about tactics for the fatty. There were a few tricks that could be used a couple of times, but that was their limit. There was no point in forcing Zhang Wulei to continue participating in the tournament. At the moment, he has already exceeded the task assigned to him. Meanwhile, the start of today's match was announced at the arena. The two remaining opponents, Biblot versus Zhang Wuli, were already standing opposite each other. Biblot noticed that Mo Feng had been demonstrating his incredible power in close combat for 3 rounds in a row. His abilities are probably related to perception, but this fat guy, he wondered why he even wanted to get into the top 16, not really understanding the guy. Just a fight, without any provocations. Close or long-range combat does not matter. Just an open battle is the main principle of Biblot's tactics. The fat man was preparing for battle, developing tactics. He decided that he should not give the enemy a reason to splash out his excitement. Suddenly, Wuli received a message that the headman would keep his fingers crossed for him, and that the guy had to get revenge for both of them. This gave the guy confidence. He felt responsible not only for himself, but for the whole team. Sun Xiaorui, watching the scene, was thinking about her comrades. Mo Feng asked her to encourage Zhang Wuli. However, she was confident that her message would have almost no impact on the outcome of this duel. However, to be honest, both Zhang Wulei and Mo Feng had surpassed her. They are no longer the same as they were at the academy, and her physical condition has still not stabilized. The good news for her was that she went through WU, but she still won't get any incredible abilities. Everything that has been happening lately has left her a little confused as to why Mo Feng has suddenly become so powerful. Why is it that now in the depths of his eyes there is always a trace of deep sadness and this indescribable trust he has in her? She wondered if he liked her, but then she stopped herself, realizing that it clearly didn't make sense. The protagonist recalled that his strong friendship with Zhang Wulei was forged during the endless struggle between life and death on Mars. At present, it is Sun Xiaorui who has the greatest influence on Zhang Wuli. The fat man, having received support from the headman, felt a surge of strength and determination. In the commentary booth, Dr. Patuya D remarked dismissively that viewers would soon witness the destruction of the Earth contestant. Dr. Zhang Yang proposed a small bet that Zhang Wulei would win this fight. Dr. Zhang insisted, offering a bet and asked if Dr. Patuya would dare to accept it. If he loses, he will run naked around the arena. Dr. Patuya D exclaimed indignantly, "What childishness." Dr. Zhang remarked that this small matter was of no importance and asked if Dr. Parui had any courage. Patuya replied that he himself had no aces up his sleeve, and he simply did not want to upset him, but he was forcing him to accept the bet. Dr. Zhang insisted on playing by the rules, but noticed that Zhang Wuli had many problems. Fatty is the type of person who shows incredible results when they are motivated enough. It is precisely such people who most often create real miracles, and he is definitely no exception. The fight began. Biblot, an experienced fighter, looked at his opponent with some apprehension. The fat man, following his tactics, did not succumb to provocations and calmly watched Bibelot's actions. The arena was filled with tense anticipation before the fight between Zhang Wulei and his opponent. The audience was surprised to see that the fat man had chosen the crappy Tiger's duty pistols. His opponent's choice fell on the Capard laser assault rifle, and he looked at the guy expectantly. Commentators recalled that in the first round, Zhang Wulei chose a heavy sniper rifle from Razor. Then, his single shot was enough to make an indelible impression on everyone. His incredible spiral shot in the second round was even more incredible. They also noted that it's better to remain silent. How can training shooting at soulless plates compare to a real battle? All of the Luna competitors take the competition seriously, and each of them is capable of adapting to the rapidly changing battlefield. Mo Feng watched the fat man closely, noting that the fat man looked so confident. Zikin wondered if Zhang Wulei was underestimating his opponent, and if this was another plan he had devised. The protagonist admitted that no one knows Zhang Wuli better than him, and he didn't even notice how he began to control him. But this is certainly not Mars, so it was necessary to come up with a new way to awaken in him the desire to win. Even if fate doesn't want this war to be stopped, it wants Fatso to have no regrets. Now Zhang Wulei was in his optimal state. Now he was throwing out his pent-up excitement. This showed that he really wanted to win this fight, which is why he entered his strange fighting mode. The fat man's opponent, seeing his confidence, remarked with contempt that he had opened up. He prepared to deliver the decisive blow, declaring that the fat man would die now. However, just as he was about to attack, the fat man pulled off an incredible maneuver. He used his Tiger's duty pistols with such speed and accuracy that the enemy did not have time to react. The series of shots reached their target, but at the last moment the opponent dodged. The opponent thought to himself that the fat man looked so defenseless, but he reacted to his appearance with lightning speed. Because Bibelot was thinking to himself for so long, he almost missed another fiery shot, immediately followed by a second, equally powerful shot from Zhang Wuli's weapon. At this time, Tolsk already felt like a winner, since he saw that his opponent did not expect this at all. He continued to shoot at Bibelot again and again, no longer seeing him as a serious danger. Soon, he got tired of just shooting at the wall, so he shouted to him that here he was, and that he shouldn't be afraid and come out. The audience exclaimed in shock that this was too much. It seemed that the fat man had sent his insecurities to hell and could actually win. His opponent was indignant at how someone with an EM rating of less than 2,000 could fight back against someone with an EM rating of 3,000. It seemed incomprehensible. He was very angry. It was just unclear at whom, at himself or at Vuli. The fat man's opponent, enraged by his resistance, asked him with contempt if he really thought he could defeat him. Zhang Wuli himself decided to change his position, realizing that the current tactics were not producing results. He tried to lure Bibelo out of hiding, but he did not succumb to provocation. Then the enemy threatened to destroy him along with the shelter. Then he cursed with annoyance, saying that he would not have much time left to hide. After these words, another series of fast and powerful fire attacks followed from Vulai. The opponent, standing behind the wall, saw that it had already begun to crack, and he cursed under his breath. Then he decided that all he had to do was use his last trump card. A thrilling confrontation unfolded in the arena between Zhang Wuli and his opponent Bibelot. Bibelot, confident in his superiority, mockingly remarked that the fat man's end had come and defiantly shouted out his name. The fat man, however, did not flinch. He continued to move with astonishing ease, dodging the enemy's attacks. Bibelot, seeing that the fat man was not giving in, remarked with disdain that his efforts would, at best, slightly hinder his shooting. He called the fat man's tricks child's play. But the fat man continued his incredible movement, spinning and firing at the same time, which made the enemy laugh. Bibelot exclaimed in surprise that the fat man was firing while spinning, but immediately added that it was just child's play. Suddenly, Bibelot became tangible and crept up to Vuli unnoticed, kicking him in the back. He applied some force and used his signature technique. Zhang Wulei, completely unexpected, collapsed to the floor without even trying to fight back. The spectators stood frozen in amazement as they watched this incredible spectacle. Dr. Petulia was very pleased with this. He asked if the fat man's rhythm had been disrupted. Bibelot pointed his pistol at his opponent and was ready to shoot straight at his target. At this time, the fat man tried to quickly get up from his knees and come to his senses, since the fight was still ongoing. The guy managed to quickly retreat and avoid being hit by the laser beams fired from his opponent's weapon. He also jumped up quickly, came up with a new plan of action, and began the attack. Bibelot just continued laughing, not seeing any danger from Zhang Wuli. However, all this was in vain, because Vuli's opponent didn't even bother to find a new shelter for himself. Brother Zhang's attacks turned out to be incredibly strong, several times stronger than they were before. Commentators were shocked by such a rapid change of circumstances. At some point, the fat man delivered the decisive blow, and Bibelo collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The system declared Zhang Wuli, a student at the Dragon Letters Academy, the winner of this duel. The audience burst into applause, and Dr. Petulia D, remembering his bet, reluctantly thought that now he would have to run naked. Dr. Zhang looked mockingly at Petulia and said that they had been friends for a long time. Therefore, he will not mind if they lower the terms of the bet. The spectators looked at the fat man with admiration, rejoicing at his victory. Mofeng asked in shock, "Did this lazy guy really already have the skill of 18 instant kill rotations in the academy?" When using this skill, the fat man's accuracy reached an absolutely incredible level. During the battles on Mars, before he himself went through the gene awakening, Zhang Wulei saved his life several times. Perhaps the fat man had gone through an awakening from the very beginning, but did not tell him about it so as not to hurt his self-esteem. Mofeng looked with gratitude at his friend who was once again performing miracles in the arena. Spectators admired the fat man, noting that he would become the king of the most unusual weapons at these EMs. Someone pointed out that the fat guy may be the first EM participant to complete all 3 rounds using only ranged weapons. This time, the Dragon Letters Academy really showed an unexpected result. The best marksman of this competition was Zhang Wuli, and the best close combat fighter was Mofeng. The general saw all this and wondered how far the Earth's trump cards could go. The team on the ground wasn't thinking about anything serious yet and was simply all happy about their friend's victory. At the arena after the fight, Mofeng and the fat man were surrounded by journalists. The main character looked at the crowd of journalists and thought that everything was happening again. One of the reporters asked Mofeng how he was feeling and if he would like to say a few words on behalf of the Earth's participants. They asked a bunch of other questions at once, but only this one stuck in the protagonist's head. Mofeng calmly replied that this competition was quite easy. Another journalist asked if he was trying to express his contempt for landers. Mofeng chuckled and said that if they came a little closer, they might be able to get the answer to their question. The girl heard him and heard the hero whisper that it was a shame on those people who tried to humiliate others. The journalists continued to pester him with questions, and someone asked if he had any secret that had enabled him to achieve this series of victories. Zhang Wulei replied with a smile that Lulu had taught him all of this. When asked about his next plans, he again mentioned that he plans to devote time to Lulu. When asked if he really thought he could become the champion of this competition, he only smiled mysteriously. He started talking about Lulu again and that it was high time to go to her because he missed her. Suddenly, a red-haired guy appeared among the crowd, calling out to Mofeng. He asked him if he really thought he could become the champion of this competition. The entire team turned their heads towards the protagonist, expecting him to be able to answer this question. The guy said that he already has the heart of a champion. All that remains is to get the title. Meanwhile, the cries of children could be heard from the street outside the orphanage. They joyfully exclaimed that all these were gifts from Brother Zhang. The boys soon headed to Sun Xiaozhai's room, as they had to visit their headman. Zikin was lost in her thoughts as she began to peel her friend's orange. Zhou Zichen watched this with a feeling of bitterness, wondering why Mo Feng had become indifferent to her. Although it was unpleasant to feel all this, she could do nothing about it. They never even started dating for real, and when he confessed his feelings, she rejected him outright. The protagonist, standing next to Zhang Wulei, was not in a very good mood as he looked at his elder. Xiao Rui told the guys not to treat her as if she was sick, because the doctor said she was fine. The fat man replied that she should still remain under observation, hinting at WU. The protagonist lightly hit the guy, deciding to remind him not to start that topic. After awakening WU, the village chief was still not found to have any additional abilities. Mo Feng remarked that it was like winning the lottery and then finding out that your prize was a house. Sun Xiaorui replied with a smile that everything was fine. She never dreamed of encountering WU. She was interested in something else. How Wu Lai, who also went through an awakening, experienced it. The fat man replied that he couldn't say anything specific, but while they were at the academy, his appetite had increased. Over time, he simply began to feel that his strength was increasing, and his body's reactions were becoming very sharp. When asked about other effects of waking up, the fat man simply replied that he ate more and became stronger. Zhou Zichen added that WU is actually a rather painful process where previously dormant genes undergo awakening. With today's technology, there are many ways to cope with pain, but everyone still needs to show resilience. But for everything to come down to food and sleep, it must be that the heavens themselves made the fat man their chosen one. The village chief asked Mo Feng if he would tell her about his awakening or if he hadn't yet. Mo Feng replied that it was no secret. He had most likely already undergone awakening. His physical performance had improved significantly. His appetite, just like that of the fat man, increased significantly. Zhu Zichen wondered if it was possible that they were the reason for the misunderstanding between her and Mo Feng. But he didn't want to discuss it. She noticed that from the outside, it looked like the two had used some kind of cheat to fool the system. They ate portions of 4 or 5 ordinary people, and now it became a vital need of their body. Xiao Rui added that now a huge number of people had their expectations on them, and they probably felt a lot of pressure. Mo Feng replied carelessly that he didn't feel anything like that. Sun Xiao Rui asked Zhou Zichen to help control these two brats who were too afraid to be seen in public. Zichen herself understood that now the whole world was talking about them as the god of war and the king of weapons. The protagonist said that any representative of the moon behaves arrogantly, but since ancient times this privilege belonged to Earthlings. The guys were informed that the list of upcoming fights for entry into the top 8 had finally been announced. Marco Polo explained that Chrissy was supposed to fight Lo Fei, Alain was supposed to fight Bolin, Brandon was supposed to fight Anthony, and Beasley was supposed to fight Phil. The last 2 fights, Antaeus versus Zhang Wuli and Floys versus Mo Feng, attracted particular attention. The girls exclaimed in bewilderment. What kind of crazy draw was this? Marco continued, saying that Antaeus' abilities, known as the Son of Earth, were best suited to counter Zhang Wuli. Thanks to his ability to communicate with the Earth, he was able to receive some information, which allowed him to make surprisingly accurate predictions. Zichen understood that the most terrifying thing was that Antaeus' battle tempo was currently the fastest and most brutal. Regarding Mo Feng, the village chief noted that his greatest strength was his close combat skills. However, his next opponent would be Floys, who was simply invincible in close combat. He was made invincible by a unique ability that simply destroyed all fighters who dared to engage in close combat with him. Mo Feng only replied that it was all wonderful. He explained that he had long wanted to fight Floyd, seeing the bewilderment in his friend's eyes. The guys really couldn't understand the main character and what was going on in his head. Marco Polo noted that this was to be expected from the boss. Apparently he had a plan to win again. The protagonist recalled his past life when he was at war and thought about how he could meet Floys. But the gap between them was large. The next second the question came, what's so good about all this? To this question, Mo Feng cleared his throat and replied that, to be honest, he just wanted to be friends with him. Friends noticed that only Mo Feng could laugh in such a situation. Zichen thought that after the battle for the top 8 spot began, some changes would begin to be made to the servers. The main change is that all arenas will now be open to give fighters a better chance of winning. There will even be an arena in space, and all these changes are aimed at filtering out fighters. But now it was time for sleep. It was too late to think about such things. At this time, Mo Feng noticed that the strange scars on his body were getting bigger. He was surprised to find that they had spread to his stomach. Therefore, I immediately wondered what this foreign growth was and whether it was infected with something. He wondered if the alien invasion would only happen in 5 years. So how could they have infected him? Could it be that with the movement of his life in time, some illness also moved? This simply cannot be. This infection occurred already at this time. He checked the food he ate and found nothing suspicious in it. Maybe this is Marco's doing, the protagonist thought, looking at himself in the mirror. But then he corrected himself. No, this person deserved his trust. From any point of view, whether in the future or today, it definitely should not be connected with aliens in any way. Perhaps this is a test from the representatives of the moon. Marco came to mind again. Maybe he knew something about this. But why could they target him when he was an insignificant ant in their eyes? Mo Feng remembered Zhou Zichen and her suspicious behavior in her sleep. Although the Zhou family's transport company was the largest, they were still subject to pressure from the Luna representatives. We can say that she has some kind of motive. At least Marco will be able to check it. He will have something to start from. At the current rate of spread of this infection, it still has a chance. It just needs a little more time. Just a little bit. The guy grabbed his side and thought that he just needed a little time. Just a little bit more. The host announced the start of the first day of battles for a place in the top 8. The first 2 fights today will be between representatives of the moon, but the popularity of the earthly fighters is no less. Dr. Petulia noted with disdain that there were only 2 of them left, but their fighters would definitely not let them down today, and all the trash would be weeded out. After these words, the main character's rivals arrived. They were absolutely confident in themselves. Zhou Zichen added that it was no wonder they had already advanced to the next stage. They truly knew no mercy when they entered the battlefield. It's time for today's third battle, Antaeus versus Zhang Wuli. The crowd chanted Brother Lei's name, welcoming their idol. Antaeus turned to the fat man with disdain, looking him straight in the eyes. Zhang Wulei stood up straight, already expecting an unpleasant conversation with his opponent. He declared that his luck had come to an end, and that he wouldn't last even 1 minute against him in the arena. The fat man, however, did not flinch, preparing for a fight with a strong opponent. Antaeus watched the fat man with disdain, grinning broadly and pointing to the time again. Meanwhile, the battle did not take long to begin. It took place on the edge of the forest. Zhang Wuli's opponent moved very quickly in search of the guy. Stopping on one of the indentations of the land, he began to look into the distance. Antaeus called him Fatso and mockingly asked where he was hiding. He ordered them to get out, but the fat man, showing unexpected dexterity, immediately began to attack. In response to the offensive words, the guy called his opponent a dystrophic person with a pink mohawk. This was followed by a series of powerful attacks from Zhang Wuli, but not a single bullet hit its target. The fat man tried to concentrate as much as possible, but the adrenaline took over. His opponent was also no timid one. He deftly dodged the fiery bullets. Antaeus understood that his opponent, Zhang Wulei, was awakened and also very strong. He saw that the soul chains were blocking him, but the fat man needed time to shoot. No matter how fast he shoots, the bullets still take some time to fly. He could easily determine the fat man's next movements thanks to his ability to sense the ground. Zhang Wulei continued to watch his opponent closely and hatch a new plan in his head. Antaeus didn't intend to stay put and simply dodge, so he decided to head towards the guy. But the fat man had foreseen this, and so he continued his ferocious attack so that he would not be able to quickly sneak up on him. With his weapon, he could easily control his opponent's movements and actions. One of the fiery, powerful bullets should have hit Antaeus straight. If he hadn't taken out his weapon in time, he could have parried Zhang Wuli. Thanks to this, the fat man was thrown several meters away from his opponent. However, this did not confuse the already experienced fighter. He began to examine the territory and Antaeus on it with distrust. Antaeus, his eyes burning with anger, looked at the fat man and said that next time he wouldn't hit him so weakly. Zhang Wulei saw that his special ability was related to the earth. In addition to increasing his speed and constantly changing his trajectory, he also read the movements of his opponent as they touched the ground. The fat man realized that he was constantly in Antaeus' sight, and the distance at which he was safe was constantly decreasing. All these events were broadcast on screens, and his comrades watched him with alarm. The boys noticed that the older fat man needed to come up with some new solution. Other spectators said that Antaeus needed to get close to Fatso before he was killed to win. Zhang Wulei understood this too, so he constantly ordered himself to get closer. When I was already, it seemed, too close to the enemy, I thought that I needed to get even closer. When Antaeus finally got close enough, they both raised their fists, preparing to fight. Zhang Wulei shouted to himself that it was time to start now. His opponent confirmed his words, but added that the fat man would die now, and struck. But at that moment, the fat man made an unexpected maneuver using his unique skill. Antaeus exclaimed in surprise, "What nonsense is this?" and cursed in despair, because he didn't understand how Fatso was able to escape what seemed like inevitable death. The fat man, using his incredible accuracy and speed, struck back, forcing Antaeus to retreat. The tension in the arena reached its peak, and the spectators froze in anticipation of the outcome of this incredible fight. In the arena, Antaeus, using his ability to sense the ground, tried to anticipate the fat man's movements, but he suddenly appeared in the air, disrupting his perception. Antaeus exclaimed in rage that this fat dick knew about his ability. He decided that he needed to deal with him while they were in the air. The fat man, deftly dodging the attacks, forced Antaeus to admit that he was quite smart. However, at the decisive moment, Antaeus decided that he was ready to deal a crushing blow. A tense confrontation between Zhang Wuli and Antaeus unfolded in the arena. Antaeus, confident in his superiority, watched Fatso with disdain, mocking his attempts to resist. He said that now all Fatso can do is talk about how he screwed up. The commentators looked at the battlefield, not understanding whether Antaeus had managed to win. So after the attack of the opponent Wulai, everything was in clouds of dust. His comrades watched this scene with apprehension and absolutely without comment. At one point, the main character couldn't take it anymore and spoke out, saying that the fat man should have gotten in. He said that his fate was to perish with his hands cut off by pigs. The fat man, however, did not flinch, continuing to dodge the attacks with unexpected dexterity. At some point, Antaeus, irritated by the enemy's elusiveness, exclaimed that he was fat and cut off his hand. And so Zhang Wulei flew into the air along with his severed arm. Antaeus was still standing in his stance, although he already understood who would win this fight. When he caught up with his opponent again, he cut off his other hand with one movement. Now the fat man lay in front of his opponent, completely armless and frightened. The protagonist understood that victory and defeat in battle are commonplace. However, the enemy could have finished with one blow. He ominously stuck out his long tongue. There was a thirst for blood in his eyes. What he had done was not enough for him. He decided to completely kill his opponent so that he could no longer speak badly about him. In one fell swoop, he raised his sharp weapon and swung it straight at Wuli's throat. The spectators were frozen in tension as they watched this incredible fight. The system confirmed the kill, and Antaeus was declared the winner. The spectators froze in shock and noticed that only Mo Feng remained from the dragon letters. Everyone wondered if he could do anything amazing on his own. The crowd chanted the names of the victors, welcoming the son of Earth and the god of war as Wulai returned from the arena. His friend quickly ran up to him, calling him anxiously. He put his hands on his shoulders, telling him not to blame himself. Everything was fine. The fat man, having lost the fight, apologized to him with regret. He felt depressed. But Feng supported him, saying that he had already gone further than many had even dreamed of. As they walked away from the battlefield, they said that the fat man was still among the top 8. Feng thought to himself that if Antaeus fell into his hands, he would not stand on ceremony. The fat man's comrades encouraged him, shouting his name and jumping with delight. Darao noted that the guy did not disgrace the honor of the earth, since he truly believed so. Zhang Wulei gratefully accepted their support, although he hadn't expected it at all. The morning battles ended in complete victory for Luna, and Sakarovsky noted that it was written all over their faces. Wuji ended his fight with the advantage. He was faster than the average fighter and could release electricity to paralyze his opponent. Feng was warned that he could also be caught by this fighter, to which he calmly replied that he had already come up with countermeasures against him. After the morning battles ended, a messenger approached Mo Feng and he quietly called him over. The messenger conveyed that General Gu Yu wanted to speak with him alone. The protagonist looked thoughtfully into the distance, not understanding why he needed him. The stands were filled with incredible excitement. Everyone was shouting and greeting the god of war. In another part, the audience ordered the fake god of weapons to be killed. General Gu Yu carefully studied Mo Feng's file after another blunder by one of his team members. The general understood that the enemy had gone a bit overboard, although everything was within the rules. He noted to himself that the real battlefield was much tougher than this, so there was nothing to complain about. He thought about how honor lost on the battlefield also returns on the battlefield. It was clear that now everything depended on only one person, Mo Feng. General Gu Yu sat down at his desk as soon as the boy walked in and lit a cigarette. The pungent smell of strong tobacco immediately spread throughout the office, and the general became thoughtful. Usually, cadets of that age would show all sorts of nervous reactions when meeting him, but Mo Feng was as calm as a veteran. The file stated that Mo Feng, born in 2280, a native of Beijing, had entered the academy with difficulty. He had average grades in his first 2 years, but going through WU can leave young people with very different reactions. But Mo Feng has a rather strange variation of this process. Sometimes he acts for glory, sometimes not, and the general wanted to talk to him about it. The general had noticed these reactions during previous battles, and that was when he placed his hope in the boy. He said again that he wanted to hear from him an explanation for this reaction. Mo Feng replied that he heard him, but admitted that he didn't know what he meant. The general noted that he did not think that his words were incomprehensible to him. After his unsuccessful confession to Zikin, changes had occurred in his body. Then his combat power increased significantly, which only testifies to the passage through WU. The protagonist thought about General Gu Yue, whom he knew only superficially in his past life. Therefore, he could not say whose side he was on. This forced him to remain silent. If anything was known from his biography, it was that he was born on Earth. The general suggested that Mo Feng simply draw conclusions based on what he said. Mo Feng replied that he didn't know if he was easier at the moment the general spoke of through WU. But after that, his thinking became clearer. There was just one problem. He started having frequent nightmares, and they were connected with the future. In his dreams, humanity was waging an interplanetary war that resulted in both the moon and the Earth being destroyed, and he wanted to protect the Earth. But he does not have the necessary position for this, and therefore he decided to take a high place in the army. General Gu Yu shared his information based on the available data. The people of the moon have most likely discovered a habitable new star and want to claim it for themselves. The Earth is at a complete disadvantage. Mo Feng's words are unfounded and a bit illogical, but that doesn't matter. There are no problems with his nature, so he would be the best candidate for this task, provided that he gets into the top 4. The general warned that the next thing he said, Mo Feng should forget as soon as he left here. Mo Feng realized that everything was going well. General Gu Yu must be on his side. The entire alien plan kept Earth in a passive defense, and it could do nothing. On the lunar side, as an Earthling, he has no chance of getting inside, so he will have to start from the earthly side. In the future, the moon will lead the launch of the Aurora project, and Earth will be solely responsible for its funding. He and Gu Yu are not thinking in the same direction, but the topic of their thoughts is the same: how the expedition turned into a disaster. The general noted that for the people in the Federation, the most important thing is profit, and Luna made many concessions in order to take full control of the project. Mo Feng needs to get into the top 4 for them to have a chance. He may have been a little down in the dumps lately, but the final match to reach the quarterfinals had to begin. The crowd chanted the fighters' names, greeting Floyd and Mo Feng as they entered the arena from opposite sides. The audience demanded that it begin quickly to find out how the god of war would clash with the hunter. The stands were divided into 2 fronts. Some supported the main hero, others extolled Floyd. Although it could be noticed that the majority still hoped for Floyd's victory, Mo Feng's sister sat by the screen broadcasting the upcoming fight, mentally supporting the protagonist. Dr. Patuya D introduced the participants who had come out, singling out Floyd with particular importance. The red-haired guy walked into the arena with a certain importance, feeling his superiority. Mo Feng and Floyd stood frozen opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes. The main character was introduced to the audience by Dr. Zhang, who wished him good luck and victory. The fight was about to begin, but the boys couldn't take their eyes off their opponents. Mo Feng's opponent closed his eyes, ready to move onto the battlefield. The main character did the same, for greater concentration, immersed in his thoughts. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, deciding to take a closer look at his opponent. He dropped to one knee, taking his combat weapon in his hands, preparing for the fight. Floyd also had his own weapon in his hands and looked at the main character with arrogance. Commentators noted that both chose titanium swords, which surprised Patuya. He was surprised to notice that the god of war had finally begun to use weapons, as he had previously preferred to fight with his bare hands. Dr. Zhang explained that this is an unspoken agreement and a sign of respect between the powerful, and some are too young to understand it. The team watched Floyd closely, realizing that he had seemed to be deliberately waiting for them to get close enough. Darrow said it was to blow it up with his volcanic explosion ability. He stood frozen in anticipation, wondering how Mo Feng would get out of this battle. The fight started with a lightning attack from Floyd, who wanted to finish the fight quickly. Mo Feng immediately headed towards his opponent, having the same desires. Floyd, seeing the boy's determination, sped up towards him, intending to strike first. Mo Feng glared at his opponent, already swinging his sword at him. Floyd was also ready to unleash his power on Feng, anticipating his quick victory. The 2 boys were crushed in a fierce battle, and bright columns of energy formed around them. The protagonist's opponent, clashing with him with swords, thought about his strength. He noted that Mo Feng was indeed completely different from the rest of the Earth's participants. As Floyd attempted to deliver the finishing blow, Mo Feng suddenly used his unique technique, dodging the attack and counterattacking. The sword swayed, sparks flying, and a tense silence fell over the arena, broken only by the heavy breathing of the fighters. The incredible confrontation continued in the arena. The arena buzzed with tension as Mo Feng and Floyd stood facing each other, titanium swords in hand. It was not just a fight, it was a clash of 2 worlds, 2 styles, 2 unbending wills. The spectators held their breath, realizing that they were witnessing a moment that would go down in the history of the EM competition. Floyd's first strike hit Mo Feng like a clap of thunder. The titanium sword in his hand flared with crimson fire, and a shockwave rolled across the arena, causing the spectators to instinctively recoil. Mo Feng took the blow with his crossed sword, but the force of the blow was such that his feet carved 2 deep furrows into the arena's surface. He didn't retreat a single step. Only his teeth clenched tighter, and his eyes lit up with that same cold fire. Floyd gave no respite. His sword fell again and again, each blow heavier than the last. He used his volcanic power, weaving it into every movement. The blade of the sword was covered with a red-hot crust. The air around it melted from the heat. Mo Feng dodged, blocked, and moved to the side, but Floyd's was like an erupting volcano. Titan scraped against titanium, sending up showers of sparks, and Floyd felt the vibrations from the blows pass through his arms, through his shoulders, through his entire body. Each block was followed by a dull pain in the chest, where the alien force had already taken root. Mo Feng repelled 67 sword attacks one after another, and each strike carried an average crossing power of 5,300 kilograms. Daros admitted that he had assumed that Mo Feng wouldn't go all out against him, but he didn't know it would be that bad. Now he used his powers from the very beginning, as if to say that he was a force to be reckoned with. Floyd used 80% of his strength, and Mo Feng supposedly used 60 to 70, but it was incredible. But the main character did not pay attention to the sharp words of his opponent. Floyd had already taken his weapon in his hands and was pouring his fiery power into it. The spectators watched the action with delight, and someone shouted that Floyd had finally gotten down to business in earnest. Others called for this guy to be done away with, because although he is strong, ability decides everything. The protagonist decided to put not just strength into the next blow, but all his rage, all his superiority. Mo Feng's sword wavered, and for a moment it seemed like he wouldn't be able to hold his ground. At that moment, the opponent realized that he was not just another participant on whom he could set a record for the fastest victory. Before him stood a warrior who had been through hell, and this hell taught him not only to strike blows, but also to take them. They clashed again, and this time the pace of the fight became even more frantic. 2 titanium swords dancing in the air, their movements very fast. Floyd used his ability and his sword burst into flames, but Mo Feng did not retreat. He knew where the weak spot was. He knew that a blow to the heart, to the red crystal, could solve everything. Floyd responded with a concentrated wave of dragon flame, but his attack was stopped. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the feeling he was experiencing was close to that of others. Some alien species had similar flame power, although the flame itself was different, but he clearly remembered the taste. Mo Feng, holding back the pain, realized that he couldn't believe what was happening. He just made 20 high-speed sword strikes and broke through Floyd's dragon flame. The center of the union of pain pulsed. The spread of the alien virus suddenly accelerated. Its life forces seemed to be turning on. Until now, he has fought by holding back his emotions and strength. He must continue in the same spirit. Floyd looked at the guy and couldn't believe what was happening, how he managed to survive his attack. However, the main character at this time was holding back his screams. He was in incredible pain. He realized that contact with this flame had upset the entire balance. There was clearly something wrong with this volcanic ability, and he needed to put an end to it as soon as possible. Floyd, shocked that Mo Feng was able to destroy the dragon flame, prepared a decisive attack. He stated that if he could do that, then let him try the next one, and that Mo Feng was finished. The tension in the arena reached its peak. Both fighters were ready for the final clash. The spectators froze in anticipation of the outcome of this incredible fight, realizing that the outcome of the battle would be decided in a matter of seconds. Zhou Zichen thought to herself, considering that the feeling of pain there was 100%, it was not easy for him. His comrades looked at the arena and waited, since there was no confirmation of the murder yet, which meant there was a chance. The fight was drawing to a close, and the tension in the arena was running high, with Floyd feeling the initiative slipping from his grasp. Each of his attacks, which had recently been unstoppable, now ran into a wall of titanium and will. Mo Feng no longer retreated. He pressed, forced the enemy to play by his rules. Floyd's sword went into another cutting arc, but stopped halfway. Mo Feng intercepted his blade with his own, spinning it in a complex movement. Titanium blades screeched, sparks flying, and for the first time in the fight, Floyd took a step back. Not because he wanted to change his position, but because he was forced to. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized that his favorite technique, the one he used to crush all his opponents, had been read. Mo Feng felt someone else's blood pounding in his temples, and a strange force pulsating in his stomach in time with his heart. The pain was unbearable, but he learned to use it. Every blow he took, every scrape and bruise became fuel. He put all the pent-up pain into his next lunge, and Floyd's sword almost flew out of his hands. The volcanic warrior recoiled, and something like fear flashed in his eyes. Floyd tried to take a break, retreat, regroup, but Mo Feng did not give him a second of respite. The arena was filled with incredible tension as Mo Feng used his knowledge of the alien's weak points to deliver a precise blow. Floyd was shocked to realize that his plans had been ruined and he could no longer use his volcanic ability. He struck Floyd's chest area where the sparkling flame crystal was located. Mo Feng found the same weak point as the flame-using aliens and destroyed the red crystal. The protagonist realized that he was already close to solving the mystery. If there were no other infected, then it was quite possible that the enemy already knew about him. The spectators erupted in jubilant shouts, chanting Mo Feng's name, all admiring his incredible victory, raising their hands in the air in happiness. Dr. Zhang exclaimed. The grass ant was still able. Tears rolled down his cheeks. If everyone had been eliminated before the quarterfinals, the Earth Warriors would have lost their dignity at least until the next EM. General Gu Yu, who was watching the battle from his office, thought that this guy was really capable of such a thing. Commentators were delighted to see Earth's Mo Feng make it into the top 8. The main character's sister was very happy, saying that her brother was amazing. The Luna fighters understood, with sadness in their eyes, that Floyd had lost to the Earthling. Others noted that even with the ability of a fire deity, Floyd still lost to Mo Feng in close combat. Then the girl from their team suggested with a sly smile on her face that maybe the guy really was a real god of war. Mo Feng made a truly pleasant surprise, proving that even the strongest representatives of the moon can be defeated. The head woman wiped tears from her face, realizing that anything was possible if she knew their weaknesses and skillfully used her skills. Zhou Zichen was incredibly happy, calling Brother Feng a real handsome man. At this time, the main character examined his mutation and noted that it began to develop faster. Meanwhile, Marco Polo was typing something animatedly on his keyboard in a room full of darkness. He read various comments about the recent fight and contributed to them. Whenever I saw someone send an unflattering remark, I would immediately get angry and respond to the offenders. My sister wasn't asleep yet either, so she watched the fast-moving chat. It all amused her. The next morning, the protagonist decided to go to the civilian hospital of the moon. After the intense battle, Mo Feng sat in the infirmary, waiting for the results of the examination. The heart's indicators were becoming increasingly alarming, and he could no longer control the spread of the foreign plaque. If this continued, he could die. But he had to follow the plan, because it was now clear that the alien race had arisen through the transformation of humans. It is quite possible that this is a genetic variation, but an unknown force must be involved in producing the mutation. There was definitely something wrong with Landers. He got mad after his defeat and said that Mo Feng was doomed and maybe he knew something. After arriving on the moon, every soldier undergoes a medical examination, and Landers could well have had access to the results, Mo Feng noted. The main character didn't like all this. He understood perfectly well that he had to win the next battle. Sun Xiaorui, waiting for her turn to be examined, thought that this trip to the moon was like a dream. She had once been worried about Mo Feng's academic performance, but in the blink of an eye, he had reached heights she couldn't even imagine. You need to do everything possible, and the rest will be decided by how events will develop. The main thing is not to overdo it. She asked Mo Feng if she should try the WU reagent. Mo Feng abruptly stated that she already had the best outcome. Sun Xiaorui was surprised by his reaction, but Mo Feng firmly said that it was for her own good. The village chief added that she didn't know about his domineering side, and it was no wonder Zichen liked him. The girl quickly blushed at this statement, but was unable to respond. The main character also stood in a stupor, unable to find the right words. Marco Polo told Mo Feng that the journalists were already waiting for him, and they refused to leave without interviewing him. Mo Feng said goodbye to Sun Xiaorui and went to deal with them, explaining that WU was a kind of stimulant, which is aimed at revealing human potential, intended for people with weak abilities. He really wanted to reveal the whole truth to Sun Xiaorui right now, but he decided to put it off for now. All the available information and conclusions had already been edited and sent to Marco by email, but he still didn't know how to evaluate Marco. He thought about Zhou Zichen and didn't know how to judge her. He could only hope that she wouldn't end up on the enemy side in the future. As for Fatty Zhang, he was his brother, fighting side by side with whom he had already died once. He knew he didn't know how long this would go on, but now he needed to deal with the journalists. At the exit, Landers was waiting for him with a group of journalists who were demanding comments. Mo Feng calmly stated that he knew Landers had not accepted defeat. Immediately after these words, he offered to give him the opportunity to correct the situation. The boys exchanged a few more sharp remarks, but it was more childishness than rivalry. Landers angrily replied that he was not going to fight him, but would see what he got. Journalists vied with each other to ask questions about Landers' defeat, and whether Mo Feng was relying not on his own strength, but on his family connections. Landers stopped them, demanding that they be quiet and not interfere, asking what newspaper they were from. At that moment, Alan Doyle appeared and told Landers to shut up. Landers was furious and replied that he was warning him not to think that since he was the boss, he could tell him what to do. However, he could not resist Alain for long. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to calm down. He smiled and remarked that Mo Feng's ability to deal with reporters was quite useful. Alain Doyle asked how Mo Feng knew that the weakness of the fire deity's ability was in the heart. Mo Feng replied that the heart is not a gift for everyone. Alain agreed. Then the hero noted that the upbringing on the moon was really good, to be so mature at Alain Doyle's age. Suddenly, a girl from the moon team approached Mo Feng and replied that they had met again. To which Mo Feng asked in bewilderment, "In what sense?" The girl explained that Mo Feng was now a celebrity. The guy replied that it was an accident, hoping that the media wouldn't always be on his tail. Alain Doyle apologized for the disturbance and expressed hope that they would have the opportunity to meet again after the competition. The fat man came running shouting that the quarter-final distribution had been announced. Antaeus, who was observing the list, confidently declared that he would deal with Mo Feng within 3 minutes. The fat man urged him not to be arrogant, promising that Brother Feng would make mincemeat out of him. He called Mo Feng to look at the match list, calling him louder and louder as he didn't respond. Zhang Wulei wondered why he remained silent without seeing his friend lying in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor. A little earlier, the main character went to the bathroom because he could no longer bear the unbearable pain. He clutched the edge of the sink and tried to wait out another flash of light emanating from the mutation on his body. Mo Feng pondered his condition alone, realizing that in his past life, even on the battlefield of Mars, the probability of infection was low. However, if someone did become infected, there was no escape. However, although there is no salvation, by cutting off these scales, it is possible to slow down the transformation. Taking a sharpened knife, the guy tried to carefully pick at the growths on his body. This way, he could buy himself a little time, but the plan was still going slowly. The guy tried to endure the pain, clenching his teeth so as not to make any unnecessary sounds. After some time, the entire bathtub was covered in drops of blood and scattered pebbles that the guy had picked out from himself. Now he stood in front of the mirror, breathing heavily, and examined the result of his painful work. There were bright bruises under his eyes. The hero was clearly not feeling his best. Things should get easier now. There shouldn't be any infected blood, Mo Feng reassured himself. The main character himself believed that he only needed a little rest. No longer able to remain conscious, his body began to malfunction. His eyes rolled back in his head, and a cold sweat ran through his entire body. Suddenly, Fatty and Zhou Zichen appeared in front of him, trying to call their friend. The main character exclaimed in surprise that it was them, and the fat man was glad that he had arrived on time. Then he said that they had just been brought meat and alcohol, immediately handing it all to Mo Feng. Mo Feng asked in confusion, "He is on Mars. Now he has food and alcohol in his hands. Could he really have come back here again?" It all seemed like madness. Suddenly, consciousness began to dissolve, reality mixed with the guy's mind. He woke up on the floor of his bathroom, and Zhang Wulei was calling him all this time. Thanks to this scream, the main character was able to wake up and with difficulty began to rise from the floor. Wulei knocked on the bathroom door. He noticed that Mo Feng had been sitting there for a long time and asked if he was okay. Mo Feng opened the door slightly and replied that he seemed to have eaten something bad and would be leaving soon. The fat man, pointing at Antaeus, was indignant that he was too arrogant and called on Mo Feng to give him a good beating. Mo Feng, looking at his hands, realized that foreign bodies had also rushed into his heart. The previously cut off scales have already begun to grow back. The next day, all his thoughts were occupied by these scales, and what would happen to Mo Feng now? He got out of bed and grabbed the still sore spot on his body, realizing that this was not without reason. Having realized that you can no longer lie around doing nothing, you need to occupy yourself with something, because you might soon simply go crazy from these thoughts. He needs to calm down, because today is the match for the semi-final. To protect everyone he cares about, he must win, even if he dies. The host announced the start of the quarterfinals and introduced the pairs. Mo Feng versus Antaeus. Also fighting were Alan Doyle versus Wu Tzu, Chrissy Da Vinci versus Brandon. The opening match will determine the direction of this EM competition, and Mo Feng's battle with Antaeus will decide the fate. On the left side of the stage, Antaeus appeared on the blue square, introduced by Dr. Patuya. On the right side of the red square, Mo Feng, introduced by Dr. Zhang. The spectators chanted his name, calling him forward, but noticed that he was completely pale, to which someone replied that this was the European style. Antaeus asked if he hadn't slept all night because of fear, and expressed hope that he, unlike that fat man, would at least be able to show something. Mo Feng, remembering the many regrets of his past life, decided to make up for them in this one. As for Antaeus, he would first repay the debt for Wuli. Sun Xiaorui noticed that something was wrong with Mo Feng and became wary. His condition seemed even worse than hers, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Zhou Zichen, hearing the village chief's suggestion, also tensed up, wondering if something could go wrong. The girl thought, frightened, that maybe this whole condition was because of him. The main character was indeed in bad shape, but he tried to hold on with all his might. Antaeus, preparing for battle, recalled the information about Mo Feng. His strength in long-range combat is amazing, and he was the first to reach the S++ rank. Hearing about this, Antaeus was even scared, but Alan said that he had a good premonition, which had never let him down. According to the operational headquarters plan, Antaeus was supposed to force Mo Feng to resort to firearms. After all, his superpower, the Great Land, will give him an advantage in such a fight, unless they are assigned some strange battlefield. This battle had another important meaning for Mo Feng. He must avenge Zhang Wuli. It's been so long since he returned in time, and he hasn't done anything good, so he has to at least make the fat man happy. When it was announced that Mars had become the battlefield, Antaeus rejoiced as he surveyed the area. He was delighted that Alan's premonition had once again proven correct, and this battlefield was simply perfect for him. Dr. Zhang complained that Antaeus' choice of weapons was too vulgar, but it was noted that with a shield, his movements were already difficult to access. The Riemann rifle, with its good firepower and minimal recoil, allowed him to shoot with virtually no inertia while moving. Antaeus was confident that if he stuck to his tactics, he would win even if he didn't succeed right away. He will be able to drag out time until a convenient opportunity arises. He thought about this looking at the main character. Moreover, Mo Feng is not in the best shape today, and the harsh Martian conditions could very well seriously exhaust him. Critics have been actively discussing rumors that Mo Feng might be the very person who first cleared the EM quest on S++. Considering his sword-shooting technique, it could be assumed that it was him. The news has spread all over the world. It is too late to block it. Now all the spectators were whispering among themselves, discussing this event. On the screens of smartphones or other devices, all viewers had only this news. Throughout the stands, nothing else could be heard except the discussion of the main character. Everyone looked at the arena with delight, comparing the photo on their gadgets. The same news reached General Gu Yu, who read it with some apprehension. However, the general understood that given his current physical condition, now was not the time to reveal it. But the rumors had already gone too far. There was no point in blocking them. Antaeus noted that the energy of this research is quite fluid. It's even easier to control than on Earth, and the only downside is the smell, which makes you feel sick. But he is already quite familiar with this battlefield and can endure it. Even Alan and the others would not dare fight him here. What then could be said about Mo Feng, who was now quite far from the enemy? 2 months have passed since his rebirth, and Mars feels quite realistic. During his time at the academy, he never thought he would find himself in such a location, so deserted and uninhabited, with twice the gravity and a strange smell. Sun Xiaorui looked at Mo Feng with disdain, noticing that he had taken the time to pose. The crowd was happy, hoping that his condition had returned to normal, but Antaeus was calm. He was also cool. The spectators called on Mo Feng to defeat Antaeus, to which he defiantly asked, "I'm looking for death." The battle began, and Mo Feng didn't even look at his formidable opponent. Antaeus prepared for battle, confident of his superiority on a battlefield that was ideally suited to him. An incredible confrontation unfolded in the arena. The battle between Mo Feng and Antaeus began, on a deserted, lifeless plain, where gravity was twice that of Earth. Antaeus immediately took up a defensive position, hiding behind a massive shield and armed with a rifle with minimal recoil. The super ability that showed him every movement of the enemy that came into contact with the surface did not bother the hero. Antaeus, confident in his superiority, was in no hurry to go into close combat. He used his advantage in range and speed, constantly changing positions and firing accurately. Antaeus screamed in amazement at how Mo Feng, this earthly mutated monkey, so deftly dodged his attacks. Every bullet flew right on target, but Mo Feng, despite his condition, dodged them with incredible dexterity. He moved as if he knew where the next shot would land. Antaeus exclaimed in amazement at how this earthly monkey could dodge so deftly and began to increase the pressure. However, Mofeng didn't just dodge. He closed the distance, step by step approaching the enemy, ignoring the hail of bullets whistling around. When the distance was close to critical, Mofeng did the impossible. He rushed forward with such speed that Antaeus did not have time to react. The blow hit the shield, and its force was such that Antaeus was thrown back several meters. He tried to get up, but Mofeng was already there. His titanium sword slammed down again and again, each blow faster and heavier than the last. Antaeus, accustomed to slow, powerful attacks, could not keep up with this frantic rhythm. The protagonist stood over his opponent and told him that the fight was over. Antaeus cursed, realizing that Mofeng's words were indeed true. There was nowhere else to run. At some point, Mofeng froze, and unbearable pain was reflected on his face. The audience was perplexed and asked what was wrong with him, and someone remarked that Ante was very lucky. The hero thought that even though he controlled the power of his super ability, the alien virus would still break through at that moment. Everyone wondered what had happened to him. The alien plaque had made itself known, twisting his insides with fire. The main character remained kneeling in the same position and stopped reacting to everything. Antaeus, seeing this, also wondered what had happened and what he should do now. Because the guy saw that just a minute ago the enemy was invincible and now this is happening to him. At that very moment, Antaeus decided that he could take advantage of this moment. And no matter how unfair and cowardly it was, he still wanted to win. Mofeng seemed to have lost consciousness. The entire crowd screamed, not understanding what was happening. His friends screamed desperately, calling on him to wake up and collect his thoughts. The main character's sister realized that this was not just a coincidence, especially since she remembered that very comment. The voices of loved ones flashed through the protagonist's mind as if he were somewhere in the depths of a pond. Someone asked the guy to come back, shouting that he shouldn't dare leave like that. I remembered how my sister asked me to be the driver at the wedding. Mofeng mentally screamed that this is not all, he cannot die so easily. In his mind, he was trying to swim out of the depths of the ocean, a depth that was swallowing him up with every second. Suddenly, he came to his senses and, gathering his last strength, struck, aiming at Antaeus' head. He exclaimed that he would never be able to defeat the Earthlings again. The main character's eye sockets were almost completely broken, but he still tried to exert himself with all his might. He shouted at his opponent that he should have aimed for the head from the start. Antaeus, defeated, cursed, calling him a damn Earthling. The main character tried to finish off his opponent for sure, so that he wouldn't dare to do anything dirty again. The system announced that Earth's representative Mofeng has advanced to the quarterfinals. But she immediately added that the EM capsule revealed abnormal indicators of the participant's body condition. Marco Polo watched all this from his laptop and mentally addressed the guy. He was shocked and asked what kind of letter it was and how the people of the moon could do such a thing.